before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Made for This Mountain exists to empower listeners to rise above their struggles and face the mountain in front of them. So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast and climb that mountain.
You will never be able to change or grow through the thing that you refuse to identify. The thing that you refuse to say, hey, this is my mountain. This is the struggle.
Listen to Made for This Mountain on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Made for This Mountain.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Savings are in full bloom at Lowe's. Right now, get Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Shop these savings and more at Lowe's. Valid through 5/14. Excludes Hawaii and Alaska. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It is Real Radio on a Tuesday. Time to get up, baby. If you're still sleeping at 10 o'clock, woo, you got a cush life. A cush life. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for tuning into Real Radio 921-1017. I always appreciate you guys listening. I hope you listen to Rover and his whole crew to get you out of the gate. If you're a Knicks fan today, and there's a lot of Knicks fans down here, you're very, very happy and excited. We'll talk about that, the craziness, how the Celtics keep blowing a lead. They might have lost their star player for a long time. We'll wait to see what happens with that. We got a chance for you to win $1,000. Dominic will get in here and tell you what the keyword is. We also got a couple of things for you guys to try to win today. It's always a good time in the Penthouse. It's the best view in the house. We'll talk about the Dallas Mavericks. GM saved his job last night. Oh, that is crazy. Courtside at the Knick game. Was it a runway scene? That's what some people are saying. A lot going on. Diddy trial, man, some of the stuff that comes out there. Oh, my God, it's crazy. It's always nuts when you, like, there's certain people you can't even talk about, too, like with that stuff. But, yeah, a lot going on. It is the Penthouse. We're going to have Andy Quinn join us today. If you don't remember Andy, Andy was on with us for years, calls in once in a while. He had Money Mondays, stock trader who does very well. He'll come in and talk about different things going on in the world and the stock market and just everyday stuff. Good morning, Mr. Dominic.
Hey there, G-Man.
How are you, buddy? 18-point lead. Yeah, something's wrong with the Celtics. Before that, even. I mean, Tatum got hurt with 2:45 left. But hats off to the Knicks. I mean, they're up 3-1. And what people don't realize, if the Knicks win this series, if they win, and the Pacers, there's a lot of ifs in here, beat the Cavs up 3-1, the Knicks will have home court for the Eastern Conference Finals.
That's good.
I mean, that's huge. I mean, could the Knicks get to the NBA Finals? New York will lose their cookies. I mean, they go nuts. It's only the second round. Statue of Liberty dropped their torch. It was unbelievable. I mean, it's just crazy the way they go. And they hate Boston, too. I know they hate Boston.
Oh, it had to be wild in New York last night.
Oh, forget it. Crazy. I mean, I've had many of those nights years ago being out, and I don't remember. Well, the Knicks were different then, like in the 90s. They were good. So it wasn't really a surprise they won. Maybe the only time is when they beat the Bulls. You know what I mean? But that was it. But, yeah, it's just the fans go crazy. They just do. They just go nuts. And it's different now because there's so much more social media. You know, so you're seeing everything. People are taking videos. People are taking, putting stuff on Instagram. All you do is see people everywhere with their phones holding up in the air. So, I don't know. It's crazy. New York, I would be careful with that. It's a good way to lose your phone. Somebody just come right by and grab it. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you have an opinion on anything or you want to ask us anything, you guys can always call into the show. What is the giveaway today?
Today, the giveaway is Dierks Bentley on June 7th at the I Think Amphitheater.
There it is. That'll be at 11:45. We'll play the Greek Casino, and you guys will have an opportunity to do that. Every day we give you giveaways. Thursday and Fridays we like to double up. We like to throw in New York Prime and Burt Max's for you guys also. But that's the number you could do to call. Saturday Night Live is having their last live show of the season. This week, Scarlett Johansson is hosted. She's easy on the eyes. This is the seventh time she's hosted. She was in all those Marvel movies, right? And she's married to the guy who does the update.
Yep.
Host, Yost, whatever the hell his name is. I didn't realize
Colin Yost?
Yeah, Colin Yost. I didn't realize she was married to Ryan Reynolds years ago.
Yep, back in the day.
Yeah, wow. Some people find love a couple times. You believe that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's hard. I mean, right place, right time, all that other stuff. But yeah, she's going to host Saturday night for the seventh time. I'll check it out.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I'll watch it live, but I probably will check it out because I also want to see their interaction with her and her husband.
Oh, they always do that really good.
Yeah,
Back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth. But I didn't realize that she hosted 7 times. It's crazy. It's like me. I got my picture on the wall in New York Prime. Two different walls. I mean, that's big.
Look at you.
I mean, it's like a close second. There it is. So the Dallas Mavericks last night got the first pick of the draft. They had
somehow
a 1.8 chance of getting it. They're calling it a conspiracy, of course. All the memes are out there. Richardson just saved his job. It is unbelievable. And now they'll be one of the favorites to win next year. They really will be out west.
Nico.
Oh, yeah. He got lucky. I didn't realize also that last night at Territorium, I read an article. He had to have a police escort. Police at his house, an escort every day to work.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, fans were going nuts when he traded Luka. In the beginning, you didn't really know who he was or who made the trade. You figured management, obviously the GM or the owner. But when it came out more and more, it was him. He had to have security, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And in front of your house. I mean, that's
rough for you, your wife, your kids, your neighbors.
Yeah, that sucks all the time. I mean, it should never, ever, ever come to that.
Nope.
Should never come to that. But yeah, the Dallas Mavericks, when I heard that last night and people were calling me, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You want to talk about somebody who was happy?
Was that on the Hard Rock app?
That you could bet?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you could bet who would get the pick. That I don't know. I know you could bet on the draft, like what players are going to go and what position, but I don't know if they had, like, what team will get it. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I could be wrong. I mean, if anybody knows, call us at 877-927-6969. Yeah, you want to talk about just going from the basement to the penthouse, just like that. And they got a very good team. AD, Kyrie's hurt, but he'll be back. They had a couple other injuries, and now he had Cooper. And like you said yesterday, he's so young.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's 19 years old. So, I mean, you could have him for a good 10 years. Good 10 years, pending on any injuries. But, yeah, it is people were shocked. And all the other teams who tanked the last 2 months, like Utah, Washington, teams that really need him.
Yep.
And then because Dallas got a couple stars already. But they always say the rich get richer. And this is a case about it. But they got to be sky high. They do. And I'm sure today, just like it was when they traded Luka and people were dropping out their tickets, people are calling out for tickets today, because they want to be there.
Season pass holders are like, maybe I should get my ticket back.
Oh, yeah. I know. You will hear people say that. If you got rid of your ticket, yeah, you'll definitely be like, man, I should have never got rid of them. But, yeah, that was the shocker of the night. That and the Knicks. Obviously, the Knicks were a shock.
Well, the fact that the Dallas got Luka, 7 years ago now?
Yeah.
And they got the number one pick 7 years ago, and they get it again now and get another phenomenal star like that. It's just crazy.
It is. But I've always said it, and I'll say it all the time. I'd rather be lucky than good in anything in life. You can walk up to a roulette wheel and you have certain numbers. They don't come out. 20 minutes later, you go up to it, and it comes out 3 times in a row. So it's right place, right time for a lot of things. I hope you're at the right place listening to Real Radio 921-1017. You can call us at 877-927-6969. The Belichick story does not end. He'll be on Good Morning America. People talk about it all over the place. Even heard Howard talking about it the other day and just how it will not go away. There is speculation that North Carolina, I have talked about this, who knows, maybe he doesn't even coach for them. And that would be crazy because of all the drama that goes down with him and her and everything. She's got to keep quiet. I mean, he's probably said to her now, like, we got a good, nice payday here. Let's not mess this up. Because if any other outbursts or any other things, I think there's going to be an issue.
Yeah, I don't think it looked good for him either, him signing on to do it and then backing out.
Yeah, I don't think he'll leave. You never know. Carolina might say, you know what, this is too much drama. I don't know. Again, this is just stuff that's been floating out there. Whether or not it's true, we'll see. There was another article I read where he's not there as much as he was in the beginning. So who knows? I mean, you hear a whole bunch of this stuff. The problem with reporting today is nobody has, sources. You don't know if it's true or it's not true. Yep. So that's the one thing. I mean, years ago, I think there was a little bit more credibility because people put stuff out there just to get clicks on their blog and their articles. Where I think years ago it was a little different, where you had a source, or they never wanted to name their source, but
anonymous source.
Yeah. So I mean, you could just say anything. Anonymous source. Dominic's a millionaire and he works for free. Greek inherited $3 million. I mean, stuff like that. It's anonymous source. But yeah, you don't know what's true or what's not. Years ago, it was true. Preakness is this Saturday, but don't expect a good race as far as ratings because there's no chance for a Triple Crown. And that's the thing that kills it. The Preakness has the best advantage of the 3 after the Derby because people want to watch, say, oh, man, maybe we'll get the second leg. But you're not getting that this week because the horse who won the Derby is sitting out. And then the Belmont, again, is still under construction. So that's not going to be even at the Belmont. That's up in upstate New York, Saratoga. So that's where that is. But yeah, the Belmont and the Preakness. If I was the Preakness, I wouldn't be happy that they kept the horse out.
Yeah,
because all that hype's out.
Oh, that brings all the attention. That brings the attendance up.
Yeah. So I would not be happy about that. They don't have to ever make the horses run. I mean, that's their prerogative as the owner. The owner decided that he doesn't want it to run. But if I was the Preakness or had anything to do with it, I would not be happy. I'd be like, you got to be kidding me. That's what you want. That's why it's called the Triple Crown. It's called the Triple Crown for a reason. But they just decided they're not going to do it. So we'll see what happens. The Belmont is the longest race out of the three. That'll be in 3 weeks from now, from the 17th. But, you're not going to have it. And hopefully whoever wins the Preakness, maybe they let it run into the Belmont.
Do you have any horses you like this weekend?
I looked at it. There's like 8 or 9. There's only 3 or 4 long shots. The field gets dropped every race. Like next week, the Belmont, there might be 7 horses, 8 horses. Because they just don't want to run them. It's too expensive. And if they feel they don't have a shot, they're like, what are we doing? I saw a couple, but nothing crazy. There's one horse, somebody was telling me, Rodriguez, looks good, but it got scratched, so it's out. So, I don't know. Maybe for blanks and giggles, I'll put in a couple trifectas. Nothing crazy. Nothing like the Derby. That was a peanut butter and jelly week the whole week, so I don't know how much more peanut butter and jelly I can stand. I had to have peanut butter and jelly the whole week when I lost that. Diddy trial is going on, and some of the stuff that's coming out, like I said, it's just so crazy. And you can bet on whether or not he's going to beat it. That you can bet on offshore.
Yeah.
Whether he's going to get convicted or he's going to get freed. People will bet on that. And there is a chance that he'll get out. I mean, you never know. When you're in the court system, jurors, you don't know what's going to happen. But some of that stuff.
Guy's a kinky guy.
Oh, man. Just craziness. Craziness that he did.
Escorts. And
yeah. Male escorts, female escorts, the things with her. When you hear this testimony myself, you got to feel bad for her. I mean, what she went through, had to do. I mean, who knows what was forced, wasn't. It's just such out of this world stuff that you got to be like, whatever. I mean, his defense team's going to be like, hey, he's a swinger, and this is the stuff he did. He didn't do anything wrong. So there's always 2 sides to every story. It's who's more convincing. I don't know how this is going to shake out. I would have guessed this trial goes for, I don't know, July, maybe before July. After that, I don't know. I don't know how much.
I could see it going like 6 months at least.
Yeah, they got I think 3 people that have to testify.
I heard one's missing.
Yeah, one's not there. They can't find it, or probably just said, "Nah, I'm not talking now." Maybe you're right. Maybe July. I don't know. It's crazy. But yeah, it's some of the stuff that came out yesterday. And then it goes all over the internet. It's all over social. People see it. People talk about it.
I mean, Diddy's kids can't be too happy right now.
I don't know if they care or not. Who knows? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm not the kid. Who knows if you be. They're not like us or in any shape or form. Their lives are different.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe what would disappoint you or embarrass you be different than them. They might be like, hey, man, that's dad, and we live a, unbelievable lifestyle. We're on jets, yachts, who cares? Or they may have known that stuff like that went on. So I think when you hear anything about somebody if you're aware of it, does it really surprise you? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I think the only time for me it surprises me if something that I hear about somebody is that I wasn't aware of. Then I'm pretty shocked. Then I'm like, wow. I didn't think that or see it. Not that I gave it any thought, but that's the only time I would be surprised. People maybe even people you work with, people people you see around. And if somebody tells you something, you might be like, wow, really? But I don't know. Like that one girl I know, she's like 38 and she's been divorced 3 times. To me, I was surprised. I was like, that's a lot. 38.
Have you heard from the credit card girl yet?
She texted me last night during the Knick game, and she just said, I will be back sooner than later. I am not using your card. Don't worry about it. So I trust her. And I also have a mutual friend, a couple of friends who know her, and they said she's pretty legit. And she's like, it was an accident. She said, if you want to cancel it, cancel it. I'm not going to cancel the card. I'm not going to cancel it because it's too much of a hassle. We'll ask Andy Quinn when he gets here. He'll have a say about it. It was started out to be a joke. If you didn't hear about it, me and this girl the other night, and then accidentally when we left, I forgot to get my credit card back. People forget their credit cards every night. You ever go into a bar, a restaurant? Behind the bar, there's stacks. Like I did it one night, and I was with somebody, and I looked in the back, and the guy goes, "All right, we'll go through it," and he's like peeled off like 15. I'm like, "Oh my god!"
Oh yeah.
And canceling it is a pain in the ass.
Oh, of course, because then you get a new number. You got to assign that new number to everything that you use it for.
Yeah. It was funny yesterday because American Express did call me about putting somebody addition on the card. I went, "Oh no, we're not putting anybody else on that card." I believe I will get it back before.
That was her calling up to the Capital One saying, "Hey, I want to be
American Express."
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, that was her. She said, "I will see." She's coming back into town, I think Monday. So before Monday, I will see her next Wednesday.
Is she going to pay for the dinner with your card?
Probably. I don't know. I don't think she's going to do that. No. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice if she paid for dinner, but it's your card. Yeah, that's always good when somebody does that. I got this, but really it's your card. 877-927-6969. If you're a Knicks fan, stand up, baby, because I know you're happy. You can give us a call about the Knicks. What's going on? What do you think? I think most people would say right now they got Boston, especially with Tatum being out.
Mm-hmm. That's the key right there.
Yeah, we'll find out about Tatum today. They think it's a possibility of an Achilles. Hopefully not. He got hurt last night with 2:58 left. I don't know if the game would have changed or not.
I was expecting like the Paul Pierce comeback, out of the wheelchair.
Yeah. No, he was in pain.
Oh, yeah.
He was banging the floor, crying.
It wasn't enough time either. It was at the end of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, 2:58 left. The playoffs are interesting this year in basketball and hockey. Don't forget, we are the home of the Florida Panthers, and they'll be up in Toronto tomorrow trying to take a little bit of a lead in that series. It's 2-2. You got 3 games left. You got to do it. Toronto wins tomorrow. They got the advantage, obviously, because then they'll be up 3-2, and they have Game 7 home. So tomorrow night's the game. Panthers need to win and get a little bit more control of the series.
Yep.
And then come back down here and say bye, Toronto. The last time Toronto was in the Stanley Cup was 1967.
Ooh.
Mingra. Oh, my God. And a team I don't think they've been out of the second round, which are in now, I don't know, since like 2003. So they haven't had great success. And it is amazing when you look at teams like Las Vegas, who's been in the Stanley Cup a couple times.
And they're a brand new franchise.
Yeah, 5 teams. It's a different way they set up teams today with the draft and everything like that and players, so they have a better start. And they did that on purpose, too. Because even when they were starting, going down the road with these teams, the owner of the Las Vegas Knights was like, I'm not waiting 20 years. So, they wanted to make it more competitive, and obviously they did, which is a good thing for them. But, Toronto has not heard that this morning, has not been in the Stanley Cup since 1967. I mean, that's a long time. And for those fans, too. I mean, hats off for you guys for still going out there and representing and, being behind them. But be behind the Panthers for us. And remember, you could always listen to it on 92.1 and 101.7. We are the home of the Florida Panthers. You guys got to do that and check it out. This is round 2. Tomorrow night is the game. And all best of 7s. Game 5, when it's 2-2, is always a pivotal one. You want to get that edge. Win up there and then take it down here and then good night and then see who's next for you. And then after that, it's the Eastern Conference Finals. And then you're one step away from the Stanley Cup, which is great.
Would you go to a game if the Panthers make it?
Probably not. Not on my radar. I don't know. If somebody gave me tickets, yeah. Who's going to give me tickets?
Box seats?
No, I mean, if somebody gave me tickets, maybe. I don't think I'm going to spend, I wouldn't spend $500-$700. I don't think there's any game right now where I'm at and what I've done that I would spend money on. I'd rather put it on the game and just hang out and do that. Now, if I was going with a girl, maybe. Like last year, I went to a Heat game, Heat playoff game with some girl, and she was very nice and very easy on the eyes, so I went. But if it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have went.
What kind of seats did you have?
They were good. They were not great. They were behind the basket, and they were the first level. So they weren't great seats. And they were still a ton.
Mm-hmm.
They were still a lot. I think they were like $1,200. Yeah, so, and they were behind it at first level. But it was the Knicks. And when the Knicks come down here, people go crazy because there's so many New Yorkers. That's why you're hearing so much about the Knicks down here now, because there's so many people that are Knicks fans. They go crazy. And it's amazing. The way I hear about it, you would think we are, you know what I mean, down here. It's like the fifth borough for a lot of people. But yeah, the Knicks fans are going crazy. Hats off to them. I was shocked last night. Had no money on the game. I was shocked last night, Boston. I liked the first half. I don't like them for the game. But I was surprised that they actually won. I really was. And they were up by 14 again. I mean, how many times you got to be up by 14 and 15 points and blow the lead? It's just crazy the way that happens 3 times.
The Knicks start rolling, start hitting some shots, and then it just seems to happen the last couple times.
Well, again, it's the same recipe. The Celtics shoot threes, and they miss, and then they go the other way. Nobody's underneath. 1 rebound, boom, you're gone. And Bronson, you know what? He doesn't miss. And Towns had a big game, too. So hats off to them. They're up 3-1, going to Boston. We'll see about Tatum today. I'm sure we'll hear. The NFL had some news, too. They'll tell you about it. We'll get into Newark Airport today. It's an airport that a lot of people fly from West Palm to New Jersey or New York. A lot of headaches up there.
Oh, yeah.
And they're talking about more headaches. So if you got a flight going up to Newark Airport, be aware. You're going to have some issues and a lot of cancellations, which is not great. I have a couple people I know going on for Memorial Day weekend, and they're already worried. I always say this. It's just simple. Take the first flight. Your odds
the earlier the flight, the better.
Yeah, I mean, it's just simple stuff. Everybody knows this. If you take an early flight, your odds of it being on time or being canceled are not there. The plane's there.
Yep.
As the day rotates, you got problems. I mean, then you got to worry about it, and that sucks. I had somebody, Franny was on a plane last week, 4 hours. I had a buddy of mine. He went to, I think he went out to L.A. He sat 3 hours. I can't imagine. Knock on wood, I've never sat on a plane. But I think sitting 3-4 hours, you got to lose your cookies.
Oh, yeah. You think you're leaving, then you're not?
Oh, no way. Now, at least JetBlue's got TVs.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, oh, man, that would be brutal. Be like sitting with a meeting with management for 3 hours. Oh, man.
Been there, done that.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes for a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
The whole moon is this weekend.
All right, you have my ears.
It's also called the hot moon. Some people call it the strawberry moon, but I like the whole moon.
Call it your mom moon.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
So far, so good along your expressways this morning. 95 in the Turnpike, currently accident-free. Got some road work here. That's going to be Atlantic Avenue between 441 and the Turnpike. Avoid that area. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find your location. That's ExpressPros.com.
Hey, it's Greek. If you want #1 in water filtration system, it's Alini Water Filtration System.
Got a classic or collectible or just a car collecting dust? GimmeTheBin.com is the #1 place to sell your car, and now it's even hotter with the big cash giveaway. They're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Mail in an entry, that's 250 chances to win. Sell them your car, you get 1,000 chances to grab that cash. From daily drivers to muscle cars, they'll buy it and beat any CarMax offer or send you $100.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheBin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I want you to ask yourself right now, how am I actually doing? Because it's a question that we rarely ask ourselves. All of May is actually Mental Health Awareness Month, and on the psychology of your 20s, we are taking a vulnerable look at why mental health is so hard to talk about. Prepare for our conversations to go deep.
I spent the majority of my teenage years and my 20s just feeling absolutely terrified.
So this Mental Health Awareness Month, open the free iHeartRadio app, search the psychology of your 20s, and listen now.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
I initially went to my doctor and my testosterone was super low. I was pretty heavy at the time. I put on weight. I play in a band and I have work and with family and everything. My energy level wasn't really up to it. And I've been doing the low T treatments and they have done great things to me. And waking up, having more energy to be able to do all the things you need to do, that's really where it is beneficial to me. If you're having lack of energy, not sleeping well, don't feel the way you used to, I would suggest Atlantic Men's Clinic is number one in my list. Go do it. It's only going to benefit you and your partner. And I can tell you, I love these people. I would suggest Atlantic Men's Clinic. If anybody would like to contact me, I would tell them the same thing.
Thank you. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Franny, living in South Florida means your garage door does more than just go up and down. It's your first line of defense, and it's a big part of your home's aesthetic.
Absolutely, Jason. That's why we trust Precision Garage Door Services. Whether it's squeaking, stuck, or you're just ready for a fresh new look, they've got your back.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Precision Garage Door Services does it all. Repairs, full replacements, custom doors, and even smart openers.
And the crew at Precision, they care about your safety. They are all background checked, in uniform, driving a Precision wrapped vehicle, and you even get a text with their photo before they arrive. Plus, their trucks are fully stocked, so most jobs get knocked out in one visit. Fast, reliable, and super professional.
Here in South Florida, we all know it's never too early to prep for hurricane season. Protecting your home starts with a strong garage door. So if yours is acting up or just needs an upgrade, head to flgaragedoor.com. That's flgaragedoor.com. Why settle for better when you can have the best?
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Primatene Mist.
During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly, providing quick relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Get ready as iHeartRadio teams up with the ultimate countdown king.
It's Rick Dees, and here's this week's #1 hit.
iHeartRadio and the Rick Dees Weekly Top 40 with 2 exclusive channels.
Catch this week's biggest hits as we count down to #1.
Listen to this week's biggest songs with Rick Dees and the Weekly Top 40.
Then you can hear all of my legendary countdowns from way back, all commercial free.
It's the soundtrack of your life.
Search me, Rick Dees, on your free iHeartRadio app and listen now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Bitch, you know how to take my coffee.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That's Frances, that drop you just heard. She's out today. She'll be back with us sooner than later. I am the Greek, and of course, we got Dominic in the house.
What's up, G-Man?
And it is time for a Greek's trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, so if you work for the Dallas Mavericks ticket office, all you heard was complaints, bitching, oh my God, you guys suck. But today, I think there's different calls they're getting because they got the #1 pick. So Cooper will be in Dallas, no doubt. Imagine if you really messed it up and you didn't pick him. Imagine that. How crazy would that be? I'm not picking him. But yeah, they had a 1.8 chance to do it, and they ended up getting it. Nico Harrison is a guy that everybody hated because he traded Luka. It's just an amazing situation. The conspiracy theories happened last night. Everybody was talking about it, like Patrick Ewing when he went to the Knicks years ago. But this is even more of a far-fetched shot that they got it. And with the Luka trade, people are saying like, oh, it was, it was
the commissioner paying them back.
Yeah. And he said that, there was memes out there and stuff, different things. It's just the way the ball bounces. It's just like somebody wins a lottery ticket and you don't. I mean, it's just, that's what happens. And he ended up doing it. So hats off to him and the Mavericks. He saved his job, and that team's going to be one of the favorites next year to win it all.
Now, what if he doesn't pick Cooper Flag first?
That's what I just said. Imagine that. He's just like, nah. I'll go with somebody else. I just want to really mess this up. I really want to get fired. Then I think he would get fired.
Oh, yeah.
If he did that. But, yeah, hats off to the Mavericks. Last night in the NBA, Timberwolves beat the Warriors 117-110. No Steph Curry, not surprised. I'm even surprised it was that close. But Minnesota's got the lead in that series. Now they're up 3-1. They should be able to get rid of that. Pacers and Cavs tonight. Cavs got their backs against the wall. Pacers are up 3-1. It could be the Knicks and the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals, which would be crazy. And the Knicks will have home court, which is even more crazy. But, yeah, and injuries play a big part. Steph Curry out now in San Fran with the Warriors, and now Tatum's not going to be playing. But, Tatum was in the game the whole time yesterday when they had that big lead and lost 2. It's the third time the Knicks have come back from a 14 or more point deficit. Hats off to the Knicks. You play 4 quarters, that's what it's about.
Yep.
I mean, realistically, if the Celtics could close the deal, they'd be a 4-0. Series would be done. But that's not the way it happens. We don't play 3 quarters. So hats off to them. Last night on the Diamond, Yankees ended up beating Seattle. Judge had another big night with a few hits, batting over 400. The Mets ended up winning against Pittsburgh, extra innings. And our Marlins lost again to the Cubs. Marlins are not going in the right direction right now. They started out okay, had a very good, month, but May has not been kind to them, so it hasn't been good for them at all. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach.
Would you trade the first-round pick for Giannis if you were the Dallas Mavericks?
Would I have done that? That's a tough one. That's tough. Giannis is a beast, but he's 30 years old. I don't know. I mean, you don't know how good Cooper is going to be. Things could happen. That's a tough decision. I don't know. That's tough. That's like picking between the Kardashians. I mean, that's a hard one.
Oh, that's the next question I had for you. How'd you know that?
Well, I didn't know. What was the next question?
So I don't know if you saw who was sitting courtside yesterday at the Knicks game, but that guy Timothy, the actor,
Chabonet, whatever the frick his name is.
Yeah.
Chabonet. Oh, by the way, there's 6 boroughs. Thank you. We know. Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
But yeah, he was sitting next to Kylie Jenner and Kendall Jenner at courtside yesterday at the Knicks game.
That never happened to me.
Never happened.
Oh, my God. Because that's a built-in thing. It's like sitting next to a hot girl on a plane. You got 2 hours to talk. Small talk, just conversation. I mean, some people you don't talk to at Heat games or whatever. I mean, I don't know. They're both extremely attractive women. So what is the question, Your Honor?
Which one would you pick if you had those two sisters right at your side?
Am I sitting between them?
Yep, if you had to pick one.
Well, I'm sitting
you can't
between
take them both home. Let's just say that, G-Man.
Oh, I know I can't. Believe me. I can't take any of them home. I'm not in their league. If I'm sitting there, I would probably be the one where the conversation was going a little better. You know what I mean? Because then you feel like you got a little something going. There's a little dynamic. Like, say one was like, So maybe the one. But if I had my choice, I don't know. Who's the youngest one?
Kylie.
Who's the one that goes out with all the NBA players? The other one.
Kendall.
I go with Kylie. Yeah,
Okay.
I think she's a little. They're both stunning.
Oh, yeah, it's a coin flip.
Yeah, they're both stunning. But I think the other one could be. I don't know. I think the other one's a little bit more fun. And she's like, she's at the games with the hat on and stuff like that. But I don't know. I mean, they're both nice. I don't know if the chances of you sitting right in between them are hard because they're there with their guy, you're there with their guy. You're lucky you sit on the outside of them.
No, they both went with Timothy, so it's like.
Oh, they both went with Timothy?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not banging both of them.
No, but imagine that.
Oh, no. If you're sitting on one side of them, it's like I said, every guy says it. They don't want to admit. When you're on a plane, you want that hot girl to be sitting next to you. You see her walking down, you're in row like 9, and you glance up, and it's a normal thing. You just glance up, you're sitting there, and she's walking down, you're like, oh, sit here.
Start praying.
Yeah, sit here. 9 seat. And it's not. And it's some old lady that sits next to you with Charlie on and talking about her dog for 2 hours. And
Eating tuna fish.
Yeah. I don't know about the eating the tuna fish, but
I've had that happen next to me. Someone eating tuna fish. Oh my God, it just stunk up so bad in my area of the plane.
I had a couple one time. I was sitting in the middle, and I don't know how it happened. They were young, and they wanted to sit next to each other. And they asked me like when it was started. I wasn't going to say anything to them, but I could tell, like, she was grabbing his hand. I thought she was grabbing my watch. And she kept, like, talking to him back and forth. And I don't know, we got up 10 minutes or maybe 15. I don't know. And she said to me, she was, would you switch seats with us? And it was so funny. She was, you go to the aisle and we'll sit there. And really, it should have been like, I get the window.
Yeah, I'd be like, if you want, I get the window. But
yeah, I didn't care. I wanted to get out of there quick. So I was like, yeah, go ahead. And then I got up, and they sat down there. Who am I to step in front of love? Come on. Imagine if I said no. How much are you going to give me?
Yeah. How much cash you got on you?
$20? I'll do it. No, but people always do that to be nice and one of those situations. But, yeah, I would probably go with and maybe also it's like who's in a serious relationship. You see somebody like that. And you're out and you get to talk to them, sometimes they just want a regular person. You know what I mean? It does happen. I mean, you've seen it with a lot of guys, like Mark Wahlberg. His wife used to be a waitress. There's a couple other, Matt Damon. He met his wife supposedly in Fort Lauderdale on Solis. I mean, so you just don't know. Chemistry's chemistry, right place, right time. But also you got to be around it. You know what I mean? Because they think you're a baller if you're there too.
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean? So if you're sitting courtside, they're thinking like, well, you got to have some juice or know somebody or you got some paper because that's what you think, right? I mean, you see that. You're like, well, you got to be somebody. I mean, I never got lucky to see anybody like that. I sat next to Spike Lee, and he abused me, and I abused him. We used to go back and forth. He wasn't a fan of mine. Definitely wasn't a fan. He used to get mad at my one buddy because he used to get up all the time, and he's like, what's wrong with your boy? He's got a bladder problem? I'm like, no, Spike, he's got a drug problem. He's going to the bathroom all the time. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Give us a call if you are a Knick fan. I'm sure you're very excited today. Also, the big news was the Mavericks. They ended up getting the first pick. I'm sure they're going to send him a jersey already. They got to be sending him a number 2. Like, here you go, buddy. Number 2. And, yeah, that guy had to be elated, the GM, because he had so much drama that now he's probably like, they look at him like, all right, now you're the ace, and it's great for you. You get to get the second pick of the NBA draft and change your whole franchise. Trading the first one is pretty big, though. I mean, that's a tough one.
All right.
It is. I don't know if I would do that. I don't think I would. We're going to talk to Andy Quinn today. He's going to join us around 11 o'clock.
Do you think Cooper Flagg goes to Dallas and takes number 77?
Oh, wow, that'd be brutal. I didn't even think of that. Like, you're coming up with scenarios out of nowhere. Wow, that would really be. No, I don't think they would do that because then it's like they didn't really like Luka. And all indications were that they got along and they just didn't want to pay him the max that he was going to get this summer. So, but I don't know. But I don't know if I would do that. You want to talk about stirring the pot? That's brutal, man. I didn't even think of that. That didn't even enter into my orbit. Yeah, your orbit is really what? Who's on your, like, your 5? Who's in your orbit? Some girl was talking to me about that the other night. She goes, Greek, you're in my orbit. I'm like, well, what the hell's that? You know what I mean? Like somebody that's in your area and you're in your zone. I said, okay. I said, I don't know if you're in my orbit, to be honest with you. I didn't really think about it.
Was she stunning or not?
Yeah, she's nice, but it's just like when somebody says like you're in my orbit, you know, it's like, you know.
Did you want her in your? You didn't want her in your orbit, G-Man?
She was nice, but you know, might have been some complications. So I was just like, I'll take a name, I'll pass. I always think too, if it's like meant to be, it'll happen again. Sometimes with people, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. And anytime it's a little got too much peanut butter and jelly on it, I'm a little like, little jam too much on this. It's not going to be worth it. The squeeze isn't worth the juice, as my buddy Joe always says on Locker Room, which I do love that. And you got to sometimes look at it in all aspects of life. You got to be like, is this worth it? If you're thinking normal. Now, when people are out, most people are banged up. They're drinking, eating gummies, stuff like that. So that really could affect your judgment.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, so for me, I don't have that excuse. So I got to try to think somewhat normal. And even though we know I'm not normal.
Oh, whoa, really?
Yeah, I got to try to think somewhat normal. But a lot of decisions I make, I don't think they're, you know, that crazy, but they are. I know, I get it. You know, everybody rides me about it, my friends and people like that. Like, what were you thinking? That was one of my dad's best lines to me. What were you thinking? And before I can answer, he always would say, you probably weren't thinking.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. You don't really think of the outcome sometimes. You know what I mean? You just think of, well, this is what's going on right now, and I'm going to try to have a good time. We got a giveaway for you today at 11:45, the Greek Casino. Another concert that you guys will definitely enjoy. Don't forget, you get the keyword every hour for $1,000 from our boy Rover. Who do we got, Tom?
We have Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's up? You're up early today.
Hey, boys. Yeah, I had my second cup of coffee, so I'm up now.
Okay.
You woke me up. You said whoever's in bed better get up, you know, so I got up.
All right. I like that, Evan. You're a good man. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, you see that Cabral got injured last night, too, as well.
Oh, yeah. But that wasn't as big as, obviously, Tatum. We were dressed in a basketball. Yeah, for the Yanks, not good.
Yeah. Well, it didn't look good. They carried him, you know, they wheeled him in an ambulance out there. They said it's probably his ankle is gone, you know. He's probably out for the year.
Oh, I didn't think it was going to be the year. That's not good.
Well, you know, if you get an ankle, you know, because if it's that bad for them to have to take a ambulance out there,
yeah,
it's got to be pretty bad.
Yeah. Sometimes they just like to be on the safe side, don't put any pressure on the leg.
Well, I understand that, like how they carried the big boy out. Man, did you see? That must be tough carrying a guy that size out, you know, like that. Just two guys carrying him out like that.
Oh, you mean Tatum?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, he was in so much excruciating pain. Then they put him in a wheelchair. They're going to find out today. I'm sure by 1 o'clock it'll be out to the media what happened.
Yeah, when he was on the floor, he looked like a breakdancer that like stopped.
Yeah, and he was spinning around a little. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, he was like that.
Yeah.
Crazy game.
Another question for you.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I said, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Diddy trial. Do you think there's any possibility that they would subpoena J-Lo?
They could. I don't know. I don't know if anything comes up with her. If she gets mentioned, again, you got people testifying, so they're dropping names here and there. I don't know. I'm sure she wants to stay as far away from it as she can.
Exactly.
Because of her career, her kids, all that stuff. I would not think that, she wants to be put anywhere, and I'm sure she'd try to get out of it. But you never know. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a mess, obviously, and I think it's stuff that's cringing to a lot of people, not all, but to a lot of people. But, again, it's like everybody else in life. You never know what somebody's like behind closed doors. You could think you know, but you really don't know. And, there was rumors about Diddy being crazy and stuff like that, and his parties every year, and everybody wanted to be there. But, like LeBron had that famous quote where he said, "Oh, there's no party like a Diddy party." I'm sure now he's, not happy that he said that. So it's crazy. And just things that like, the lifestyle is just night and day for, I think, a normal person.
Yeah, I think Justin Bieber almost said the same type of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they said he might get mentioned in some stuff. I could see him, but it's crazy. It's, it's one of those situations. You're hearing testimony from a lot of people. Who knows what's true, what's not true? I don't know. I mean, again, it's crazy.
Yeah, but all the time she was with him, she had to have seen something.
J-Lo, yeah, I think she was around him a couple of years. Yeah, I'm sure she did. But again, I don't think she's going to testify and go up against him or anything like that. So
if you're subpoenaed, you're under oath, basically.
Oh yeah, you have to, obviously. But I'm just saying, it's just one of those cases where I think everybody's going to be a little shocked of things that come out. But again, I think for people who know him or know what he's about, they're probably not shocked at all.
Crazy, isn't it? All right, boys. Hope Franny's doing well.
Yeah, Franny should be back sooner than later. We'll carry the torch, do our best we can, me and Dom. We'll have a couple of guys stop in and maybe a lady here and there for me, but we'll do what we got to do. But she'll be back sooner than later, but I appreciate you asking.
Sure, and is Andy Quinn going to help you get your credit card back?
No, Andy Quinn will not help me get my credit card back. He will have an opinion about it. Andy's a good guy. I met him years ago in the TV. We were both working for Channel 2, and we got together as we became friends. We've been bouncing around for a long time. He was on the show. You know that for a long time. And he's going to stop in today. He's very interesting, and he keeps me intrigued. And he's a good guy. He's just a good guy.
He's a fun interview.
Oh, yeah, he's always good. He's always got some crazy things going on. And I think he's engaging. I always think that about him. I mean, anybody who I put on is somebody that I enjoy spending time with. I'm not just picking people off the street and saying, hey,
besides
come on.
me.
Just like Dom. When Dom came to us. But I'm not surprised about Dominic. I've said that before. I thought he was going to do a good job, and I knew him anyway. It wasn't like I didn't know. When I was in Miami, they put me with a producer I never met, which you know that. And in the afternoons on a sports day, I never met him. I met him like the day before. And it was like, hi, boom, that was it. We met at the track, we talked for like half hour, and we went on together for a few years. He was a great kid, Ricardo. But yeah, I think you always need chemistry and stuff like that. And it's hard when you work with somebody that you don't like. To me it is. I mean, some people say, hey, they can separate it. I think it'd be difficult in this scenario. Other things, maybe it's okay. But I think when you don't get along with people you work with, it takes away, I think, from your ultimate goal.
Yeah, I think the only one you had on your show like that was J-Lo.
I did not like J-Lo. I did not. No. I mean, J-Lo and I have met many times for drinks and stuff. She's a sweetheart. I didn't like her. I did not like her. She was just, different. She had a problem with time, like telling it. But I did not like her. No, nobody's been on with me that I haven't liked personally. I mean, I've been very lucky and very blessed. I could say that 100%. There's nobody that I walked into a studio and be like, oh, man. And hence, that's why, we've all been together so many years. I mean, that should add to it, because if it wasn't like that, I think it would have went south either way, and either on their end or on my end. I think when you do, you work with somebody every single day, obviously there's going to be days where you get on their nerves, they get on your nerves, you got other things in life. But for the most part, there's more good days than bad. That's what you hope you have at a casino, and you work through it. That's it.
And would you say it's better to be lucky than good?
Without a doubt. All day. And I also think it's, if I had to talk to anybody, young kids today, it's also being around the right people at the right time. I mean, there's a lot of talented people, I think, in all areas of many industries that don't get the break they need because they're not around the right people.
And like I've told you before, and we talked about this before, you need to write a book about your father's sayings, man. You could help a lot of kids with that, with all these.
Well, I think everything's good for kids or people, but I think like grown-ups, they're no different. It's, do you want to listen? I mean, there's many things that I should have listened to and I didn't, or it was like, hey, what am I doing? Now you look back on it as you get a little bit older and you say, man, it's not great. Should have did that. There was a guy one time told me, he was a golfer. He said, the front nine, Greek, will always reflect your life in your back nine. So remember that. So in other words, what you did when you were younger is going to affect you when you get older in all aspects.
Yep. And there's a saying that, boy, I wish I knew now that I knew when I was younger that I know now, like that kind of
thing. Yeah, people say that all the time. My mom used to say that. I think it's just life. I mean, we all have life every day. What's good, what's bad. If you got your health, you know what? You're having a good day. I always look at it like that. But I think right place at the right time, also being lucky, and opportunities are there for you sometimes, and sometimes you gotta go for them. You just have to, and that inhibits a lot of people where they don't want to say anything. I mean, even when you're trying to do something, you know what? Just go out there and try. I mean, what's the worst case? If they say no, they say no.
All right, the show's getting too serious for me now. Let's get back to some gambling and women talk.
All right, you got it. No problem. No problem. We'll do the best we can. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We got Andy Quinn going to stop in, talk to us. We'll tell him to keep it up serious. Keep it up fun and games. Penthouse is always fun and games. What is the key word for this hour that we just had?
Well, it's about to change, but we just had money for 10 o'clock, and then we'll have a new one in a few minutes.
All right, so you're going to get a new keyword. Try to make it happen. Win that $1,000. We'll be back in a few minutes on a Tuesday. Peace.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
So far, so good along your expressways this morning. 95 in the Turnpike, currently accident-free. Got some road work here. That's going to be Atlantic Avenue between 441 and the Turnpike. Avoid that area. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find your location. That's ExpressPros.com.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early, while it's still a simple repair, and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
The new iHeart app just looks better.
The best feature of a car radio on the app.
It's the presets.
Super easy.
And thank you for keeping it free.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Alesky for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Savings are in full bloom at Lowe's. Right now, get Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Shop these savings and more at Lowe's. Valid through 5/14. Excludes Hawaii and Alaska. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bank at realradio921.com. That's bank. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, by the way. I hope you guys are having a good day so far. Thanks for choosing us in The Penthouse. You're on 92.1 and 101.7. Franny's out today, but Dominic's here.
Ooh, hey, G-Man.
Hey, what's up? This guy is in my crew. You could say that. He's a good guy, funny, very smart, and all around just a good person to have. And I'm glad I'm friends with him. He just told me how long, 11 years. Andy Quinn, welcome to the program.
The check must have been really big.
Oh, it was.
I don't get accolades like that except from you, G.
That's all. That's what it's all about. You're a good man. You worked with us for a long time on Mondays, which was Money Mondays, which was great. And, you and I have a good friendship. It's always good to see you. And every time we get together, it's a good time.
It is absolutely, as Dom can attest, it is free therapy.
Yeah, because you look at my life and say it's not bad yours.
I live vicariously, obviously, with most of the audience. We do this through you.
Yeah.
I mean, you sort of have the ability to run 24/7, 365. And
G has a cush life.
He really does.
Yeah.
Franny always says that.
When you've got the good looks and you've got the cash, it just brings that type of smile.
It's not that easy. You go in for a pedicure and manicure and you can't get in, you get upset. Like, what's going on? Who do I got to duke around here? So first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You look good, as always. Nice tan.
I've lost a little hair since, but I think I was thinking about it in the car ride on in here. I have been on this station when we were doing Money Mondays prior to Bitcoin ever being Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember you even mentioning it, and people would be like, what the hell is that?
Yes, I brought it up, and people are like, it's a fraud, it's a scam, and I said it may be, but I think there's potential. And remember, it was selling, I believe when I came on Real Radio, it was selling for $137 a coin, $137.
Now, what is it today, offhand?
About $104,000.
Wow. That's nice.
That was,
And you gave some good tips to people.
We had a good run on Real Radio where coming out of the housing crisis and coming out of all different situations post 9/11, sadly, in New York City, where we were able to give some stocks on Real Radio for people that didn't necessarily know stocks or even know how to get into investments.
A small percentage of people who know. I mean, most people who have a 401k don't even know what they have. I mean, they really don't. They just have it, they set it, and you trust somebody. You sit down with somebody like, was this good? I mean, somebody like yourself who does it every day and knows the ins and outs. It's like me with gambling. It's a big thing. Just like, you hear people every day pick games. Nobody really knows what's going on. You got to get credible people.
You hope to be able to predict the future in both gambling and stocks.
Oh, I got hope. 40%'s lucky. Right. I mean, if you go 4 to 10, you're like, all right, I got a chance.
I mean, that's right. If you just take a look at it, I think I was looking at the numbers where the betting markets in 2024 hit $160 billion across the United States.
That's what they took in.
That was the gaming revenue.
So what do you think is harder, women, Wall Street, or gambling?
Good God, women. Women. Not for you. I mean, you seem to be able to draw a lot of very attractive women into your life, and I guess, you...
In and out, though. That's it.
In-N-Out's better than just plain out.
Yeah. We have a couple good runs, but then, like everything else, there's a beginning, a middle, and the end. Now, I know you came in today, and I when you just texted me, I'm here, and you got in because there was a kids coming in through for a tour today, and they let you in.
They let me in. I came in with the tour, Dom. And in fact, the tour is going to continue throughout the station here, and they let me in.
They're here.
And I believe they kind of looked at me like I was a part of the tour.
So that happens once in a while, and the last time this happened, everybody on air by our market manager was asked to talk to the kids. Franny was asked, Gator, J&O, Cool, even Amia, everybody. And they didn't ask me.
They skipped right over G-Man.
Is that right? They're looking for good influences?
I said, a lesser guy would be offended. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
They went to Franny.
They grabbed Franny, everybody. So I saw my boss at the next day. I said, I was on tour, because they do it periodically. And he was like, oh, it was great, everybody. And not feeling bad, like a party you weren't invited to. Everybody got to speak from every station. I'm looking at him like, dude, I'm here, by the way. I do have feelings. And he's like, nah, he goes, Greg, tell you the truth, we didn't want you talking to the kids. I said, I figured that. How'd you figure that? Well, you didn't ask me. What did they tell you, these huckleberries?
Yeah, you kind of feel left out in a little bit. And that can make you a little bit insecure, but you don't have an insecurity issue.
No, I'm just like, whatever. I didn't want to do it because they don't want me to speak to kids, and I get that.
Why? I think you're, first of all, like when I'm driving around in the car or I'm on the app and I'm listening to you, wherever I am in the world, honestly, I tune this thing in, and I don't know, you're very therapeutic, okay? So like
you. That's the connection.
I don't know. I identify with so much in your life. And I will say this, and by the way, I would think the audience would agree with me. You are a very positive person, okay? I can go through like depressing moods here and there due to stocks and whatever have you, dating, I don't know, whatever it is at this stage, my kids. And you are a very positive person. So I do find that you would be somebody I would want around my kids, even though you have that wild side to you. I think that you would be a good influence because you're a believer. You're somebody that I don't believe can be taken down.
Wow, that's some compliment. If management felt like that, I'd be in 50 markets. The only market they want to put me in besides this is Fulton. Well, it's the jealousy thing.
There's always bigger and better.
Yeah, of course. No. I try to make fun of everything, but everybody has their good and bad days.
Yes.
Let's not get it.
You don't have a lot of, honestly, as a listener, and people can call up here the whole time we're on and talk about this. You don't have many bad days.
Everybody does. I mean, I'm not happy when I lose.
Yeah.
I mean, Steinbrenner, show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. Last time I was at Hard Rock, the guy goes, you can't pound on the wheel, on the thing. I'm like, I'm sorry, it's just something I do. I'm not happy. I said if the ball went in my number, I wouldn't have said anything.
Right.
So I'd be happy.
But you are the type of guy that would believe that the next bet would be significant and be a winner. So you have that mentality that things are going to gain and improve.
So Sunday night, I'm out. I know you love these stories. I'm out with my buddy and his wife and their daughter for Mother's Day, and they said, can you stop by, Greek? And I did. It was my honor to stop by. So I had a bet on the North Stars in hockey, right? So I didn't want to check because I go, if I check, I'm just going to bolt out and then go right down to and cash a ticket because I'm not going to wait till the morning. So he's coming by. We're going back and forth. Now, I'll only check because, gamblers are very superstitious at like every 15 minutes. Like if it's 7:15, 7:30, I won't check 7:13 because I think it's unlucky. So then I started I was getting a little antsy, you know what I mean? Because going into the restaurant, they were up 4-2, but I had a minus a goal and a half. And I'm like, oh. So this one guy walks by and I go, the Panthers are playing. Mm-hmm. So I said, hey, any scored a hockey game? Just conversation. He goes, oh, it's just started. I went, nah, I meant the Dallas, I'm from Dallas. And he goes, no score. I don't know the score. I said, oh, he goes, you want me to check? I said, don't check. So I was just sitting there. I was real antsy. Then we got done with dinner. As soon as we got done, I looked at my phone. It was 7:15. I'm like, I'm out of here.
It's similar.
I've got.
It's similar to stocks and all sorts of gambling, and I've even read in the past about Alex Rodriguez in the J-Lo relationship where she had brought him to a wedding reception.
Okay.
And found him out in the lobby. Staring at the phone, looking at scores for baseball games.
Really?
Yes. So
I did gonna say stocks.
No. Now that's
I would have took my eyes off of her. I would have been like, damn.
Yeah, I mean, she's somebody that you would think that would gain the attention, but no. Alex Rodriguez was stuck looking at stocks, and I read this story how it offended her and her mom that they were at some wedding reception and he was out addicted to the phone on the scores, and that's similar to what you go through and what I go through. So I am constantly all day saying, do not look at the price of Bitcoin. And do not look at this stock market. Now the phone's in my hand, similar to what the cigarette smoker sadly would have dealt with in the 70s, right?
Okay.
You know, where the pack of cigarettes is in the pocket and you know they're there.
Yeah.
The phone's in your hand, and you have to say to yourself literally 100 times a day, as you know with sports,
Yeah.
I can't look at it. A, I'm going to jinx it. Or B, it's going to bring me down because I've just lost money.
Of course. Anytime you do it. The only good thing with sports and different with you is that the stocks are during the day.
Yes.
So if you're at night in, say, a business and the stock market's closed.
Right.
So, again, I'm asking the closing bell. That's it, right?
It is now gone into the after hours.
Oh, it is.
And honest to God, I kid you not, this is how sick this is. I have a rescue pup, a husky.
Oh, nice.
And she goes out to the yard at 1:30 in the morning.
Every morning?
Every morning. I can't get her to stop. I adopted her down at the West Palm.
That's very nice. What'd you name it?
I kept her same name, which is Zara.
Sarah?
Zara, but
didn't want to confuse her.
I didn't want to.
I do that at my dates. Let's not change my name.
Greeky.
Oh, yeah.
It's not good to change the name.
Yeah, there's a girl who likes to call me Greeky. She goes, do you like that? I said, not if you want me to answer. It's pretty simple. Greek.
Yeah, Greeky's a bit much, and I know you for a long
I would have
time.
said that. I said, if you were paying me for sex, yes. Then you could call me whatever you want.
Right. But, you know, I actually did a trade the other night at 1:30 in the morning. Now,
wow.
Stocks and Bitcoin can trade 24/7 now. I'm sorry, excuse me. Stocks are Monday through Friday, 24 hours, but Bitcoin is 24/7.
Yeah.
So it makes the addiction that much more prevalent.
Yeah.
So you're constantly fighting this battle of similar to the builder and housing. I've got this house for sale. I've got to have my next empty lot to build on. That's the mentality. I got to have the next one.
And how lucky is that dog to be adopted by you? Oh, my God. You want to talk about hitting the big six? I would have been like, oh, my God. I'm like, are you kidding me? I would have looked around like, you don't have to worry about a leash or anything. He's not leaving. I wouldn't be leaving. I'd be like, oh, this is utopia.
He doesn't go far. Is that? I guess that's why.
Of course. He's a rescue dog and he got here. He probably said to all his other friends, I just hit the big six. I'm locking this up. Now, have you ever brought him on the plane?
I have brought him on the plane. I have brought him on the boat. And, you know, the dog came out of, I guess you would consider to be an abusive, neglected lifestyle. So it's part of my life now to see to it that this dog had...
You got to show me a picture of it. I would love to
sure
see it.
will.
Yeah, that's great news, buddy. Now, how long have you had the dog?
We got 8 months ago.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we went into the
Dom's
shelter.
a big dog guy.
Oh, really? Yeah, we went down to the shelter and took what we thought was possibly the worst situation and tried to make it better.
Well, that's very nice of you. Again, talking to Andy Quinn. Andy will give you out some information during the show. He's going to be with us for a while. But we're going to talk about a lot of different things. You could always call us at 877-927-6969 if you got a question. Let me ask you about a topic that everybody talks about, and it's just crazy. What did you think of the whole Belichick thing? And the first time in our era, because you and I are similar in ages, where you heard the word Jordan, you don't think of Michael. You think of his new girl. And is Belichick any different than any other guy? Because this is what I've been saying. When a guy gets, falls for a girl.
You know, sadly, I have to refrain from much of the commentary on that because I've told you, obviously, when I was here on Real Radio for many years, in 2017, I suffered a horrific tragedy.
Yes.
My wife, the person I met at 23 years old, and I'm turning 56, my wife tragically passed away from heart failure unexpectedly, and it was devastating. Left me with my our two kids, and I had to recover.
Yeah.
I never really officially recovered from that scenario.
It's a tragedy, bro.
Right. But someone greatly helped me in the last few years attempt to move on with some of my life.
Which is great, and I was always a big advocate of that.
You were. In fact, you said it should have been you.
Yeah, I didn't say it was me. I said do it.
But I knew you were too expensive.
No, I said do it where everybody else said don't.
Yes.
Because I think you live for the moment. Because you hear so many people, I tell him this, people say 10 years. Who knows if you're going to get 10 minutes?
Yes. That changed my life. Let me tell you, my wife died.
Live for today.
Yes.
I mean, and hopefully you have 10 more years, but you hear so many scenarios of people why they shouldn't do something or why this or that. Just go with it. You're here.
It takes a tragedy, sadly, to go ahead and change that. You know, it changed my whole life, obviously. Now I don't think of things in terms of anything but what you just said, enjoy the minute.
Mm-hmm.
Make a long story short, the person that I am currently with, and at my age, I don't call them girlfriends. It's really repulsive for me to use that word.
Somebody I'm hanging out with.
Yeah. And she is 34 years old. I'm 56.
Oh, I didn't know that.
56. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not something I would have chosen. It's probably, as I've told her 100 times, I'm not Mr. Right. I'm kind of Mr. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
did you ever see the movie 48 Hours?
Yes.
McNulty said to Eddie Murphy, she makes me feel good, I make her feel good, and that's it. So don't worry about it. There's no judge.
Right. So Belichick, having met this
I think
person,
Belichick, there's a little bit more of a year span.
Is there? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's...
How old is she?
I think she's 23 and he's 74.
Yep. 74?
Yes.
Yep.
So,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
little
So
bit
that's
so you're safe.
I'm okay. Thank you. You're the first person that's made me feel good about this.
I told you from day one, screw the people. Just do what you want to do.
Yeah, see, I love that about you.
Man, who cares? Anybody else had to say... One of my old man's best sayings. People will tell you 99 reasons why you shouldn't, but 100 why they should.
Yes.
So if they're not paying my rent, I'm not listening.
Right.
What do you care?
You know, when you're around a good person, you're around a good person.
That's
and, and I unexpectedly met this person who I believe, strangely enough, saved my life. Because I couldn't come out of the house for 8 months after the death of my wife.
Yeah, it's tragic.
I couldn't do anything. My father-in-law had to move into my house and raise my kids. That's how horrific this was.
Yeah, it was terrible.
So I got through this, and I was on Real Radio at the time.
Yeah.
And I took a while.
And we used to talk all the time.
Yeah. I took a while from coming on Real Radio, but since this person has helped me greatly, both, you know.
And this is when you want me to fix you up. Didn't you want to fix me up with her sister?
She has a very nice sister who I feel as though would be your style, but I think, keeping it,
real?
Yeah. She's very wild.
Yeah.
And even though you run the gamut of the gaming.
Let me decide that. Throw the pitch at me. Let me see if I can hit it.
I think you're too conservative for her.
Yeah?
Like, she's really wild.
Yeah, like crazy stuff.
Like,
she's had some wild weeks this past couple of months.
Yeah, he's been around. I mean, again, we go like neighborhoods. Whatever neighborhood we're in, we adjust. Windows up or windows down.
Brunette?
That's it.
But I've seen the type. I've been out with your ex, who was a very classy woman, and I've seen the type of people that you are attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you do like very attractive females.
But who doesn't? Anybody, you got to be attracted to somebody.
That's why I'm telling you her sister would be right up your alley.
Okay.
She's
so don't worry
above
about
average looks.
What are we talking tonight? 1,500? 2,000?
I don't know if it's that crazy where she is such a Kardashian style partier that I just don't see that fitting into you wanting to sit home Saturday night and turn on the game.
Greek's more interested now than ever.
Yeah, I really want her.
There's a little challenge to it, too.
Yeah, this sounds great. What
And she's not, and I repeat, not coming into money, so that's another problem.
That's great. Neither am I. My financial guy told me a week ago, he goes, the way it looks, you're going to be broke in 2 years. Oh, I said, that's great. He goes, but good news, I talked to your doctor who I play golf with. He goes, he said, you're going to die in a year. So just keep doing what you're doing.
Just keep on going.
Just keep on going. And is Eddie Gray joining the Penthouse? If you want to give him a call and ask him a financial question, he can help you at 877-927-6969. But again, you don't have to justify anything in your life. The thing about Belichick is, why do you think people just go crazy with it? Like you can't get off people's minds.
You know, from what I've discovered personally, and I do chalk it up to this, and I don't even know if it's accurate, but it comes into my mind that there is jealousies there. Mm-hmm. So she's very attractive. She's young. And then you have some of the female commentary that many females do find the fact that the older gentlemen that date younger women are disgusting.
Yeah, they don't like that.
They just hate it.
Well, there's a lot of different scenarios with dating that people don't like, and they feel that they should have an opinion. But again, it's nobody's opinion.
Yeah.
It's you as an individual. If Bill's happy and this is what he's doing, it's more, I think, a lot of it too is what we watched over the last 20 years.
Yes.
It's on to Cincinnati. I didn't even know Belichick had a family.
I didn't. I heard you talking about it here on the station.
Yeah.
I didn't. ever know he was married or had kids until you told me his son was a part of the staff on the.
He was a coach
on the
Patriots.
But I didn't know that, and he's such a curmudgeon in the interviewing process after the games where he says nothing and he doesn't give away any details. You just don't see him as a lively enough person to attract somebody this significant.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even when they showed the draft a couple years ago, and we talked about this, he was in this small house, like up in New Hampshire or some old furniture, had a little beagle, and the dog was like barking. He's like, go out. Tom's outside. Play catch with Tom. You know what I mean? He had to cut off sleeves. So I can't see him like with her. But the first indication was that ring cam. Remember when he was on the balcony and they had a ring cam of him, a picture of him coming out of that cottage or wherever it was, and that was her. Now, she must have released that because that was inside a ring cam. Only people that can release that is somebody who owns a home.
Right.
And he was coming out of the house the morning, and that was like the first thing that where people were like, what's he doing? What's he up to? I mean, again, people talk about it.
And it was also weird when Kraft's wife passed away tragically from, I believe, some type of cancer.
Yeah.
And then, remember the following season, he walked onto the field with a very young girl, and he was dressed, kind of, I guess you would call it like Miami Vice.
But for whatever reason with Kraft, he got more heat about the issue he had up here.
Yeah.
And nobody really thought anything, like with Kraft. It's like the owner of the Raiders. His girlfriend now is like in her 20s. She worked at one of the casinos. And he's like, I just met her, and one of my friends knows her, through the win and everything like that. And he just said, she's just a regular girl, but she likes nice things.
Yes.
I mean, and that's what you're gonna see that.
And this comes from the app dating. I'm telling you right now, I don't know if they met on an app or if they were introduced.
They said that they met on a plane.
They met on a plane. But a lot of this is coming from the app dating. So when you're on the Tinder or, for everybody else who may be on the Grindr and what's the other stuff, Match.com.
There's a lot of different ones.
You're possibly meeting people that are not in your age group, right?
Yeah. And you're also meeting people that you probably wouldn't meet.
Yes.
Because, again, if you're not out someplace, you know what I mean? It's either out someplace, the dating sites, or you meet through a friend.
Look, you can't meet people right now. You can go to a bar every night locally here. Yeah. For starters, after the pandemic, people are somewhat less social in a restaurant atmosphere. They think of stranger danger. This guy actually wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
And they get nervous, and then you feel weird, and next thing you know, this isn't going well.
I was saying to a girl one night in a restaurant, and she goes, I don't want to talk to you, but I give you my number. We were sitting as close to me. She goes, text me. We'll go back and forth. I thought that's a little weird.
Wow, that's really weird.
I go, this is going to be tough to negotiate. Yeah. We're going to start at a nickel and see where we go.
My goodness.
Oh, it is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Andy Quinn's going to be with us for a little while. Join us talking about some things, what's going on, some sports, Wall Street, money. If you guys want to jump in, you can. You can give us a call at 877-927-6969. Dominic's in the house at 11:45. We're going to play Greek Casino. It'll be Andy's first time he'll be able to watch this. This is where we have a roulette wheel, and you pick black or red, odd or even, first 13 or 19 to 36, and that determines if you win.
I love it.
We try to keep it all in house.
I love that. The house always wins.
The house always wins. I have this on the side of my bed, too. By the way, I have bunk beds. I said that to a girl who has, and then we'll get into the credit card story. Dominic wants me to tell you about this credit card story about a girl who I took the credit card, and we'll fill you in about a great line that I had. And Dominic and Franny said I should have lied, but I couldn't lie. We'll get on to all that and more in the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
The whole moon is this weekend.
All right, you have my ears.
It's also called the hot moon. Some people call it the strawberry moon, but I like the whole moon.
Call it your mom moon.
Hey.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 in the Turnpike, currently accident-free. Got some roadwork here at Atlantic Avenue between 441 and the Turnpike. Avoid that area. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
This is Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Hey, it's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner. Peace.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is Tobacco Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early, while it's still a simple repair, and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. The brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. For $35 a month, you get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Summer is better with True Green. Get the best lawn at the best price. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com today and let the pros handle the work while you enjoy the results. Restrictions apply.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The PWHL playoffs continue tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern with Game 3 of the Montreal Victoire-Ottawa Charge semifinal series. The two teams are currently tied up at a game apiece in the best-of-5 series, and it'll be interesting to see how tired their legs look after Game 2 went into 4 overtimes, the longest game in PWHL history, with Montreal grabbing the win. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready as iHeartRadio teams up with the ultimate countdown king.
It's Rick Dees, and here's this week's number 1 hit.
iHeartRadio and the Rick Dees Weekly Top 40 with 2 exclusive channels.
Catch this week's biggest hits as we count down to number 1.
Listen to this week's biggest songs with Rick Dees and the Weekly Top 40.
Then you can hear all of my legendary countdowns from way back, all commercial free.
It's the soundtrack of your life.
Search me, Rick Dees, on your free iHeartRadio app and listen now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
That'll be 2,000 Greek.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
He's going to want to hear that again. That's AI with J-Lo and me in the morning.
That'll be 2,000 Greek.
There it is.
Money makes the world go round.
It doesn't stop it from going around, that's for sure. I am the Greek. Francis is out today. Dominic's in the house.
Yo.
A special guest, Andy Quinn, is joining us. Nice enough to come by today. We're talking about everything from A to Z. We'll get into a little bit more after a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, Panthers Game 5 tomorrow night in Toronto. Big game for the Panthers. They got to win this game to get control of the series and then come back to Florida and try to end the series. Toronto has not been in the Stanley Cup since 1967. We want that streak to keep going. So go Panthers. Remember, you can hear me on Real Radio 921 and 101.7. New York City is probably still going crazy from last night. The fans in New York are just off the chain. I was one of them for a long time, but I left, and I went to Miami to become a Heat fan. But the New Yorkers got to be crazy. I can imagine how many people called and work sick today. Ugh. Oh, my God, in New York, New Jersey. Knicks are up 3-1. We're waiting to hear some reports about Tatum's leg. It does look like it's bad. We'll see if he's going to be done for the series. But the Knicks are up 3-1. They won last night, 121-113. Also, third time they've been down in the playoffs by 14 or more points and came back. So, like a couple of my buddies, watching the game going crazy, and then you realize, you look up, you say, what the hell's the score? Well, they did what they had to do, so hats off to the Knicks. Also, Minnesota beat the Warriors last night. In baseball, Yankees got a W. Judge is hot as a firecracker, batting over 400. Mets beat the Pirates. And our Marlins, not a good game. They've been in a little bit of a tailspin. They got beat last night in Chicago. Greek's Trifecta is always sponsored by Polar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Now back to Andy Quinn and Bill Belichick. You still didn't answer. What's going to happen with Belichick and her? Do you think he even coaches for North Carolina, or do you think this is so much drama that at the end he goes, I don't need it.
I've heard you talking about it with Dom and Franny, and I honestly I thought about it, listening that what is the incentive to have come from the NFL into collegiate sports at this stage of the game for him, with all these Super Bowls and all of these accolades behind him? So I don't know how long that would last per se. I guess the thought process is it's better than nothing. In other words, when you're out on the street and you're unemployed, something is better than nothing.
Yeah, Belichick missed coaching. He didn't get a job in the NFL. I think they were really blackballing him because he's better than 25 of the coaches out there.
Yes.
I mean, the Falcons didn't pick him, whatever reasons happened, this and that, because, again, it's Belichick. He wants to come in. He wants total control.
Right.
So you don't want to get him. So I think he just missed coaching. So then it's like, okay, you know what? I'll coach college. And North Carolina came across and said, hey, you know what? I'm sure he put his feelers out there, and that's where he ends up. I would think a bigger program, because North Carolina is known for hoops, not football, obviously. But it looks like this is it. This is where he's going to be. If he goes through it, he has $1 million buyout. So I don't know if anything happens there, but I think the whole Jordan thing with his girlfriend has really put a spin on it of more negative than positive.
Possibly. It could be something that brings in viewers, brings in ratings, and obviously brings in fans to the stadium. So I don't know.
Do you think she'll be on the sidelines calling plays?
He has a habit of having quite a few people call his plays from the other team's locker room.
Yeah.
And he has a habit of listening to the other team's plays. So I would say that, yeah, there's a possibility she's dialing in some numbers there.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be crazy with her. Again, if he wins, then it goes away. Because winning solves everything.
Right.
In all aspects of life. So if he starts winning and, you know what, they go 10-1 and get to a big bowl game, people, they won't even care.
And thinking in terms of a reverse situation where we had Saban down here and pretty much quit, I would say middle to end season of the Dolphins because it was just in shambles, and then head back to Bama on a big contract.
Yeah.
And then him talking about the fact that it was very rewarding in the college perspective where you can sort of nurture a kid and see a kid come into superstardom.
Well, I think with Saban too, and he's talked about this, it's not a secret, he didn't have control.
Right.
He wanted Drew Brees as a quarterback, and the Dolphins went for Culpepper and said no. So when you think you're the boss and you're really not, that's a little, diffuses you a little. And I think he saw Alabama, where, again, these guys go in and say, hey, man, I want to control everything, which most successful people do, bring in their own people, egos, the whole thing. I want to win. Right. Because if I'm getting the heat, Bill Parcells said, what do you say? If I'm cooking a dinner, I want to buy the groceries.
I like that.
Yeah, so you feel like that. So I think with Saban, he got a bad rap from Dolphin fans. But I just think he left because he wasn't getting what he wanted or what he was promised.
Right.
I think that's what ends up happening in a lot of relationships. And he went to Alabama and he became, he was great. He won a title at LSU.
Yeah.
People forget that.
It's true. I mean, he has had an incredible record, similar in college sports to Belichick in the pros.
Saban's, though, is one of those guys like Belichick, and it was one of his coaches talked about. They won a national championship. Urban Meyer, the same way. Urban Meyer wins the championship with the Gators down at the Orange Bowl. An hour later, they said he was recruiting on his phone to get kids.
Wow.
Saban, the next morning after they beat Georgia one year, I don't know what it was, one of his assistants said, we had a meeting at 7 o'clock.
Wow.
A staff meeting.
Right.
7 o'clock.
It just doesn't shut off.
Yeah.
And those three names you just mentioned, I would say somewhat are in the hate column.
Yeah, because they win.
Right?
People hate winners. You know that after a while. Because our society wants to decide when it's enough.
Right.
You know that. They say, they've always, the Cowboys, they hate the Cowboys haven't won in 30 years.
Right.
Last night the Cowboys won. My boss picked up a tip.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. When Johnny C was on this station, I bet the Cowboys for 20 years here because he would say on Saturdays on the locker room, let's take the Cowboys and take the points.
Yeah.
I went bust.
They covered a lot. They didn't win. But, I mean, the Lakers, the people hate. They hate the Yankees. They hate the Patriots.
Right.
They hate Duke because they win. And people get tired of them. And in their minds, they're like, okay, we've had enough of them. Let's move on.
Right.
And that's what ends up happening. So I do think with Belichick, I don't know how it's going to work out. But I do see a point where he just says, I don't want to do this. Like, because of his personal life, the static he gets so much. Like, I could say him in a press conference and they lose, and and she's on the side of looking over there, and all the cameras are on her.
Yes,
and he just like tosses his cookies.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
And that's if he's all with it as we speak, because you kind of got to wonder. I think there was some insinuation that there are moments where he is sort of in a brain fade. And I don't know if that's tied to age. I don't know if that's
or he's faking.
Yeah, or right. You don't know.
No, he's a man. I mean, who the hell knows? I mean, I don't know what he's doing. It's just that his life for the first time, his personal life is more important than his coaching life and mainstream.
And that's weird.
Yeah, of course it's weird. Because you look at Belichick, you're not thinking like he's banging some hot chick.
That's right.
You're like, Belichick, what's he doing? I see him 3 a.m. in a room with one light on and looking at plays.
Yes.
And with a magic marker, with the marker, half of the marker in his thumb, the other marker like in his mouth and just scratching, and cursing out Brady.
Right.
I see stuff like that, but I don't see him doing this.
Right.
So I think that's what it is.
I agree.
He's one of those guys, like I said, we all think of certain things when we think of people, and we think of, hey, Belichick, what's going on with him? Why is he doing this? But it's still going to continue on to be a story. So what is good right now? I know for a while the stocks were bad. I got killed in my 401k. My financial guy was like, look, it's bad, Greek, but it's going to get better. I said, that's what they said on the Titanic. Where are we at right now? Because yesterday they had a good day, right?
Yesterday was a very big day in stocks. And sadly, as I talk about stocks, when you have 50% of America that is not in the stock market because they can't afford a stock.
I thought the number was higher. I thought it was like 70%.
I believe it's somewhere in the halfway mark, but it's in that ballpark. Yeah. So 50% of America or so is not in stocks because they can't afford to buy a stock because they have to send their kids to school and they have to buy groceries.
Yeah.
So when you come on here or wherever I end up speaking and you're talking about stocks, you have to be cognizant of the fact that quite a few people really have no interest in stocks. They're not in it because they don't have a dime.
Well, that's where your personality comes in. Because if you can talk about something that people don't even care about, they just want to listen to you. Yeah, that's what happens.
And then you just hope you don't get killed.
That's it.
So, the stock market is something that we would hope everybody in America would be participating in. So that would be my ultimate life's goal in seeing some sort of legislation go through where, as an American citizen, instead of saying, you know what, this particular ethnicity or this particular group or this particular group of people from a different country should be thrown out, I'm a believer in the fact that anybody within these 50 confines of these 50 United States of America should be somehow compensated as a citizen within the stock market so that you can go and have your job, you can send your kids to school, and you can live your life, and everybody can participate in the stock market, right? So that I'm a believer in that segment, right? Yeah. Everybody should have stock as an American citizen.
And a lot of times people do, like myself, through a 401k.
And that's it. 401ks and what have you are really a nest egg of retirement that I believe can't be beat, Greek, because as you go to your job, not many bosses are saying, "Come on in here. I want to pay you 20% more." Have you heard that lately?
I haven't.
And Dominic, you're very valuable. So I would hope that someone would say to you, "Here's 20%." But it's not.
He gets paid more outside the building.
Oh, what does he do?
He's very unique. He has a lot of skills.
Oh, wow.
He's a great guy with surfboards. He does a lot of different things.
All right. I'm just checking on his skill set.
Yeah. He can do anything.
Wow.
Remember the movie Stripes?
Okay.
Willing to learn. We don't have to get into the topic, but willing to learn.
Okay. Hey, listen, he's an open book.
I got it. Hold on 1 second. We're going to do our contest real quick. What's today's giveaway, Dom?
Today's giveaway is Dierks Bentley tickets on June 7th at the I Think Amphitheater.
All right, guys, give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. It's the Greek Casino where everybody wins. Even if you lose, you get a 5x7 of me getting out of my car. Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. It's pretty simple, the Greek Casino. Black and red, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36.
No one's been taking those 5x7s, man. Sorry.
That's all right.
I have a huge pile still.
That's okay. Answer the phone. We're fine. I'm not giving them out anyway.
He just blew one of his skill sets.
Yeah. No.
He's on thin ice.
No, he's good. He takes a lot of shots, though.
I see that.
Yeah. He, at his course of the day, he'll throw in some shots.
I see that. He comes in kind of under the radar.
Oh, yeah, he definitely does. He's good like that. We like that. The show's about making me fun. Making fun of me.
Well,
like the bosses.
to an extent.
To an extent. Andy's very territorial with me. He'll be like, that's enough.
Yes.
That's it. Let's not forget who put up the bridge. 877-927-6969. What do you got, Domster?
First up we have is Justin.
Justin, what's happening, Justin?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you today?
I'm doing good, doing good.
All right, it's roulette, so it's odd or even, red or black, first 18 or 19 to 36.
Oh, all right, well, I like the second 12, so I guess that's not an option, so let's go black.
Okay, here you go. As we spin, your future's in our hands, and we're giving you a good spin here on the Greek Casino. Now, the ball does tend to change a little bit in the rotation of it. And you said, what was your selection again?
Black.
It's 19 red.
Ooh.
Sorry about that, Justin, but thanks for listening to Real Radio.
All right, next up we have Steve.
Steve, what's happening, Steve?
Hey, Greek, how's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good. Thanks for listening to Real Radio. First of all, we appreciate that. It's Greek Casino Roulette, odd or even, black or red, first 18 or 19 to 36.
Let's do first 18.
All right. Wow, I like this guy. Doing something different. Andy's intrigued with this, I can tell.
It is rolling around. This is really cool.
You can take this home for your bedroom later. You can play shirts or skins. And you said what? First 18?
Yes, sir.
It's 24 black. Sorry about that, buddy, but thanks for stepping in. It's just like the regular casino.
Yeah, this is really exciting.
Who's next?
Next up we have is Rick.
Rick, what's happening, Rick?
Not much. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, Rick. Thanks for listening to Real Radio. First of all, we appreciate that. What is your selection going to be? Black or red, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36?
I'm going to go 19 to 36.
All right. As we speak, we are spinning around. You hear the background noise? That is the Greek Casino. Very intrigued. You close your eyes. You think you're at the Hard Rock. Ooh, this is really moving. Ooh. What did you say?
19 to 36.
You are a winner. 21 red. Ooh. Nice job. Stay on the phone. Dominic will get all your information, and you will be receiving the tickets for the concert. And again, thanks for listening to Real Radio. We appreciate that.
And thank you.
All right, peace. Dom, if you could get his information momentarily. I know you have a lot going on. 877-927-6969. Should Andy introduce me to his girlfriend's sister?
Just too wild for you, man. I'm telling you. But I'll you know what? Hey, listen. If that's what you want, we'll go on a double and see what happens.
I would go just for blanks and giggles because I always think it's nice to meet new people.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. You never know what's going to happen. So I was out last week and I said, this is a Greek line. And Franny and Dom know the story in the audience. So I see this girl and I said to her, please don't ruin my night and tell me that you have a boyfriend. I said, or even worse, ruin my life and tell me you have a husband. Oh. And she looked at me and she goes, I'm going to ask you one question before we go any further. She says, if you answer it truthfully, we'll continue. I said, go ahead. She says, have you used this line before? I said, yeah, about 20 minutes ago. She walked away.
And that is the scare of the dating scene nowadays, I'm telling you right now. And that is, are you finding somebody actually single?
Yeah.
Or are you finding somebody that believes in open relationships and
I don't want to come out. If you're with somebody
just
else,
make sure you're not changing teams.
That's right. Well, you never know.
She's thought about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, bad week?
Every now and then, you
say it.
You got to say, listen, I'll try anything.
That's right. Regrets not sleeping with Merv Griffin. But that's another story.
But that is the truth. Is finding somebody, technically that is
completely single.
That is, yes, that you're getting the facts from.
But I think today nobody in a lot of time is completely single because with social media, like you'd be talking to somebody. One time I was at a pool with some girl and I was like, we were talking and we were friends. Mm-hmm. And she was just like, well, I got a couple dates tonight and I'm doing different things. And I'm like, well, how? I've been with you since like 2:00 and you told me I had nothing to do. She goes, oh, I got asked out 3-4 times today where, I was on my phone.
Younger.
Yeah.
And you see them looking at their phone.
Yeah.
And people are saying, oh, they're looking at text or business, whatever have you. From what I can tell, watching my kids, they are scrolling through the dating thingies.
Well, Dom's in that age group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so they're at a stoplight.
So they're not checking the Yankee score.
They're not, and they're not checking, their 401k.
Yeah.
They're checking through this thing, the app thingies that, to see who's local, somewhat available, and looking, and who looks good on the app.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. Now, they may have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. So this is where it all is so different. As somebody at my age,
It's different, yeah, but it's called a
didn't
bullpen.
Deal with any of that.
Oh, no, because like you said, if you were out with somebody, you're out with them. You're out with somebody right now, it's not going good. She can meet somebody an hour later.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And the chances of that years ago when you just walked out was you're going to meet somebody for dinner, you're already talking to somebody, it's 8 o'clock, 9:30, I got another one.
Yeah.
And that's if it goes bad.
You're just a number. And that's the scare, is who are you meeting? And it's so unacceptable to people of my age because we dated or married our spouse, our partner, and then married into becoming our spouse, and that's that. We were monogamous, for life, and then of course, as I said, I became single after this tragedy, and got thrust into this whole new atmosphere.
But you adopted,
yes, but it is. I do consider myself having been very lucky, even coming across somebody whose company I enjoy and she enjoys my company.
Well,
because it could have been awful.
Yeah, I think everybody should look at it that way, but we don't, because when we're in it, everybody should look forward to say, hey, I'm with somebody that I like or they like me. We make each other feel good.
Yeah.
But I think when you're in it, you're in it. Then, you look back and you say, well, I should have never, like I called off one of my marriages years ago. It was probably the biggest mistake I ever made. I really regret that. And not betting probably 10,000 on the Knicks last night. But you look back at things later and you say, I shouldn't have did that or I should have done this. But when you meet somebody you don't know, my mother always says it's their best in the beginning.
It is.
So if you're not impressed in the first 10 minutes, bail.
Yeah, run like hell.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
So everybody's got a different scenario, but meeting somebody who's honest, it's hard.
Well, especially, like I say, with these apps.
Yeah.
And taking it back to a stocks perspective, stock ticker MTCH Match, since the 2019 pandemic era, Match.com, that stock's been flying through the roof.
I'm sure.
The other stock that's been going up significantly, believe it or not, has been GRND. That is Grindr.
Really?
That is a public company. And by the way, I was reading some data the other day on Grindr. On the ownership, which is a partnership of the Chinese, believe it or not, which is somewhat scary because there's location services on that thing. An estimated portion of their data shows that 20% of all the Grindr users, which is the growth of the app, because they pay for the subscriptions, they are married males to a female.
Yeah.
They are married males to a female.
Yeah, it happens.
So you got to keep in mind, with the sexual revolution and the overtones of change, means that bisexuality and things that we weren't used to growing up that was somewhat unacceptable
or are acceptable now
are now pretty much the norm. And that's a good thing because people
it's a home and away jersey. You never know. It's the same number. You just don't know what they're going to wear.
Yeah.
Are they wearing the home jersey or the away jersey?
Andy, when you if you ever went to Grindr.com and you try putting Greek's email in, it'll come as this email has been used.
Oh, boy.
Dominic, everybody, last day today. I like it because he laughs at his own stuff.
I guess they're going to bring back Charisse tomorrow, Dom.
Oh, God. Charisse is great.
I just loved her, but Dom, you're really doing a good job.
Charisse, I mean, there's not many things that impress me. I would probably say in the last 3 years, Charisse was one of them.
She blew me away on this station.
Oh, yeah. My one buddy totally impressed me one time when I went to his house. And I never went to his house. And then he told me where he lived. And I went there and I went, you live here? I was like, are you kidding me? His wife came out. She was a dime piece. I was like, this is like a movie.
Yes.
Then he told me he inherited like $6 million. Did it.
If you can't make it, it's best to try and
fake it.
And that's the way it goes.
And Charisse, when she said she used to watch porn when she used to drive.
Really?
Yeah. Right, Dom? She said that all the time.
And she was cute, right?
Yeah, very nice girl.
Very
I was shocked about that.
Wow.
Because I have a hard time driving and putting it in the Tic Tac. I'm like, you're watching porn?
Well, my wife was in the hospital, sadly.
Yeah.
There was a guy in the next room.
Yeah.
That had a porn addiction. Now, he was ill.
Yeah.
He had a porn addiction.
Yeah.
And I could hear the porn in the evening.
Oh, my God. That's bad.
Yeah. And I'm like, what if the nurses are coming in? But, people are coming through there, doctors. But I thought it was a big secret. But one of the nurses told me, oh, no, he has a porn addiction, which is possibly what's causing so much of what's going on in this segment of society right now across America, where there is porn addictions right now that we didn't deal with as a kid. Because remember, back then you walked into Blockbuster. Okay? My mother used to give me the Blockbuster card. And she said, "Go get your movie, Andy." All right, and I would always look in the back. They had this curtain.
Yeah.
They had this curtain. And the one thing was said, the brand new Debbie Does Dallas.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, I wonder if I rented that.
Anytime there's a curtain in life, it's bad.
Yeah.
Even in your shower. One time I opened my shower door and there was a girl sitting there in a bikini. She goes, Rick, what do you think? Anytime you bully, you're not going to get something you know.
It's like when you walk into the car dealer and he's got the velvet ropes around the Firebird.
Yeah.
The Pontiac Firebird. Now, they can't sell that Firebird, but the velvet ropes make you think they could sell it. You got to have it.
Yeah, you want to get a club that's got a rope. I mean, that's just life.
Yeah. So that's back to that situation of the porn addictions and what's going on in this country. And I see it in stocks because I can see the companies tied to sex and their stocks seem to be insulated in the overall tariff situation and the problems with inflation.
Yeah.
The sex stocks have not dropped.
Good. I mean, again, you can make money on it. We're going to come back and we're going to ask you about the gambling stocks and how they're doing. A couple of them, because I know some of them go up and down like everything else.
Yes, and some of them are doing really good, and they are. I think a couple of them are buys right now.
It is the Greek. It is Dominic. Andy Quinn is stopping by and joining us today. Very nice of him. We'll come back with a lot more of the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Peace.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Not seeing any major problems on our Palm Beach expressways. Plenty of construction. We're slow North Lake Boulevard East at US 1. That left turn lane is blocked. Slow 441 South at Atlantic Avenue. That right turn lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, beautiful ladies, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. And if you're a sports fan, I can't think of a better place to watch sports or UFC. And coming up Memorial Day weekend, free entry and a drink for all military. Reserve a table today. It's Monroe's in Palm Beach. Entertainment 7 days a week. Beautiful ladies 7 days a week and open to 5 a.m. It sounds like a perfect night. Monroe's in Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and of course, beautiful ladies. Peace.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office, West Palm Beach. This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75, and stress, my age, of course, I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up! Oscar! Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword WIN at realradio921.com. That's WIN. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Bitch, you know how I take my coffee.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That is Frances. She's out today, but that's one of the many drops Dom has of her. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Again, they just asked me if I want to speak to the kids, but time difference, so we can't get out there and talk to them. Sure. They don't want me talking to kids. You kidding me? We have kids.
They already left.
Yeah, did they leave?
Yeah, they're on their way out now.
No wonder they asked me. We have kids that stop by once in a while, different schools, different grades, and, they get a tour of the radio station because that's like a cool job. You know what I mean? People are like, oh, I work at a radio station. And they ask all the stations to talk to the kids and say how they got into radio and stuff like that. Never asked me. It's fine.
Not me either.
Well, you're a producer and you're in here. They don't want, because if you leave here, the show's off the air.
Yep.
So, and they think you're a nice person. At the end of the day, Greek.
Not my habits. Some of my habits they might not want.
Yeah, some of your habits they would question. We've dealt with that. And you can tell Andy, do I always protect you?
Oh, yeah.
I do. I say, you can't judge. Last perfect guy died on a cross. So therefore, let's not deal with it. And they spend money with us. So if you spend money with us, toot. I protect you. I had the Greek Dominic Cassier. Andy Quinn, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us today.
It is a pleasure. And Franny, I hope you're doing well. And it is always a joy to be on Real Radio with so many of the stars in the past here. I was thinking about it coming in Greek with Dr. Rich and Dr. Glenn and Johnny C. And I've been through the times with Dano and Luke and Leah. And the list goes on of the talent that built this station. And as I was just talking to Dom during the break, this place, 92.1 and 101.7, this is the last bastion of hope. This is the most enjoyable portion on the radio dial because it is a live show and you provide such great entertainment, Greek, along with Franny and Dom.
Dominic and Franny do a great job. And again, I'm lucky to have them. Did I read that right?
And I don't want to forget about Jason because I do love him when he comes on from the Gator.
Yeah.
Even though I think he kind of pumps the fins.
Yeah.
I still think that Jason he's a star.
Yeah, well, we have to put Jason on. That's not one of the choices I have.
You got to do some public service.
He comes in, he goes, Greek, I'm coming on. I'm like, okay.
Okay, boss.
I mean, I've asked the kid to come to New York Prime for dinner. He says he's busy. I'm
he's one of those.
Yeah, I said Bill Clinton called Monica Lewinsky 8 times. You're not busy. Say you don't want to be seen in public with me. It's fine. I get that.
Right.
I mean, but it's okay.
I'll go to New York Prime with you instead.
I know. We took Dominic and Franny. We went out for our Christmas dinner.
Oh, who paid for that?
What do you think?
Oh, my God.
The next table.
And how did Dominic and Franny enjoy your Christmas gift, your dinner?
Yeah, we had a good time. We definitely had a good time. And we try to go out once a year to celebrate the year we had and hopefully for the year we're going to have.
Yeah, I don't do that because I get scared that the year I had was so great. And then I'm like, dear God, what's going to happen in the next year? So I try not to focus on the future at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have had dinner many times.
Yes.
We were just talking about that time when you and I had dinner at a certain restaurant in Boca.
Yes.
And I made you get the dinner to go because a certain girl was meeting us, which I love about you, and that's why you roll with me. You're in with me. You're like, cool, like, hey, let's do this, and let's go. It's like one of my buddies one night, this happened like, I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago. He was trying to meet a girl in his building in Boca. So he never got a really chance to see her because they weren't on the same floor.
Right.
So his buddy said that, he called him, he said, hey, that girl's car broke in front of the building. So we were out to dinner. He's like, Greek, bring me home right now. I want to go there, and if she's there, I'll try to be like, help her out. So we went all the way over there, and she was there. She was waiting for her car. Something happened with her car. I don't know what it was. It wasn't working. It was like a circle, and we pulled up, and he was like walking in, and he was like, good night, Greg. I said, good night. And he goes, hey, can I help you? I lived here. And he started talking to her, and it was like, it was so good for him because it broke the ice.
Yes.
So I finally said, hey, I wrote down the window. He wanted to meet you, so he made me leave my dinner. So be nice to him.
Did he roll with it?
Yeah, they ended up talking, and I don't know. I think he went out with her one time, and that was it.
Yeah, I've got a neighbor right now, and she knows I'm with somebody else, and she, because of what I went through with the kids, and it was well known in the area, because my wife was very public, per se, involved in sports and all this, that these people know that what I went through. So I've got this woman right now. So every time I walk my dog.
Is she single?
This is the weird thing. This is the head games and the psychological aspect of things that can get really funky. So every time I walk my dog, she is out on her front porch and her dog's off the leash and it comes and attacks my dog.
Oh, wow.
And she's like, I don't know how this happens.
Yeah.
I don't know how this happens. And now I can tell that she's timing when I'm walking the dog.
Do you walk the dog? I know you said the dog gets up 1:30 in the morning. If you ever can't get out of bed, text me. I'll come on. I'll walk the dog 1:30 in the morning. Knock on her door. Go, here you go.
You won't need a knock. She'll be sitting out there. But again, it's one of those things where she's playing this sort of head game of, I'm going to tell him, I don't know how this happens. Well, I think I know how it happens.
Well, she obviously must like you.
I don't know, but she has not. everything is this giggle.
Has she ever seen your girl?
She has. I would imagine.
Well, that probably intrigued her.
Her cars.
She probably figures, look at him. He's throwing a good one. I might want to get a piece of that.
I never thought of it like that. See, this is why that I would pay you more than my therapist.
Yeah. Oh, I'm better than your therapist.
The only problem is when you tell me to go on the couch face down, I get nervous.
Yeah, I know. Well, every once in a while, we got to square up.
What are you, the new Diddy?
Cash is king with me. I'm never going to tell you that. I'll say baby up front.
I have known you for a long time now, and I do know that anything can go wrong in our relationship that I can repair with $1 with you.
That's great, because I'm shallow. And I'm proud of that.
And I love that.
Of course.
Because I'm about the cash with the stocks. So
Everybody's got a price. They just don't like to admit it.
You're right.
Most people don't want to say that.
You're right.
I mean, you hear stories all the time about people pull up and they want to buy, they'll sell a house. The guy goes, it's not for sale. Somebody writes a big check. You're like, the house is for sale.
Yes.
I tell people anytime they give me any compliment, it's for sale.
Mm-hmm.
You like my shirt? Take it.
There's a number on it.
That's it. I mean, whatever it is, there it is.
Yes.
What really am I attached to?
Right.
I'm not really attached to anything. I mean, but if somebody wants... now, Dom, I would put up like a him and a haw for a couple minutes, but then I would sell him eventually just to make it look good.
I don't know. Would he go cheap or expensive?
No, he's not cheap, but he's not expensive. You know what I mean? He's right in the middle.
Right.
Which is nice.
Okay, good.
But I think I would get him probably more than he's worth because I'm a good agent and I know how to sell. I mean, you're a good seller. You know what? You don't even know you're being sold.
That's true.
I said that to a girl the other night I met, and I said to her, you know what? Here's my credit card, and we'll get to that story. I said, and why don't you just keep it, and we'll work it out. So anyway, I met this girl the other day, and we were going back and forth talking, and she ended up leaving, and it was my fault, too, with my credit card.
Oh.
So I know her a little. I met her 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is 7.
And she has his credit card.
Oh, my goodness.
His American Express.
Oh, my God. I'd have a heart attack.
But she has not charged anything, and it's been 4 or 5 days.
How does she get your card, though?
I was kidding around talking to her.
He was like, oh, okay. Go ahead, buy yourself a trip to the Bahamas. Here you go.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was, here, you're so good. Why talk about horoscopes and who do I like in a World Series? Just take my card. I said, we'll work it out.
So you use the card as a deposit?
I just said, no. I just said, just take it. I go, why are we going to talk about stuff that I really don't care about or I'm not interested about and I got to fake?
And that's part of the whole process right now that goes on.
I'm shaking his head.
Is being out with other people.
Yeah.
And, you can equate it to like a business dinner or a business lunch.
Yeah.
When you're out with people and you know that your wife and kids are at home waiting for you to take them to the baseball game, but you got to put on a smile.
Yeah.
And you got to do this fake personality. That if that is then brought into what you would consider to be a relationship,
it's hard.
Oh, look out.
Yeah, so
my
I
wife
forgot.
used to call me out on that. She would
of
say, don't give me
course.
the fake crap.
Yeah.
I would come home and say everything's great. She said, don't give me the fake crap. What went down?
Yeah. Well,
she
because
knew.
she knows you too.
Yeah.
So with me, I ended up forgetting, and she forgot. But she texted me about 2 hours later, and she goes, hey, I know you must have forgot I have your credit card. I said, no worry about it. I have a tracker on it. I said, you're in good shape.
She's hoping she uses it, so that's an excuse to go out.
Oh, I see. To go back and
now we got to go out to dinner.
It's always, there's something to the madness. 877-927-6969. I put $100 on there. My buddy's girl, one of my friends' girlfriend was going to, I don't know where she was going down Miami with her girlfriends, and she wanted a credit card. Right. So I said to him, give her a credit card. Don't fight it, but give her one with like $82 on it. That's all that's left. She won't even know. And then you go, it's like people give you a check and they don't sign it.
Right.
You go, oh, I gave you a card. She's like, oh my God, it won't take it. Oh, my bad. I gave you the wrong card.
Right.
But the
you
thought
imagine
was
the
there.
person that's going to use the credit card. Like, I can't imagine the girl, I hate to say it, and I hope this person isn't listening, but I can't imagine the girl that actually would have taken your credit card.
Yeah.
That
just met him too.
Yeah. That is probably
You mean
one of the
use
scariest
it,
thought processes.
or somebody I was dating? What's the difference? Somebody I'm dating?
Well,
That's
somebody
happened a
that
million
you just
times.
met and you're seeing and somehow still didn't return your credit card.
Well,
That
again,
is
it was like 5 hours. It was a long time.
Oh, yeah. She flew away, too. She's gone. She's gone.
She's up north.
Oh, my God.
She's coming back next week.
This is getting worse by the minute.
Let's
take a
not
commercial
relax.
break.
We're fine. What do you think? We're in the Middle East? We're good.
Oh, my
It'll all
God.
work out.
He's been calling American Express every morning. Hey, has there been a new charge?
Yes. See, mine comes across my phone. So
Yeah.
if my kids spend $28, and my kids spend $28 about a minute, it comes across my phone.
Well, I get something if a certain amount is spent. Then I'll get something.
What's that, like $5,000?
No, I just whatever, it doesn't matter. Or I'll get something even from Wells Fargo. Like one time I was in Vegas and they were notified me and they said, "Is this you?" And I wrote back, "Unfortunately, it is."
I just lost 5 in Vegas, and this is me.
I would have loved to say no. There's a Wells Fargo on Las Vegas Boulevard, which I'm familiar with.
Right.
And
worst feeling in the world, by the way, is going to that ATM in the casino.
oh my God! Well, that's the first goal when you gamble. The goal is, me and my crew always said, don't go to the ATM.
Yep.
Because once you go to the ATM, then it's
never ending.
Yeah, but the thing is, I always tell everybody this, and they laugh at me, is take out the max.
Yes.
Because every time you go, you're getting hit.
That's right.
So whatever your max is, why pay?
And it's much higher in Vegas.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
my sister has leaned over to me a million times at the table and said, you got anything? You got your ATM card with you?
Yeah.
When my sister says that, I know everything's about to hit the fan.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going down.
We're losing.
Yeah, we're going down. When my sister
Now, what is
says,
your game of choice?
I mean, preferably blackjack is because
Okay.
I'm, I mean, I will play craps, but
Yeah.
I find that 7 out comes faster than anything in Vegas.
Have you ever played Baccarat?
I have never played it.
And that's the best odds. Baccarat.
Is that right?
Yeah, it is the best odds in the casino. By
I
far.
did play. What is it called? Kang Pao? Or have you heard about that? I just played it recently, and I put down $50.
Yeah.
And I said to the girl, I want to learn this. It's called Kung Pao or something.
Yeah.
And she says,
If I was her, I'd have been like, you lost.
Yeah, no, she did. She goes, she spun this thing.
Yeah.
She goes, I'm so sorry, you lose.
Yeah.
I said, what? I
What happened?
was trying to learn how to play it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you lose.
Yeah.
So I don't really dabble outside of blackjack.
So blackjack.
Most I would say, participants on Wall Street are poker players and blackjack players. Most of us.
Yeah,
'cause
most people
we're
love blackjack.
Somewhat numbers oriented.
Yeah, and they love to make a run, and they're there for hours.
That's
and stuff
right.
Like this. I like roulette, quick, in and out. Boom.
Yes.
Do the spin, couple spins, that's it.
And that's what, 48% on average only on the win. So because of the green? So
Yeah. Well, I'll play the 30s, 30 to 36. Those are my numbers, and I'll pound them. I got a 17% chance of winning. Most likely, I'm losing.
Right.
I mean, so you know that going in.
Have you ever hit it like massively or?
Oh, yeah, I've had a couple of big ones, and I've had more losses. I mean, most gamblers are down. All gamblers, let me say, are down for their life. They'll say, gamblers say this line, I'm about even. No, you're not.
And they always tell you that last trip they did well.
Yeah.
All right. How many times do you hear this? Last trip I killed it. I killed it.
Gambler etiquette is you always tell everybody you lose. You always tell everybody you're getting your ass kicked. A day away from the sex change. It's just so bad. You know what I mean? And when you leave the casino, I always tell everybody so you don't get rolled. You go, I hate this place.
Yeah.
Even if you got a stack on you. Because if they're watching the parking lot, you're like, oh man, this guy just got rolled. Kick the garbage can. Yes. I'm never coming back. Throw your tickets up in the air.
I had a rehearsal for many years because I when you're in stocks, they can tend to make you one hell of a liar. Honestly, I have never met more liars in my life than stock traders.
I'm surprised.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
And you become.
Those and adult dancers.
Yeah, that's true. But at least you're
right.
getting the lie and you expect it from a dancer.
Of course.
You want the lie.
Yeah.
Lie to me.
Yeah. We'll get along better.
Yeah.
Pick you up at 8. I'll get there at 11. See you at 9.
You need the money for college.
Yeah.
Lie to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
College, she's 42.
Yeah. But as stocks, you just routinely find yourself lying when people ask you for this tip, that stock.
How you doing?
Yeah. So I would for back in the housing crisis of 2009 when I was losing $75,000 a week.
Everybody was.
It was,
but not 75.
I was losing my life.
Yeah.
Okay, and this was 25 years of trading going down the tubes in a matter of 6 months. Back in 2009, I would rehearse. Honest to God. I would rehearse in the office bathroom mirror how I was going to say hello when I got home to my wife.
Oh, yeah.
So I would rehearse. I'd say, hi, hon, how are you? How's everything going? I would try and do this so that she wouldn't say, the hell's going on here?
How bad is it?
What are you lying about?
Yeah.
That's how bad it
But
can
she
get.
knew you.
She knew me.
So people who know you can tell when there's something up.
Yeah. But that comes back to the gambling and Vegas and you name it, stocks. You can really become one hell of a liar if you start thinking that your last trip was what did great.
Well, you're only going to remember the good, and that's what keeps the game. I mean, all a gambler has to do is like a stock too. Hit one, and you say, it keeps it going. Right. It fuels it. One night I was at the Wynn, and I called my host, and I needed to go to an ATM. It was like 11:45, and I told the story many times. And I was sitting at their first bar, and he goes, right behind you, there's 8 machines. And I turned around, I couldn't find it, and it was like 5 to 12. And I called him back. I said, I can't find it. He goes, Greek, I will walk over for you. And when he walked over, the machines were right behind me, but at 12 o'clock, it changes everybody's credit card, so you starts a new day. Oh. And there was like 8 people in each front of each one. They were right there. Wow. And I couldn't see them. That's how deep it was. Right. Like I said, 12 o'clock, new day. Yep. So you start new. So when you max out, you max out your card for that day because everybody has a max on their card that you can't take out a certain amount.
12:01, you're fresh.
That's right. And I've never forgot that. And I was like, wow, that is crazy. Then one by one, everybody went. The line went down like 10 after 12. And I went and took out my $46. And I was like, let's go black. Let's do this. Yeah, it's a crazy thing. The spirit of summer, I knew you were going to want to be on this. But go ahead, you got something first. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to go. You were saying $47. You want to talk about how much you had in your pocket yesterday?
No, we don't want to talk about that. That was a joke. It was a show.
Come on. You had Brian Mudd guess it, too.
Brian Mudd guessed pretty close to what I had in my pocket yesterday.
Oh, my God. How much do you carry?
Yesterday was a good day. I was doing a lot of things for charities.
He stopped at the Hard Rock on the way
at
to
where,
work.
Monroe's?
I never got to Monroe's last night. Thank God.
Is that where you do your charity work?
Yeah, a lot of it. So Brian Mudd guessed to he was off like $100 of what I had on me.
Oh my God.
Which was pretty amazing. Yeah. And he got very, very close. Because I said to him, if you guess what I have on me, well, that'll be your pay for the interview. Thank God he didn't guess.
Jesus.
Yeah, but he was lucky.
So you carry a lot. I don't carry cash, obviously. I do the Venmo and the Cash App, and I do a lot of the Zelle, and I do whatever else on credit cards. So I rarely would carry cash. Is there a reason why you feel inclined to
carry
money?
No, I don't carry a lot. I mean, it depends what I have on me. It could be one day it could be $37, and the next day it could be $3,700. I mean, who the hell knows? Okay. I mean, my motto is if I want to buy something, I can. Wow. Like if I want to get a Tootsie Roll, I want to be able to buy it.
Right.
And credit cards will crush you. They're worse than loan sharks.
Yes.
At least loan sharks I knew.
Yes.
I like them better.
Yes.
Because I feel like I'm giving them money and I'm helping their family. Credit card, who am I helping? I don't know.
22% right to the company.
Right there. Yeah. And on a good week.
Very true.
And they always give you a week off around the holidays, which is nice. Visa doesn't do that, or Capital One.
Wow.
Come on. You got to kick back. It is the Penthouse on this is very crazy thinking. So again, remember, it's a show. None of this is true. Actually.
4,700.
Wow. 47. And Brian guessed 46?
No, he guessed 4,700. He had what, 4,650, something like that. Close.
Wow. You almost had to pay Brian $4,600. Wow.
But I gave him 100 when I walked in.
Yeah, he gave me 100 when he walked in, too, so he technically...
Yeah, I gave him 100 because he walked my dog.
Charities, other charity work.
Yeah, wow. I walked my dog when I was away.
Oh, wow. I didn't think you ever had a dog.
I don't know. I said that the other day. I was out with somebody. I said, I got to go home and walk my dog because my dog's name is Sinatra because that's what I would name my dog.
I love it.
And my buddy said, you don't have a dog just so you want to go home.
You just want to go home. So
the girl was like, oh, your dog's name's Sinatra? That's so cute. I said, yeah. I said, he's got a little, doghouse summer wind.
Okay.
He comes out in the morning to New York. I said, the whole thing.
Girls had to come over. G's had to borrow a dog.
Yeah. I'll be like,
I did it my way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I've thought about having a dog, but I'm not home enough. And as a dog owner, sitting here with Dominic and Fran, you got to be home.
Wicked.
Like, do you feel bad when, even today, you said you had to get somebody to walk your dog?
Yeah. If anybody's out there that on occasion is reputable and watches Huskies, I can make you pretty rich.
I'll take it. I mean, I would love to walk your dog.
No, you can't handle this thing.
Right.
Huskies are escape artists and whatever have you. They're very friendly. They're very, very friendly and very lovable.
A lot of energy.
A lot of energy. This dog does not walk. It runs wherever it goes. And it is a fear of mine where, if we have, obviously, I have someone else in my life that can help me. But when she's working or she's gone and I have to go,
call me, even though it's during the show.
I don't think I can afford you. How much would you want to walk this husky?
Well, you and I go back a long time, and we're friends. I don't know, $750. I don't I'll throw in one treat.
Where are you taking it to? The Mandalay?
I'll give him a mozzarella stick. I'll give him a mozzarella stick for Joseph's. Yeah. What do you want?
Are you going to spoil this
Well,
thing?
again, I'm going to shoot high. I know we're going to come down low.
I'd
So-
probably give you a couple of $100.
Yeah, that's fine.
If anybody else is out there that's reasonable, will you call Dom? Because I'm
not taking the calls. I'll take the job.
200 a day. You got him. He's in there.
Okay.
And he's good with dogs.
Can I bring the dog here and leave it with Dom?
Of course. That's going to cost you a little extra because we got to kick upstairs. You got to take care of management.
Okay.
They'll be like, no dogs allowed. Here's 200. What's wrong with a dog?
There's enough rooms in this building.
That's it. We're not married to it.
Perfect. I'll just start bringing the dog when I come here.
It's fine. I would love to meet your dog.
I love it.
We had someone that used to do that.
Yeah, we did. They ended up getting fired. 877-927-6969. I'm kidding. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Mavericks GM. You want to talk about a life-changing thing? They get the first pick. Wow. Yesterday, he was getting a police escort because they were worried about his life getting threatened. Today, he's getting a parade. Wow. Told you, when you got cash, you're a smash. When you're broke, you're a joke. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Let's work in Big Al, who has a dispatch about the Chimp Crazy show.
Sean, it is sad. Call me a wussy if you want, but at least I have a heart and I don't laugh at my girlfriend when she cries. Wiggle, wiggle, pop, pop.
Thanks,
All right,
wussy.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Florida Turnpike and I-95 are looking good, up to speed and accident-free. Roadwork slowing us down Beeline Highway North right after Blue Heron. There's a right lane block, and it's construction 441 South at Atlantic Avenue. That right turn lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, beautiful ladies, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. And if you're a sports fan, I can't think of a better place to watch sports or UFC. And coming up Memorial Day weekend, free entry and a drink for all military. Reserve a table today. It's Monroe's in Palm Beach. Entertainment 7 days a week. Beautiful ladies 7 days a week and open to 5 a.m. It sounds like a perfect night. Monroe's in Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and of course, beautiful ladies. Peace.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida. Every year, lives are lost in work zones because of speeding and distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers are counting on you to get home safely, and so are their families. Let's work together to prevent crashes and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll, safety's the goal.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Can you believe it's only $77?
What? I thought it was more than that.
Nope. It's only $77 to get your marijuana card with MMJ Health's Mania Madness. Limited appointments. Visit MMJHealth.com/Real Radio. Again, that's MMJHealth.com/Real Radio.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
The iHeart Sports Reports, sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. It will be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places to take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
Made for This Mountain exists to empower listeners to rise above their struggles and face the mountain in front of them. So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast and climb that mountain.
You will never be able to change or grow through the thing that you refuse to identify. The thing that you refuse to say, hey, this is my mountain. This is the struggle.
Listen to Made for This Mountain on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Made for This Mountain.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station.
What about my dildo?
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Hey, you got to ask questions in life. You don't ask questions, you'll never find out. I am the Greek. Francis is out. Dominic's here.
Hello.
Always forget his name. Andy Quinn has stopped by.
Always a pleasure to fill in for Franny.
Thank you very much for stopping by. Now, Dom, I know you got an important message.
Yeah, listeners could win meals for a whole month if they want. We got Ideal Nutrition put on this special giveaway right now. Flavorful meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I know Franny, I know other people like Jason enjoy these meals every day.
They love it. It's great.
You can heat it up real nice and easy at work. All you got to do is go to realradio921.com/meals, and you get to enter your chance to win a whole month of Ideal Nutrition.
Great job there. Take advantage of it. Now, you sent me a couple of text messages. We'll talk about one in a minute in Greek's Trifecta. But I like that T-shirt. We got to order that. Is that a real T-shirt or was that a meme?
No, I think that might be selling now after last night.
The Jenners last night were courtside, Andy, at the Knick game.
Oh, wow.
So there's a T-shirt out with both of them sitting there with their Knick hats. So I said, let's get it. I was in Fort Lauderdale and Solis, and his kid had Kendall starting 5 because she's dated 5 NBA players. Oh, jeez. Oh, that was a great one.
Nice.
That was funny. All right, and I got good news for you after the Trifecta. Remind me to tell you, Dominic, about McDonald's.
Ooh, they're going to be with President Trump.
I'm going to tell you some good news for you, but let's do a Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, if you're a Boston Celtic fan, you might have to go park your car because this is bad news. Jason Tatum, Achilles, is out for a year.
Wow.
That is so bad. Man, the Knicks could make it. They could be in the Eastern Conference Finals. They got one more game. It'll be crazy.
Could that be the killer for Boston?
For this year?
Just in general, could that change their whole dynamic? Could they make a trade him out, trade Jaylen Brown? Jaylen Brown was possibly getting traded a little while ago.
He's the thing with Boston right now is they might lose Holiday. He's a free agent. Porzingis might go. They're not going to be able to trade or do anything with, obviously, Tatum because he's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll keep Brown, but it's going to be bad because he's going to be out a year. So next year it'll have to be, Brown and White and them and just try to make the playoffs and hopefully he comes back. They're saying 8 to 10 months. It's sad. I mean, you knew when you watched it was a serious injury. You don't like to see anybody get hurt, obviously. But yeah, let's see if we can order those shirts. I would love to have one of those. It is time for a Greek's Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, the Knicks did win last night. Big game. Third time in this series. They were down by 14 or more, and they get a W. So hats off to the Knicks. They're up 3-1. They got game 5 with Boston, and it looks like everything's leaning New York's way. Also tonight, you got the Pacers and Cavs. Pacers are up 5-1. That is game 5. 3-1. Not a good situation for the Cavs, who had a lot of injuries. Minnesota last night took control of that series, and you got Denver and Oklahoma City tonight. In baseball, last night, Yankees ended up winning in Seattle. Mets beat the Pirates, but not by 2 runs, which we would have liked for the Greek organization. But that's another story. Marlins got beat in Chicago. And those are basically the 3 teams you care about. If you're up in Tampa, you should be worried about the strip clubs and not the Tampa Bay Rays, to be honest with you. But you can check the score in Tampa. Greek's Trifecta is always sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Andy will take you there. It's a great place. You'll love it. And also in basketball, the Dallas Mavericks got awarded the first pick, which will be Cooper. Now, Dom, good news for you. Because you are a wise ass sometimes. I don't know if you saw this. McDonald's is hiring 375,000 people. I just saw that. So I was like, all right, good news. He's got a shot. I can see with the shake.
Did you see that McDonald's actually brought their own special custom truck over to Saudi Arabia for Trump now since he's over there?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a custom. It's a whole custom thing. So
is it all like gold and everything, wheels?
It looks very luxury, and it's just McDonald's, so he could have it wherever he's going.
Wow, that's good. Good marketing.
And I don't know how they're going to hire 375,000 people right now. The job market, even though it remains, very low unemployment, the job market has this effervescent effort of a minimum wage being somewhere in that $18 an hour range. Which is a lot. So if McDonald's is going to hire 375,000 people, they better be prepared to pay a nice big number up near that $20 mark, possibly.
Well, it's always a good sign when people are hiring.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Because most of the time in the news, it's people are getting let go.
Uh-huh.
So, Dom?
I might be making more there.
No, because Greek pays you, doesn't he, Dom? A little on the side. Like he gave you $100 for golf or whatever.
That's for his. I always help him out.
Oh,
yeah, he's under the Greek umbrella. I mean, if he has a problem, I try to take care of it.
See, that's if everybody can get under the Greek umbrella, they're very well protected for a rainy day.
I wish I was that girl that just met him and got his credit card.
All right, with the girl with the credit card. She hasn't spent a dime yet. You're accusing her of stuff she hasn't even done. She might call in. Remember, if she calls in, we'll see. She said to me Friday, she goes, I told you I might call in. I'm not going to tell you when. I'm a surprise. I said, great.
Okay.
Last girl that told me that cost me $7,400. So Michael Jordan is going to be on NBC.
Wow.
I was shocked to hear this. Were you?
I wouldn't expect Michael Jordan. I think, what is he? His net wealth well over $1.3 billion?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
I think he's over $4 billion now.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm. With the Jordans?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I wouldn't expect him, nor after watching that series in the pandemic that they did on him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect him to be as personable as needed as well on camera.
But The Last Dance, he did that. I mean, he produced it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it made him look bad. He was
It
just
didn't make him look bad, but I don't feel as though he was bubbling with personality. It was it was a lot of me, and Scotty did this. And
well, their friendship broke up after that.
Yes.
And what ended up happening with Scotty, and people don't understand this, and because Scotty was involved in The Last Dance, and he spoke and everything like that, but it's like anything else. You never know what's going to come out. Now, Pippen supposedly did not like when Jordan called him selfish in any way to get his surgery. And then obviously they had insult to injury. They were having a bad time. And then Jordan's son ended up dead in Pippen's ass.
That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now
She used to babysit him.
Oh, my goodness.
How crazy is
That
that?
had to be weird.
Oh, my God.
So there's the dagger.
Yeah.
And I just don't see Michael as somebody, though, that... So are they paying this guy a lot of money in NBC?
Oh, I'm sure they are. If they're paying Brady $35 million a year, they got to be paying Michael some serious money. I don't know if he's going to be on every week. He said he's going to be a contributor to the NBA, going back on NBC.
Right.
So that's going to be different. But I was shocked that he's even willing to do it.
I know. The guy lives in a triple lot in Jupiter at the Bears Club, where the home is estimated at somewhere in the neighborhood of like $55 million right now. And he is going to allegedly be...
He's your neighbor, right?
Across the street. He's
Across the street.
He's
Not my
allegedly going to be selling that, in the next year. And he's actually buying up near where his Grove 23 golf course is in the Hobe Sound area. He's actually buying or building another so-called mansion in that area of a golf course called the Apogee, which is, just to let you know, to join, they're at $1.4 million to be a member. That's $1.4 million.
That might be a good place for us to be caddies.
Yeah.
Some good change there.
Oh, man, can you imagine that?
Hey.
But, working for those rich guys is just hell on earth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you didn't find my ball. I want another caddy. You're no good. And then they got their billions because they don't want to pay you not even $150 to caddy the bag.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? We might be able to make it worthwhile. I would love to get on Jordan's course, not to play. I want to go to the golf shop, the pro shop, like you said. But because I've seen some of the apparel, it's so cool. Because every time I see somebody with it, I know, and they're like, "Oh, I got it at this pro shop." I was asked to be there as a guest because it's not open to the public.
Right. Now, my son has worked on his boat as a helper, and
I've heard a lot of nice things. We had a listener who used to work there for a long time, and I remember he said that Michael paid everybody during COVID, and he was very, very nice.
My son said this guy was the most down-to-earth gentleman you could ever work for.
It's nice.
And he gave my son, he gave him a duffel bag full of logoed athletic wear.
Wow. Does your son want to sell it?
He might. Yeah. What's your price?
9.5, 10. Right. As the crow flies.
Right. But no, he had a beautiful Viking built boat out of South Jersey.
Yeah.
And he sold that. That was the boat my son had helped on on a couple of occasions. And then he switched now to a Bayless, and that boat is about a $20 million boat, sport fishing boat, where he kind of
well, he has a fishing team.
He has
that
a
does
fishing
very
team.
well.
Yes, they fish the Carolinas, they fish Jersey, and they fish South Florida, and they win quite a few tournaments. But he doesn't fish per se, according to my son.
Yeah, he just hangs out.
He kind of hangs out, but he has great teams around him.
And he's got the racing team.
And he's got the racing team.
So that is going to be your task over the next 60 days, let's say July 4th, to try to get us on the course to go into the pro shop and just to buy a couple of shirts.
I don't know if I can get it done. I got on the course as a guest.
If anybody can get it done, you can get it done.
Yeah, but I've like I say, I
We'll
think
duke
I
somebody.
have more pull with you than the so-called rich people. Because the rich people, they don't really want me around other than the fact that if I can make them money.
Of course. Well, who else wants you around for anything else?
You're like, okay, if you can't make me money, can you get me here, and there? And then we have pull.
Yeah, we got something to negotiate.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something
but
there.
They don't really... If I can't make them money on a big stock investment, they don't really want me around.
All right. Well, it's on your agenda. It doesn't have to be top of the list. We'll talk to people you know, family members, whatever. Say, can you get Greek on? And I'll buy a couple of shirts. Get the Domster shirt.
You don't even have to go. You just want a shirt.
I know. I said I don't want to play.
No, you don't even have to go to the shop. He just wants a shirt.
That's
okay,
it.
I'll get you a shirt.
Yeah,
or a hat.
I don't get you through the gates, but I get you a shirt.
Yeah. I don't really want to golf. I mean, if I see an MJ, I'd be like, MJ, thanks. And he'd be like, for what? I go, that time you went to Atlantic City and you beat the Knicks, I had you.
No, honestly, Michael Jordan, and I don't know him. I only know him from, a distance. And I know him from what my son tells me. And, of course, my son's 19. And my son doesn't really know much about basketball, and he's not tied into the celebrity stuff.
Yeah.
So he really doesn't operate in that arena. He says over and over again, this is the nicest person that he could be around.
And that's nice to hear when you meet somebody at that level, which is 1%ers by none, just out there, and they're that nice and humble. And like I said, we used to have a listener who used to send me pictures all the time, and he worked at the course, and he said Michael Jordan was very nice. I know somebody else, even a woman I know through a buddy of mine's aunt, and she worked there for a while, and she said he was a nice guy too. So that's nice to hear.
Yes.
Because when you hear somebody's, stuck up or not great to people, it sucks. Sort of sours your taste. A lot of times they say you don't want to meet your heroes.
Yes.
Because you meet your heroes and maybe they're not who you want them to be.
Yes.
Or what you thought they would be.
Yes. The one person I did meet, who I had the opportunity to meet because I was speaking at a stocks symposium, was Steph Curry.
And I bet you, was he nice?
I love the guy.
Nice.
I mean, this was somebody that was so grounded and so not into himself, it was almost shocking.
Mm-hmm.
So Steph Curry is the real deal.
Yeah, I've heard that from people too. Just a nice guy, family man.
But yet I met Barbara Walters, the reporter. Remember when she was alive?
Yeah.
Basically told me to F off and walked right away from me. I mean, she was the nastiest person in the public profile I'd ever come across. All I wanted to do was talk to her and maybe get an autograph.
Yeah, she said no.
She literally told me to get away from her.
Wow. So get away from me. I got a table in front of her at Nello's in New York one time. I duked the maitre d' and she walked in the same time as me. And he's like, Greek, we'll take care of you. He didn't like her. And I looked and I said, Baba! I'm the Greek and you're not.
Oh, I think she should be getting your autograph.
I said, you got to start duking people around here. That's the same restaurant where my buddy, rest his soul, Leo, and another one of my buddies, John, they threw Mary Tyler Moore off a payphone because they had to put a Ranger bed in.
Oh, wow.
So this is a famous place in New York City, and they had a payphone downstairs. We're going back.
Yes.
Like the 90s.
Yes.
And the Rangers were in the Stanley Cup. So my buddies were betting the Rangers, and there was only one payphone. You didn't have payphones then. I mean, you didn't have cell phones in the 90s.
We had beepers.
Yeah, so the guy comes upstairs, the manager and the owner goes, Great, come here. I said, what? He goes, I got a problem with your friends. I said, what? They go, they just threw Mary Tyler Moore off the phone. Like, he just took the phone, he hung it up. He said, I was waiting 5 minutes. She was yapping, so he just hung it up.
Wow.
So my buddy came up, and I said, what are you doing, Keith? And he's like, I had to put a bet in. He goes, I asked her twice, and she didn't do it. He goes, so I just took the phone, I hung up.
Oh, my goodness.
I said, he didn't even know who she was.
Right.
Because a lot of my people I ran with, they were like,
yeah.
wiseguy.com.
Blinders.
Wiseguy.com. They didn't know anybody else. So he said to me, who's she with? He thought it was like a crime family. I said, no, it's CBS. That's who she's with. So Barbara, there's your story from being nasty to him.
Yep.
I wasn't nasty. I just walked right in.
Yep.
But yeah, I've heard that about her, that she was a little bit like that. Very small woman, by the way.
Very small and just evil. What a little demon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, like you said, sometimes you meet your people that you look up to, and there's certain people that you meet that are very, very nice, and which is, and it's also catching them in the right time, right place. Everybody has bad days. When I first met Don, I wanted to meet him so bad. He was like a big star. I was like, I hope he's nice to me.
Was he nice?
Oh, he's very nice.
Oh, okay. At least he wasn't a little demon.
Oh, yeah, he's got that,
Because he has that ability, I think, to really give it to you.
Oh, yeah, he does. He takes his shots. He definitely does. From left field.
Yeah.
Like he'll just throw grenades and
Yeah,
just
they
walk
come
up.
in. They come in.
Yeah, they come in.
I'll
They
let them settle too. Throw them and settle. Let them settle.
Oh, yeah. And then he just like walks away. He'll just crack you on something, which is great.
Yeah, I can
Makes
tell.
the show. That's what we like.
Right.
We're talking to Andy Quinn, who was nice enough to stop by with us about some stocks. I know you were talking to me about one certain stock that is doing well right now,
Yes.
right?
So stock ticker LLY is Eli Lilly. And, I don't know how everybody else out there thinks about Ozempic and Wegovy and the new one called Zepbound.
Well, Ozempic is a word, and you notice something is big, that a year ago nobody knew what the word even was.
Mm-hmm.
I heard Ozempic, you know what I thought it was? Like a speakeasy or an underground gambling place.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well,
and
I
then all
gotta
of a
tell
sudden, everybody's on it.
Everybody's on it, and now they're moving away from it. They are heading more towards Wegovy and Zepbound. And Eli Lilly, stock ticker LLY, which is what I was talking about to you in the break, is testing or at the end of the test of a pill
Yeah.
that actually acts like Ozempic, Wegovy, and Zepbound.
Yeah, because I think for a lot of people,
That
it's hard
shot.
could you shoot yourself?
I don't think I could, but I have often thought.
But you don't have a weight problem, so you don't have to worry about it.
I don't have a weight problem, but I keep an eye on my weight.
Yeah.
I go over the Blue Heron Bridge and I'm huffing and puffing for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to get the calories off.
Yeah.
And boy, does it get annoying when you see those guys on
You
those.
should try running through a Gucci sale.
Yeah.
You want to lose your breath.
Oh, man. You really lose
Those
your
girls will kill you.
But as far as these GLP-1s, these weight loss drugs, I've often thought, if they could stick a little spritz in like my Dunkin' green tea,
Yeah.
right? I'd probably go through the drive-through twice a day if you said, hey, I'm going to stick a little spritz of Ozempic in your green tea.
Well, I think anything that they can make easier and easier. I mean, first they have this shot, which is you don't have to go to gym anymore, and it's worked on I think I read over 94% of people.
It's worked, but I got to tell you, my golf buddy, he was pushing, I don't know, 275. I mean, this dude was getting up there.
That's big.
Right? I mean, couldn't get out of the golf cart. Like, I'd had to hold his beers in the beer holder, and then
All his beers.
Yeah, like he couldn't really get out of the cart.
And what is he down to now?
He's at, he just told me he lost 46 pounds.
That's a lot.
But we all went to Colorado for a 4-day ski trip.
Yeah.
And he claimed to have been a brilliant skier growing up.
I'll tell you how to get him on the skis.
Well, we got him on the skis, the huffing and the puffing. And this is after he's lost all this weight. And I got to tell you, I mean, I hate to say it, and I know he's not listening because he's working down in Miami. Now he's lost this weight.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you're in good shape. You just lose
He
weight.
looks like death.
Really?
I mean, death, like
Yeah,
scary.
drawn.
I don't know what's wrong with this Ozempic stuff. I don't know what it's doing with weight loss, but this guy, I think, pushing 270, looked healthier to me.
Yeah. Well,
than
you're
at
also
235.
when you see somebody, I know I have a friends who've been on it, male and female.
Yeah.
And when you see them so different, the first thing, when it's a lot of weight, I'm talking 30, 40 pounds.
Right.
The first thing you think is, I don't even ask people anymore because God forbid they could be sick. Especially
Yeah.
if you haven't seen anybody for a long time. Face is very drawn,
Yeah.
they're very thin, because that's usually what you would see.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, it seems like a lot of people are on it.
A lot of people seem to be on it. Stock ticker LLY. Keep an eye on it. I'm watching it. That is going to be done eventually here in some sort of pill format. So you don't have to sit there or have your wife or your husband give you this shot. I just can't imagine pulling the trigger on this shot.
Yeah.
And then going and doing the 3 Boston cream donuts and thinking you're okay. Because that's my buddy right now.
Yeah.
I was surprised in Colorado.
Yeah.
I
He
was
was,
like-
he was eating a lot of Dunkin' Donuts.
I was like, is he going to eat this 3rd donut? And he says to me,
he's on Ozempic. He
he
can.
says this medicine's working.
Yeah. Sure.
Unbelievable. So he's very drawn
Yeah.
and sickly looking.
Now, is he married or a girl?
He's married.
What did she think? Was she happy?
She keeps telling him he looks magnificent, like Brad Pitt type.
Well, if it's working.
So she's interested in this becoming a success because he's so fat. I have heard him bitch about his sex life and
all right,
things aren't working, if you know what I mean.
All right, well, I mean, it's working out for him. I mean, he's in Colorado with you. Can it get much better than that? It is the Greek. Andy Quinn stepping in for Franny today. Nice of him to stop by. Dominic's here. We got one more hour. Stay tuned. Greek Zone today. We got Josh Cohn calling in and so much more. Put in your chin strap, people. Peace.
We'll be your friend. Follow us at Real Radio 92.1 on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Enjoy your ride along the Palm Beaches. 95 and the Turnpike are both accident-free. We're looking good on the expressways. Road work at 441 South at Atlantic Avenue. That right turn lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you're looking to unload your ride, then head on over to GiveMeTheVin.com. Already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better thanks to their big cash giveaway. They're handing out $25,000 in cash every single month. A mail-in entry gets you 250 chances to win, but if they buy your car, boom, that's 1,000 chances to score the cash. Just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, enter your VIN, get top dollar offer in minutes, and skip the kickers for good.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Listen to what Dave Ryan says about Andro 400.
Andro 400, I really love it. It's amazing to me that I feel so good. I've lost 50 pounds. I was a size 38 waist. I've gone down to a 32 waist. My mood has changed. I don't get stressed out. It gave me so much more energy. Energy to walk. Energy to play sports. Everything is starting to work again. It feels like I'm 25. My wife is happy. I'm so happy. I'm just a completely different man. I'm taking this stuff to the grave with me.
Men, have you lost energy and gained belly fat? Are you feeling stressed out? Fight back with Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to increase your testosterone. For over a decade, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel 20 years younger. Go to andro400.com, andro400.com, or call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
All about the presets.
That is the best new feature. It's like a car radio right on the app. There's a list of what's trending. There's all the podcasts. I love it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword HAPPY at realradio921.com. That's HAPPY. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Dove's being a dick.
Doves.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Bad news if you're a Boston Celtic fan. Jason Tatum, what we thought was going to happen last night when you saw the injury, if you watched the Knicks game, was his Achilles, and it looks like that's what it is. He's going to be out 8 to 12 months. That's bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow night, so Boston's -4.5. I think I would still take Boston tomorrow night without Tatum. I just got a feeling. We'll see. I mean, again, but bad news if you're a Celtic fan.
They better hit those threes then.
Oh, yeah, they definitely better hit those threes. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is out today, but Andy Quinn stopped by, doing a bang-up job. Andy, thanks for stopping by.
I tell you, just being on Real Radio and being a Real Radio fan, what a thrill.
Now let me ask you about some gambling stocks. Sports betting is legal in 37 states, 38 states. They're thinking within the next 3 years it'll be up to like 45. Still not in California or Texas. When it comes to those two states, forget the numbers. Florida's crushing it. Now, there are stocks, a couple of them, I believe FanDuel, DraftKings. And for a while, they were having a couple problems, not performing to people's level of what they thought, the experts, like yourself. But last year or so, I've read that the stocks have gone up.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you take a look at the overall gambling industry, right, just the top line number.
Yeah.
I think it's been reported that everybody's putting down bets, and this does kind of include some of the casinos, but ultimately the number is $150 billion annually. Crazy. And you got to remember, I think we were just talking about it. On the other side of that bet is a loss.
Yeah, sure.
So you take 150 or 160 billion and you cut it in half.
Yeah.
And there's your number of what people are technically losing annually.
And I'm going to say 70% or higher lose, in my opinion. I don't think it's 50-50. No way. I can't see it.
It's hard to determine because of jackpot size.
Yeah.
Right? If someone won 20 million, but 18 million lost $1. So DraftKings, out of the gate, and I remember the first day it came to market. This was like 5 years ago. I was on this channel. I was on with you and Johnny C.
Okay.
And I think it opened up at somewhere in the neighborhood of $180 per share.
Now, that's a lot.
Yes, DraftKings. It then shot straight down. So the pandemic kind of resolved itself, right?
Yeah.
And people started...
there was no sports, so you couldn't bet on it during the pandemic.
Right.
Obviously.
So it took a nosedive.
Yeah.
And then the thing slowed down, and people started going to these games.
Okay.
Okay. And they started betting from their phone at the arenas.
Yeah.
That's a big thing right now.
Of course.
With BetMGM, Bet Hard Rock.
Yep.
But the number one and number two, DraftKings and FanDuel. They have all recovered. So many of their stocks, which went from, let's just give you a ballpark number of $180 down to $11,
which is bad,
have all rebounded back into the $40 range.
But
Okay?
it's still not great if you bought it at 180, obviously.
Yes.
So where are we talking with FanDuel right now, DraftKings?
Okay, so basically FanDuel is owned by a company I didn't even know about called Flutter. Have you heard of Flutter?
I've heard of Fluffer. I never heard of Flutter.
Dumb? How come he's heard of that?
He's got a T-shirt. He's got that on in...
he doesn't. That's not part of his job description here. at
Wednesdays he wears his new Kids on a Block T-shirt. Thursdays the other ones. You're here on a Tuesday. You might see it if you come back tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Flutter owns FanDuel. And that has been showing revenues of approximately $4.5 billion per quarter.
Ooh.
Up from something like $2.5 billion. So as we sit, FanDuel at $244 a share.
Wow, that's
$244.
Wow. They really bounced back.
Yes, I think they're going towards the 300 number.
What about DraftKings? Where are they at?
DraftKings is at $38.
Wow.
Back up from like that 9 to 11 range. Oof. I think they're going to 40.
So
40 to
FanDuel
45.
would be obviously the stock that's really producing.
FanDuel seems to have a wider market cap, wider market share than DraftKings, but I would not, badmouth either one of them.
Mm-hmm.
They would be both buys as far as the stocks go.
Okay.
And, if you really want to get cute, are you better off right now betting the Knicks on a $500 bet, or are you better off right now saying, Andy, you know what, tonight I'm going to go buy $500 worth of DraftKings?
The Knicks.
You're really not. No. The Knicks would have a 50-50 odds, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Technically, short term, you could make a lot more quicker money on the 500 with the Knicks.
Yeah. But I don't know if I'm going to live long, so I want the money now.
I dated someone like you. They're the worst.
Cash is king.
They're the worst. I dated someone just like you.
I mean, it's Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to be here Thursday. No, so overall, I would say. If it performs, it's going to bring more money. Obviously.
In the next 6 to 9 months,
yeah.
If you spend $500 on DraftKings, I think the odds favor you're going to make possibly 500.
So you're going to make 500?
Most likely.
All right, so I can make 500 in Knicks tonight, though.
I know, but
3 hours. I'm done. I'm Tapioca City.
That's the concept of
the gambler.
Of I need it now.
Yeah.
It's I don't want to be in a relationship. I'll just pay for the hooker.
We're not
Sounds like
judging.
G.
We're not judging here as Dominic drops in a 3-pointer. I'm looking for love. I just can't find it.
But see, if you
I'm in the wrong aisle.
If you put in the effort
Yeah.
for the relationship,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have had to pay somebody for sex that evening.
Well, you're not really paying them for sex. You're paying them for a companionship, the girlfriend experience. Somebody to watch the game with in the third quarter, so somebody just leans into your den and says, "What's the score?"
Wow.
And you're like, Boston, 78-65. Just so you have somebody.
Wow.
Like an AI experience.
Okay. So you have some.
Yeah, so you have that, it's like, because when you come home, you like when I get off a plane,
Yeah.
Everybody talks real loud. I get on the phone, I'm like, "Hey, hon, how's the kids? You walk the dog?" Because you don't want to feel like you have nobody. So you fake it.
That's G.
Yeah.
I see a lot of those people on the phone, and I think they're doing the fake calls.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's AI.
As soon as the plane lands, they're calling somebody, I love you, I miss
love you.
you.
Are you picking me up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Should I do the Uber?
Yeah.
I think it's AI.
Yeah. You never know who it is.
I think it's AI.
But that's something standard that you see. And I could do a whole skit on that with people like calling up. Or it's a husband calling a wife or vice versa, and the other person's like, who is this?
Yes.
Harold, it's Diane. So,
you know Rodney Dangerfield's famous line. He said, he got into bed and his wife was really doing some strong sex talk, a lot of sexy talk.
Yeah.
And he rolled over and she was on the phone.
Oh, that's awesome. So a couple of weeks ago, we talked about this. We have people who come to my house, new development for solar, water filtration, but water filtration, memory go to Leany, one of our big sponsors. So this kid came a couple times, and Dom knows this story. So the third time he came, I think I had a basketball game going on, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, this kid again. So I came to the door, and this is a two-board story. So he comes up, and he's like, whatever. I said, dude, look. I said, I know I might look great. And he just looked at me and I said, but I just left the doctor. I got 3 months. I said, so take me off your list. I said, and do me a favor, don't come back. And his face was like pale. He's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I said, things happen. You know what? Sometimes you get a bad break. I said, but it's all good, buddy. Okay? I said, good seeing you.
You got rid of him.
And he said, just take me off the list. So he scratched it off.
Oh, yeah.
So the next day, I go out to my car. This is where Tom cracks up. And I see this lady once in a while, just says hi. You know the neighborhood wave?
Yes.
Like you do in the hallway. Like somebody on a Monday, you say, how's your weekend? But you don't care.
Right.
You just
She's not flirting with him, though, like your neighbor does.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's like, hey, you got a minute? So, like, me, I'm coming to my car, getting to the car, and I look like, hey, what's up? She goes, oh, my God. I heard the news. The solar guy told me and my husband, you look great. I told Harold. I can't believe it. So I looked at her. It's like 6:45 in the morning. I look at her. I go, ma'am, I was kidding. Her face got white. She's like, what? I go, oh.
You're going to live? Damn it. Harold wanted your condo.
No. She said to me, I said, I just wanted to get him away from me. So I told him I was dying to get it. I said, but it's good. I go, but have a nice day. So she walked away. She was probably like, this kid's a Looney Tune. So I got rid of both of them.
Good.
With one story.
That's perfect.
That's it.
More neighbors staying away, the better.
That's right. So I got rid of both of them.
In the state of Florida, that's my motto.
Yeah. So it worked out well.
Perfect.
But the kid with the solar was so funny. You should saw his face. He's like, what? Oh my God. I said, yeah, I got 3 months. But my attitude, like, but things happen. I've had a good run. A little Jerry Seinfeld. It's okay. I'll meet somebody. It's all fine.
Scratch me off.
Scratch me off. Because, you get, to me, if you call my phone, I answer.
Right.
If I don't know my store, I'm not one of those people. And if you knock on my door, I'm going to go. Like one night I was...
I get the bug guy.
Oh, yeah. I was at one of my buddy's house, him and his wife, and the bell rang like 6 times.
I know.
And they wouldn't answer it.
They
go, we know who's going to... Nobody's supposed to come. We're not getting it. It's somebody probably soliciting something.
Yep.
I said, how do you know somebody just didn't have an accident in front of your house and needs a phone or something? You know what I mean? That's our society now. Like years ago, my mom would say, we used to leave the door open.
Yeah.
The screen door open. You would walk by, you see the screen.
Now it's you're on the Ring camera looking on your phone. Oh, who's that at my front door? You don't even want to go to your front door anymore.
Which is crazy.
And I sold encyclopedias when I was 18.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I sold encyclopedias, and I had. So this is where the psychological aspect comes into it, where I can't really not open the door nowadays because I think back to the days when people would slam the door on me and not answer and not even look my way.
That's something like you would never see now. Somebody selling encycloedias.
Yes.
Well,
Dom, do you
now.
know what encyclopedia is? You do, because you're very young.
Maybe door to door selling gummies, but not encyclopedias.
Well, nowadays, if they're selling the encyclopedias, they're about to take you down.
Yeah,
They're going to take you down. They're casing you out.
8-track.
And they're taking you down.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's amazing that you used to sell door to door. Now, how many houses would you hit during a day? Would you think?
Oh, I remember they asked us to do by zip code, so we would try and hit 300 to 400 places per zip code.
Wow.
Yeah.
Per day?
Yeah, per day. And we had the demo book with us, and it was wicked, man. And you'd sell, I don't know, a set of encyclopedias to a retiree who already knew everything in the encyclopedia, but you'd sell it probably once a week.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, and you'd make your $50.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal.
That's got to be a tough job. Selling encyclopedias.
Man.
See, you think you got it bad? Who do we got on hold?
Craig Rice.
Oh, God. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Awesome.
Yeah, Andy.
Yes.
Yeah, do you know what's the difference between a day trader and a gambler?
What's the difference between a day trader and a gambler? I don't know.
A gambler at least gets free drinks when losing money.
So true. Greg Rice, everybody. He drops a lot of on us.
All right.
The free drink thing is something where
It is
people
true.
will go to casinos and just get free drinks.
Hey, if you get anything for free, you feel you definitely feel like you're still a winner.
I paid this weekend at the Hard Rock.
Oh, that's right. You're at the Hard Rock.
Yep.
And there was no free drinks?
No.
Oh, they
you
don't
were at
give
the-
them?
Well, he was at the pool party.
Oh, the pool party.
Yeah.
What do you do at a pool party at a casino?
They just got them now.
Oh, they're
Hard Rock.
awesome, the pool parties.
Oh,
They
really?
ship them in. Like, what, 800 people?
Oh, at least, yeah. And then, bottle service, girls that break your neck every which way.
Really?
Yeah, Neck Brace City.
Wow.
I mean, it's awesome.
Really?
I mean,
and then what does something like that cost?
Well, I got it through the artist kind of that way. But yeah, the tickets were like $100 a pop.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets in through an artist he knows or through the media pass for the whole.
And you
iHeart
just
thing.
go and you sit at
Hang
the
out.
pool
Yeah.
and you don't gamble.
No gamble. Just hang
There's
out.
not a lot of people in the pool, right? Well,
No,
occasionally.
there's somewhat. There's like a couple, maybe 100 people in the pool last time.
Do you find the girls a little bit easier to talk to when they're at a pool party or a nightclub?
The pool party for sure.
Because they're banged up?
They're banged up. They're wearing, bikinis. And,
Yeah.
Yep.
And do you ever been like, hey, can I get you a drink or anything like that? Or you don't want?
Yeah. Well, then also, G-Man, if you're like, a big baller like you got the tables, you got the rooms.
See, I got to tell you, I've never been that guy. Like, if they want to take care, I'm not buying a table. I just won't do
Well,
that.
you buy a room, though.
A room's different because a room I'm getting for 24 hours. I don't want a table for $2,000 for a bottle.
3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I got this face for a reason. I'm not going to be paying that. I don't mind getting hammered.
They had a $100 special, $100 bottle special for $20,000.
You got to be kidding.
100 bottles. Well, how about Ultra?
Yeah.
They had $275,000 for a table.
You got to be kidding.
Yeah, people bought it.
It's shocking to me, and even in stocks where I'm around people with,
Big Jack.
Yeah, for the most part, the people that I am around or have
Associate
the
with.
opportunity to associate with that are in these categories locally, I would say, they don't part with a nickel.
Oh yeah, they're
It's
tough.
so weird. So the fact that somebody's parting with $275,000 for what did you say?
Ultra party.
An ultra party.
The VIP.
That's their kids probably spending money.
Yeah. I was going to say because I don't know where those people come from. Maybe they're out of country visitors.
They
but-
could be. I'm also. There's all kinds. There's out of country. There's people here. I'm not a drinker, so that's part of the. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not going to go spend $800 on a bottle of Tito's.
No.
I mean, so that's not me. But if you're a drinker and you're with a girl, and then you want to impress her, and they come over with the sparkles and all that stuff, I do the same thing with that with Voss water in my house.
they could hold the sign saying Greek, and dance around for you.
Yeah, I know they do it. Yeah. I know who I am. So I'd rather take the money and put on a game or a spin. But everybody's different. Like you said, those pool parties, whether it's at Hard Rock, in Jersey, Vegas, they're mob.
Yeah. It's a very young, a very young thing, though. Like, I think my 19-year-old would probably hang. But
18 to
I
25.
can't see me and you showing up in our tighty whiteys.
That's not
looking the last orgy I went to, I ate the grapes.
Yeah, so that's awesome. That's good to hear.
I mean, that's why I was there.
Yeah, you're not going to see older people, obviously. It's a demographic. I think anybody under 35 is where you're going to do it. But it's a great concept because you know what? They came up with it years ago, and kids love it. I mean, and the other thing about the kids, and my dad was a big advocate of this with the record industry, there's always a new batch.
Yes.
And that's what always helped the music industry. There's another bunch of whole teenagers, 13, 18, that had their parents' money to spend.
Yeah.
And the same thing with this. These kids are out. They want to do things. They're in college, hanging out locally, pool parties. Because, of course, if they didn't do that, what would be going on in that pool? Just the people who go there. So, and people who stay. So a lot of people.
It is such a young person's world.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if you notice it because, I mean, you do sport like a younger vibe than me, but I walk around sometimes in a daze. I don't know. Do you ever do it? Like you walk around, it is such a young person's world and built for them and such a, I guess with the social media and all the garbage with the.
It's a different time. I look at it, they had their time.
Uh-huh.
I had my time.
Me too.
And that's life.
We went through the 80s.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that could ever get better or be replaced. The 80s were one hell of a scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody looks at it when you grew up as it being a good time and you were different and everything was going on. But I think every decade is different.
Yeah.
Obviously, and there's more things. One thing we've seen in society, as the decades, there's more available for them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I said, we didn't have the access of phones and stuff like that, and they do. And the social media and the Google and to look something up.
Yep.
When you had an argument with somebody or a disagreement, we'll figure it out. Now you just Google it at the table. No, you're wrong. You know what I mean? People do
And
it.
everybody is like a Google doctor. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Like they don't really have any education. So most of the doctors I go to, I do take a look, and if I see a Georgetown diploma,
that's good.
I say, hey, I'm doing all right. If I see Yale, nowadays, even with my kids, they want to diagnose everything, but they're Google doctors.
Of course. Well, everybody else
They're
does
idiots.
concierge. They want to get somebody. They don't want to even go in.
Yeah.
It's like McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts. You go to Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's, there's 20 cars in line. Nobody's inside.
That's right.
There really isn't. When you walk inside, they almost look at you weird.
Yeah.
Like,
They
what are
don't want
doing?
you inside.
No, they don't want you inside.
They want you to get in the line.
Yeah, because you're waiting outside.
Because you're doing it on the app.
Yeah, of course. So yesterday, I was at Wells Fargo, and they have a new machine, I guess. It's been, whatever, 6 months, where you don't even have to go to a teller anymore. You just go in, put in your card. Card comes out. You want to make a deposit. Same thing as an ATM, but it's inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like doing deposits outside because I just worry, like, if something's wrong, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Like, you're at an ATM and your money never doesn't come out.
Yeah,
Or your card.
that's a fear of mine, too.
Yeah, especially like on a weekend. Like,
Yes.
you never get your card
Like,
back.
how am I going to tell them the 200 didn't come out?
Yeah. So I was inside. The guy was like, let me do it. Well, it was easy. It was simple, whatever. But again, when you're putting the money in the machine, it still has to count it.
Yes.
And you worry, is it going to be off? I do. Off count. Maybe it's going to be wrong. I don't care what you put in, 300.
Or you give someone a fake bill.
Yeah. What you want to tell your story? It wasn't fake. A couple weeks ago, I gave him some money, and he went to, was it Wells Fargo?
No, it was Chase down the block.
He went to Chase, and they said they had to look at it 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
And what do you do about that? So someone's giving you that.
Was it real?
It was real. They had to call up someone to verify the serial number. That's how far they had to go to verify it was real.
Oh, my God.
I
All
got
the
that
other
money out
tests-
of a bank.
All the other tests it failed.
Right. Now, what if that thing still failed and you got it out of a bank? You're now out of that cash. Is that correct?
Well, he
that
would've
cash
been
is now worth zero?
He would have been screwed.
Yeah,
Because I gave it to him. I would have been like, sorry, buddy. I would have gave it back to him. I want the money back.
Right.
Because I don't like if they say I'm going to keep it, because eventually you know where you got the money from.
Yes.
So whether you got it at a bank.
I don't think they'll give it to you back.
No, I know. That's the bad thing. They don't. So
Well, I went to I was at the gas station and I had 100 and I wanted to put it in. I wanted to put in 5 20s for the scratch offs. I
Yeah.
wanted 5 scratch offs, and I went and they gave me 5 20s.
Yeah, for the machine.
Yeah, and I went to put it in the machine. Machine wouldn't take any of those 20s. I went back to the gas station lady and said, I need 5 more 20s or I need my 100 back. She wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So they gave me 5 bad 20s. The machine didn't recognize them as a bill. So I walked
Probably
out.
wasn't a female machine. Because if not, that money would have been gone.
Yeah, true.
All of a sudden, you see your hand. You slip right through. Thank you very much. Is that a Rolex? Yes, it is. I appreciate it. I'll take it. I like when you play a scratch off and somebody, you got people who will, everybody has a style of scratch offs. Yeah. Some people just rub the bottom, hand it back in.
That's all I do.
Yeah.
In fact, Franny
Yeah.
gave the tip
Yeah.
years ago to use the app.
Yeah, yeah.
You scratch off the barcode of the scratch off, the barcode. So you don't got to do the whole game.
I want the whole process.
See, I don't want, because that crap gets all over you.
Yeah, but I'm paying. I don't want it to. It's just like I want the candles on. I want the music.
that's all.
Yeah,
You
I
want the whole
He wants to be wine and dine.
Yeah, I want to scratch off every single one because this way I can bitch every time.
Yes.
Because part of gambling, losing, the good thing
is
is
to
bitching.
bitch.
That's right.
That's 90% of a loss.
That's right. So
Yeah, I
I
feel so
can't
much
believe
better.
it. I got screwed.
Yes. But my problem with the scratch off is I think I won $28 and I took the card back in
Yeah.
and they're like, oh, we're out of cash. I'm like,
Where'd you go? You couldn't have went to Bubba. Anything under 500 don't
actually,
cash you.
strangely enough,
Yeah.
it was at Publix.
Was it?
The girl goes, I got to go upstairs. We're out of cash. I'm like, that's really weird. You
$28 you won?
$28. I'm like, you sold $28 per minute at this place.
I have a friend of mine in Boca. I've talked about it. He won to scratch off $1 million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He plays a ton, though.
Does he?
He plays a lot.
And that's what you wonder. Is someone playing these scratch offs spending, I don't know, $1,000 a week?
I would say he spends $2,000 a week.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah. I've seen him. like do it. Yeah,
so that's hard.
Yeah, he's won $1 million. I saw him one time win $300,000.
Wow. But waiting in that line to get your $50 scratch off back.
Yeah.
Where you got these retirees and she pulls out 19 single dollar.
It's not a perfect world, Andy.
Dude, it's hell. I've done it. And then the retirees turn around to you and say, what game are you playing? I heard the bell go off.
And then if you hit big, what you got to do, you got to find somebody Duke them so they can cash in.
You got to have someone else because you don't want your name.
Yeah. So then you do. See, you know the ladle.
I've never had that problem.
Yeah, but if you do, we'll work it out for you.
We'll have Dom cash it.
Yeah, there you go.
Dom will cash it. He's going to be on in the
Dom will be our lotto mule.
Yeah,
mule.
Yeah, he'll be in at Cayman Islands someday.
Mule?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say mule. I want to think of him a little higher than that. Let's say beard. Right. Are you staying or you leaving?
Whatever you want.
All right, we might as well finish it out.
Let's finish it off.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes, please.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Let's work in Big Al, who has a dispatch about the Chimp Crazy show.
Sean, it is sad. Call me a wussy if you want, but at least I have a heart and I don't laugh at my girlfriend when she cries. Wiggle, wiggle, pop, pop.
Thanks,
All right,
wussy.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Enjoy your ride along the Palm Beaches. 95 and the Turnpike are both accident-free. We're looking good on the expressways. Road work 441 south at Atlantic Avenue. That right turn lane is blocked. That's traffic on Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, beautiful ladies, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. And if you're a sports fan, I can't think of a better place to watch sports or UFC. And coming up Memorial Day weekend, free entry and a drink for all military. Reserve a table today. It's Monroe's and Palm Beach. Entertainment 7 days a week. Beautiful ladies 7 days a week and open to 5 a.m. It sounds like a perfect night. Monroe's and Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and of course, beautiful ladies. Peace.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote, 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now. 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070. Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Got a classic or collectible or just a car collecting dust? GiveMeTheVin.com is the #1 place to sell your car, and now it's even hotter with the big cash giveaway. They're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Mail in an entry, that's 250 chances to win. Sell them your car, you get 1,000 chances to grab that cash. From daily drivers to muscle cars, they'll buy it and beat any CarMax offer or send you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
What the Florida is brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity is stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to Real Unlimited Data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting FreshFromFlorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Made for This Mountain exists to empower listeners to rise above their struggles and face the mountain in front of them. So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast and climb that mountain.
You will never be able to change or grow through the thing that you refuse to identify. The thing that you refuse to say, hey, this is my mountain. This is the struggle.
Listen to Made for This Mountain on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Made for This Mountain.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Bitch, you know I did my coffee.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is The Penthouse on a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Franny's out today. Dominic's in the house.
Yo.
Andy Quinn has stepped by. Very nice guy, and he always adds to the show. We appreciate his time. Thank you, Andy.
I just love being on Real Radio, and I want to say hello to everybody out there, the big super fans of Real Radio. How you doing?
It's time for a Greek's trifecta, and then we'll get into some cranberry juice.
Riders up. It's Greek's trifecta.
All right, bad news last night on a couple of fronts. If you're from Boston, park my car. It's not good. Celtics lose. They're up by 14. They lost again. Why? What is going on with the leads? Knick fans are in utopia. I guarantee you more people called out work today sick than probably the day after Thanksgiving. It's crazy. And also, Jason Tatum, terrible news. Popped his Achilles. He's going to be out 8 to 12 months. That is really bad news. You want to talk about a guy who really had a lot of problems, the GM of the Mavericks. He went from zero to hero. They got the first pick last night, so they're going to get Cooper, who's only 18.
Wow.
I mean, realize this kid's a stud. He's 18. He only played 1 year of college. His senior year of high school, he didn't go to.
Wow.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
What did he go for?
Excuse me?
How much
money?
Yeah.
Well, his contract's not done yet.
Oh, okay.
He just got drafted. He didn't even get drafted yet. Last night was the selection of the draft in the NBA.
Okay.
So the Mavericks will get the first pick. Watch the guy screw it up and trade it.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. But anyway, it's just unbelievable for this guy because, like I said, he was so bad after he traded Luka.
Right.
I mean, he had death threats.
Oh, boy.
They had cops in front of his house.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, even his family and friends. People lose their cookies over this.
Yeah.
So,
and Mark Cuban he's still partially involved, correct?
He's only 25% owner, Cuban, and he's not at the level. He runs basketball that does not make the ultimate decision like he did. Now, Cuban sold out. He said, because he wanted to spend more time with his kids. But they had a lot of problems with the organization and the company. I know when he just sold and it was a huge profit, he gave a lot of money to a lot of employees.
Oh, wow.
Now, some people said it was a lot of money to employees. Some people said it was money to cases to go away. So I don't know. I always thought Cuban was good. I liked him. I liked his persona that he was always at the games.
He brought a lot of drama, yeah.
Yeah. You know, every day he would always send the tape to the NBA office. Again, I liked him because he was an owner who really cared.
Right.
Like, I think he really wanted to win. They had that one championship under his regime, and they beat the Heaters down here. But, you know, everything has a time. I don't believe he would have sold. I think there was more to it.
And I had heard it was about a lot of money. Sheldon Adelson in Las Vegas, the owner of many of the big casinos, sadly passed away as a multi-billionaire. And I believe his widow, his wife, was the one that went in with this bid to buy out the percentage of Mark Cuban out of that organization. I believe it was for many billions. But it was done after his death. Reportedly because she was doing it for investment purposes.
Yeah, I mean, again, Cuban had a good run. I still think there was more to it, like a lot of stories. We don't know the real story.
Right.
We're no words told because I thought he was a guy who loved it so much he wanted to leave it to his kids, like Steinbrenner in that situation.
Yes.
You don't see that like last week, 2 weeks ago, the Celtics just got sold for what was it, $6.1 billion or something like that. And the amount of monies that come out, forget it. With the Denver Broncos were sold, but the owners of Walmart. So, I mean, with football teams, any sports teams, it's millions and millions of dollars. So, I mean, we'll see. But
I remember when Huizinga was shopping the Dolphins.
Yeah.
50% for something like $123 million. $123 million at the time for 50%.
Now forget it.
Now it's worth, I would say, what, $4 or $5 billion?
Yeah, I mean, that's anything in life. I mean, you look at houses. I mean, people had a house, you know what, in 2020, that might have been worth, I don't know, $200,000. Today is worth $7. I mean, everything goes up.
And do you think that's going to continue?
No.
At some point in time, I think the rubber's got to meet the road.
Because nobody will afford a house.
Yeah, how can you pay the taxes, the insurance, the HOA, and the bills on top of possibly the mortgage? So I just don't see how. You know, you keep hearing people in the real estate markets and even in the business sector saying, oh, stocks are going to the moon, houses are going to the moon. At some point in time, when does this thing hit the fan?
It will, like everything else. I mean, again, because at some point it's just going to outdo what it is. I mean, you can't see a regular house $300,000 worth $900. You saw it during COVID because so many people wanted to come down here because Florida was a loose state, obviously, and no taxes, and the Greek. So there was a lot down here.
And Dom.
Of course, Domster. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Polar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and Cove Shopping Plaza, soon to be one in Palm Beach Gardens. So that'll be great to hear, to enjoy every day. I was there Sunday. 877-927-6969. Now, the NFL, they just announced some games, right, Dom?
They did. Let's see. We got first Friday game, Chargers versus to be announced in St. Pablo. Then we got the Vikings versus Steelers in Dublin, Ireland. So there's a whole bunch coming up. That one's in week 4, Sunday, the September 28th.
I know the Dolphins got released. They're playing Washington when they're playing outside the country. I saw that this morning. Somebody was telling me about that.
And I know Jason keeps pushing from the Gator when he comes on here that this is going to be a heck of a good Dolphins season. He's a big believer in Tua. What are your thoughts?
I disagree. So I think the Dolphins will win 7 or 8 games.
The Dolphins will be playing week 11.
Madrid?
Yep, in Madrid, Spain versus the Commanders, and it's the 16th of November.
Maybe we could drive there. I don't think
Leave now.
I don't think they have a good season. I just don't. 8 wins, 7 wins.
Right.
That's all I say.
Right.
I mean, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I've been right before. I don't see it.
They really are staying with that Tua story.
Well, they just gave him a huge contract last year. They're not coming off of that.
Right.
They gave Ramsey $25 million. Now they want to trade him. Tyreek Hill's got, oh my God, he's got so many issues.
Yeah.
Off the field, which isn't good.
And he's kind of he creates a ton of drama.
Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, again, I said it yesterday. If they're talking more about you off the field than on, it's a problem.
You know who had a busy Mother's Day was Tyreek Hill.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got 5. He's got like 10 baby mamas.
Does he really?
Yeah, what did he spend? They said he spent a ton of money.
Yeah, probably like over, I don't know.
$2 million?
Yeah, probably.
And were these all wives?
No, just baby mamas.
Wow.
Girlfriends.
How do you make that kind of money and get caught up in a situation where you're going to be writing checks? You know, that story just seems to end the same way every single time, and they do this HBO special of what happened.
Yeah, you're right.
And they're broke. It's so sad, and it's just shocking to me that in today's day and age that you are such a talent and so smart, and you could still get caught up in not being married and having kids across multiple different relationships.
Well, I mean, when people get into those situations, they just don't care. Obviously, they're just like, hey, I'm going to caution to the wind, have a good time, and right now I can pay it. But 10 years from now, I might not be able to pay it. We saw the basketball player last week, Edwards from Minnesota. He's gotten so far 4 girls pregnant, but one he already paid $2 million for life up front. He said, here it is. I don't want to be around the kid, and I'll give you $2 million and goodbye. Now, I'm surprised that they went for it because this kid's going to get a max deal of like $350 million, but they took it for whatever reason. I mean, maybe she just thought, hey, a bird in the hand, you know what?
Right.
Because who knows what's going to happen, like you said, down the hill,
right,
down the road with these guys. But it's crazy, the amount of money, but it's amounts of money that the average person doesn't even know.
Right.
Or could deal with.
Right.
But you do see Antoine Walker was a great basketball player, made $400 million. He was broke.
Wow.
He had a gambling problem and some other issues and stuff like that. And sometimes you say, how can you go through $400 million?
Yeah, that was the insinuation with Phil Mickelson on the PGA Tour, that he actually had to take the Live Saudi deal, which is really made the hate on him pretty big.
Yeah.
For the $100 million upfront bonus to cover what many spoke about were bad bets.
Gambling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he liked the action.
Yeah.
I mean, that was he had that whole thing with Billy Walters.
Yeah.
And also the problem with the stock.
Yeah, and that guy got put away on the insider trading from the alleged CEO that they were golfing with. But what's interesting is, Phil Mickelson, you just did a story here previously last hour on the fact that Michael Jordan's going in the booth for NBC. Phil Mickelson could have gone in the booth for CBS for anywhere from $30 to $50 million. Okay, a year because he was at the top of the popularity contest when he was a golfer. So he took the $100 million right up front And now he's pretty much, an outcast everywhere. I don't know who would hire him and put him in any booth. Maybe.
The thing with NBC, I agree that they would have went after him, but I think it was always a cloud over Phil's head was the whole gambling thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now gambling obviously is prevalent, and you can bet on golf, and they want it, and they encourage it like other sports. But I think for a while with him, people were like, he's shady. You know what I mean? You heard all the stories about him. I know a couple guys in Vegas who knew him that he would bet, football. Not that that's illegal,
right?
But when you're betting huge amounts like that, and then there was one time he had to sell his plane, and you hear crazy. It's just like John Daly on a different, he's another big gambler, and drinker and stuff like that. And I think when you hear these stories, I think these big media, companies, they don't want to be involved in that.
Right?
They'll have you on maybe as a host once in a while,
right?
But every week, I think they worry about what the hell's going to happen.
Yeah,
Phil always seemed a little bit on the outside.
I think so.
Yeah,
he was always,
and he loved the action.
Yeah, he was. There were rumors that in the locker room of the previous PGA Championship that he was actually. When he previously played, that he was actually gambling on the rain delay in the locker room on the NBA.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean,
you
again,
can't verify any of this stuff.
No. But again, I mean, it's who he has been for a while, and people have talked to him. And then he had great success in his career. He was a lefty, another thing where he stood out. His sponsorship, he's gotten everything like that. But I think when you start putting gambling in it, people get shady.
Yes.
And they worry about it. And again, different mindset 10 years ago than it is here.
Yes.
Just like marijuana, different mindset that it was. Sports gambling for years was very, very, people looked at it as bad, shady. Games are fixed. You still hear that.
Yep.
The NBA had that problem with that ref a couple years ago. And he came and they caught him. And you know what? Didn't stop anything.
No.
People forget for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, I always say Marv Albert.
Yeah.
One of the greatest sportscasters, at one point in time, wasn't he found in lingerie and whips in New Jersey or New York?
There were some things about Marv with with
and he was like using the whips and sex.
Yeah, he came out for a
and
while.
they said, you'll never see Marv again.
Well, but Marv did something that I always respected, and he was smart, and it's the people you have around him. He fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
When you keep talking about it, you kick it up.
Yeah.
So if you get into a problem where it's so bad that you're like, hey.
Big Papi, during the heyday, when they brought Big Papi in, and they said, there are reports that you are tied to one of the steroid dealers and or used him as a doctor or had, some sort of connection. Big Papi's quote to the media was, Big Papi's going to look into this and get to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
That story disappeared. It went by, but we never heard anything again.
Well, also, he had the problem where, don't forget, when he was outside the country, he got shot 5 times.
Yeah. What was that about?
That was supposedly was somebody's girlfriend.
Oh.
And, he's lucky he lived through that.
Yeah.
So, again, there are ways that you can handle things when you have a problem. Everybody's got a crew. Everybody's got, lawyers and public relations guys.
Yeah.
I've always said this. You noticed, if Tiger Woods said in the beginning, I cheated on my wife many times, it would have been no big deal.
Right.
But when you say something and you put a number on it, like, hey, I cheated, then every day, remember the New York Post, number 9, number 10, every day.
Every Denny's waitress, it was week after week.
Yeah, by Waffle House, whatever
Waffle
it was.
House,
Yeah. I was surprised some of the places he ate, though. But I'm saying, like, if he just said that, there's no story.
Right.
It's, you're just, hey, I cheated on my wife a lot of times. What do you want me to tell you? I don't know her names. I don't know who it was. But because he said that one time, it blew it up. It blew it up.
Right.
And that's what happened. And again, these guys are out there, professional athletes, making gazillion dollars. Girls come at them like Frisbees.
Right. And the first girl I know that did accuse him of that caused the initial breakup in the marriage.
Yeah.
I believe I just read she bought a $5.5 million home in Palm Beach.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. She's a brunette.
Yeah.
And she was also involved with the governor of New York.
Was she really?
Yeah, she was his mistress.
Oh, wow.
So she knows where to park her car. There's no doubt about it. They're walking away with some big checks.
Yeah.
And they're saying, hey, that's it. Yeah, she was involved with him too.
Yeah. And that's a similar thing that you're going to hear about this Diddy trial, which many people find disgraceful and disgusting, and we all understand that as far as, potentially having done some sort of damage and abuse to any individual at any time is just awful.
Because again, the defense team's going to make it one way. Prosecutors are going to make it the other way, and it's in the middle who the jury believes.
Yeah,
that's it. It's really who's a better salesperson.
Yeah,
and it's some of the stuff is going to be very shocking that came out today. Yesterday, I know I saw in between break, Cassie's ex-girlfriend, she started testifying today, just different things. And it's stuff, for the normal person, you're like, what the hell's going on? But again, everybody says about your life is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So your reality is your life. To them, that was their life.
Yes.
So when you look at it, you say it's crazy life. It is, but that was their reality.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people out there, by the way, in today's day and age, and not to put it in the exact bucket, but they're in the so-called swinger category. In other words, relationships are open, and they actually tend to think that those relationships, if you look at some of the data, are actually healthier because there's no jealousies and people are being satisfied, whatever have you. Now, whether or not that applies to him and his group of people, I don't know. But what's so damaging and so damning is that video where he was in that elevator area in Vegas, I think it was, or wherever.
And he beat the hell out of her.
And he hurt her. And I don't know how. So then you're questioning jury members and saying, I want you to make a decision whether he's guilty or not.
But there's three different things. I mean, you're talking sex trafficking, you're talking abuse, you're talking violence. Two different things.
The sex stuff, though, I think he could say, yeah, I was a freak at my freak-offs, and I'm a freak. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, you're a freak. I haven't seen anything in the dictionary to tell me that a freak is illegal. All right, a freak is a freak. I'm simply saying that as far as putting your hands on another individual,
that he's going to go away.
That's it, man.
He's
how
going
do
to he'll go away for that, maybe a few years.
Something like that,
but the sex trafficking is where he can get really slammed, where he can get 20, 30 years. The beating her up is you shouldn't put your hands on anybody, no matter what, male or female. Keep your hands to yourself. But if he got convicted of that, that's going to be 3-4 years.
Yeah.
You had something?
I was just going to be like,
ow, gee, oh, gee, stop it. Oh, gee, what are you killing me? This kid, it doesn't stop.
Oh, my God.
Even at 152.
Yeah, this kid just goes and goes and goes.
Don't forget, we are at home of the Panthers. You can hear them tomorrow night. The Panthers are on Real Radio. They are playing Game 5 tomorrow against Toronto. Let's make sure we win. You hear it on 92.1 and 101.7. Grand in your hand. You get a new keyword every hour. We'll get one in a few minutes that you guys can definitely take care of. Dominic told you about winning meals for a month.
Yep. Through Ideal Nutrition, you can now win meals for a month. You got to go to realradio921.com/meals. Enter there for your chance to win breakfast, lunch, and dinner for a whole month. What a good opportunity that is.
Yeah, who doesn't want that?
Wow.
Andy Quinn, we can't thank you enough, and we can't pay it. So there it is.
All right, don't pay Dom next. You pay me.
Oh, great.
I want to thank iHeartMedia, and I do want to thank you, Greek and Dom, and my best to Franny, and I want to thank the audience that listens to this station, the diehards. You're just like me. We love each other, and like I say, this is the last bastion of hope, this 92.1. I love the Real Radio, and I love the live show every day, and we all thank you.
No, I know you listen all the time, and not only were you involved in the show and all, but you do listen. I like when you send me a text about something funny.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, which I always enjoy. But we love having you on.
It's just wonderful, and thank you, folks.
No, it's great having you on. The Greek song will be coming up later today. We'll do that after the next break, and we got an chance for you guys to talk about some games, who to bet on. Josh Cohn's calling. Let me ask you about Aaron Rodgers. You think Aaron Rodgers comes back?
I would be stunned if he does, because watching his talent level, even when he was feeling really good at the end of last season, when his health was back.
He wasn't that bad, though.
I don't know.
His
accuracy was pretty bad. I mean, especially anything over 20 and out.
Yeah.
Whew. I don't think he's got the capabilities nor the talent anymore. That's just a personal opinion.
I think he comes back for Pittsburgh. He threw for 3,900 yards,
right?
Which is a lot. The last time the Jets had a 4,000-yard passer was Joe Namath.
Is that right?
The last one, Joe Willie, and he's in Jupiter.
Oh.
I mean, that's the last time. So he wasn't that bad, and he had 28 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not saying to me, Rodgers could still play. And I look at it as, if I'm a GM, is it better than what I have now? And they have
who is it? Is it Russell?
No, Russell's gone. He's with the Giants.
Oh, the Giants. Now, who do they have? Who's their?
They got Kenny Pickett, right? Yeah, they have nobody right now.
Okay.
All their eggs are in Aaron Rodgers'
So
basket.
it's going to be make or break with him. It's going to be interesting and fun to watch, because Steelers games are fun to watch anyhow.
Yeah.
And they do primarily run the football, correct?
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see.
I don't know if he comes back or not. I mean, who knows? It's speculation about him. But again, either way, it's better than what you have.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, I think he should come back, but you never know. He might not want to deal with the drama.
Right.
It is the Greek. It is Dominic. Andy, again, thank you very much.
Sort of like you, Greek. You don't like to deal with the drama.
No, I don't mind drama if I make it. If I make the mess, I expect to clean it up.
Well, that's called the drama queen.
That's right. If I don't make the mess, then I don't want to pick it up, or you got to pay me.
Yes.
Back in the Hollywood days, I would have been like the fixer. You call
At
me.
least you weren't the fluffer.
That's right. That's right. And only a couple letters difference. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes with the Greek Zone and so much more. Peace.
Welcome to the Cult Club. Exactly. Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Delray Beach accident, Military Trail at Via Delray. Expressways along the Palm Beaches are up to speed. No major incidents if you're traveling the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you're looking to unload your ride, then head on over to GiveMeTheVin.com. Already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better thanks to their big cash giveaway. They're handing out $25,000 in cash every single month. A mail-in entry gets you 250 chances to win, but if they buy your car, boom, that's 1,000 chances to score the cash. Just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, enter your VIN, get top dollar offer in minutes, and skip the kickers for good.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Hey. If you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner.
Peace.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Mona Lesky for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword green at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? I already made your bet. I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 and all. Scrap the whole bet? Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line? Still +1. +1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets? Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets. Fine. Come on. $1,000 a point, okay? Take this. And this is a gift for me.
Here it is, baby. It's a gift to you. It is the Greek Zone, Monday to Friday, 2 to 3 o'clock. The Greek Zone is a sports betting show where we talk about the odds, the money, and what is going on. Dominic's in the house.
Yo.
We've been lucky enough to get this gentleman, who is the host of Questionable Call, that you can download 3 times a week on YouTube. 4 minutes, entertaining. I highly recommend it. It's better than my Derby picks. You'll feel like you're in the winner's circle. Good afternoon, Josh Cohn. How are you, my buddy?
What's happening? What happened with your Derby picks? What'd you have in the Derby?
I had 15 long shots, and they all lost.
Everybody but the winner.
Of course. You know how it goes. You've been with me many times.
Yeah, I remember we went to Gulfstream, and you liked the horse. I guess his name was Staying Single. Right?
Yep.
And and I said, this horse is a dog. He's got 3 legs. If you want to bet on this, help yourself. I went back to the buffet line, filled my plate again, and sure enough, you're Staying Single cash.
That's right. Remember? That was unbelievable. I said, I'm betting this. I should have listened to that horse, by the way.
You should have listened.
Yeah, I would have saved a lot of money. How are you today, buddy?
I'm good, my man. I'm doing a lot better than Boston Celtics fans. Jason Tatum, my God.
Yeah,
What a shame that is.
It's just sad the way it ended for them. You know, the Celtics, I don't know what, the whole series, they just did not play well. I mean, when you could argue that the Celtics should have won the series 4-0 with all the leads they had. And I think people just thought it was a switch. And when I tried to tell people yesterday, even though I like the Celtics, it's the NBA. These are top-level players. You just don't put it on a switch. And they weren't playing good. And the thing was, they were blowing these leads. It's the third time they had a lead of 14 or more that not only did they, get close, they lost the game completely, which is a shocker for that organization and that brand.
Yeah, we talked about it last week. When you said, give me a pick, and I said, give me the Knicks. I'll take the Knicks. You're like, wow. Listen, that's unlikely. But here's what's really unlikely. A defending champion blowing consecutive 20-plus point leads at home.
Yeah.
Normally you blow a lead like that. The next game you come back and you win by 35.
Yeah.
But they blew a consecutive at home. So they go to New York down 0-2. And, of course, they played better this past weekend. They get that game. I'm just looking at the highlight right now.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum, last night, it looks like an Achilles, right? It looks bad.
Yeah.
He's writhing in agony, and he still has the presence of mind to be calling timeout.
Yeah.
Like, you watch him. He's in extraordinary pain. And within the first 6 seconds, he's signaling timeout, like not giving up on his team, not giving up on that. Now, we know in the history of the NBA, 293 times a team has led a series 3 games to 1. 13 of those times, the team came back to win it. So it does happen at a rate of about 4.5%. So put that in context. 4.5% of the time, that's about, do the math. That's about 2.5 times as likely as the Dallas Mavericks winning the draft lottery last night.
No.
So stranger things have happened than a defending champion down 3-1 to come back and beat the New York Knicks, considering they got home court advantage, which means a Game 7, which now they would need anyway, would be in Boston. Just saying. Just putting it out there, just saying.
Yeah, I think on a normal day with Tatum there, yes, I wouldn't say it's over. But with Tatum out, I don't think they could do it. They might win Game 5, but I think they would lose the series.
So you look at the series prices right now. For example, you've got Minnesota. They're up 3-1. They're a minus 5,000 favorite.
Yeah.
You have to bet $5,000 to win 100 that they advance. But you look at the New York Knicks, and you got the number right there on the Hard Rock Bet app.
Yeah.
The last I saw, they were like minus 375 or something.
Yeah, not big.
I mean, right. So there's not all of that faith. With that said, 13 times out of 293 times ever, a team down 3-1, down 1-3 in a series came back. So stranger things have happened, but I like my New York Knicks to advance.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's crazy. I do blame a little bit on Mazzullo, the coach. 3 times you got big leads, and it was the same recipe in that kitchen. Taking threes, missing, the team going the other way and hitting their shots. And before you know it, a 14-point lead is 9, then it's 4, then the crowd's into it. And, I mean, for the Knicks fans, this is like they found out maybe, they don't have to pay state tax. That's how crazy they went in the second round of the playoffs. It's not the championship or the Eastern Conference. You know what people do forget, too, which I brought up this morning? If the Knicks win and they play the Pacers, they'll have home court for the Eastern Conference Finals.
That's right. That's right.
Crazy.
It goes back, right, and it's back to the year 2000 when the Pacers actually beat the Knicks. You were probably there. You were probably in the Garden for several of those. I think Larry Bird was coaching the Pacers at that time, was he not?
Yep, he was. I think Bird was the coach there. That's when they had Rose and all them, Scott, and just craziness how it is for the Knicks. The NBA playoffs, though, this year, I think it's going to also be remembered for the playoff season that had a lot of injuries with Steph Curry and now Tatum going down. I think Oklahoma City has enough to beat Denver and to continue on. What are your thoughts on them?
They're supposed to be the team. They were supposed to be, that core, that group, that young, the future of the league. And by the way, that's Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
That's Oklahoma. So all this talk about how the NBA doesn't want small markets to have stars.
Yeah.
Well, like you look at the NFL, the face of the NFL is in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah.
And they just held the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The population is smaller than Port St. Lucie. So
it's crazy.
I mean, the Oklahoma City Thunder would be great. We got to talk about other things with the NBA, like the draft lottery.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get to that next.
But back to the Knicks and the Celtics for just a minute. They've played now 4 games in this series. In the 4 games, I just saw Rich Paul on with Pat McAfee, and Rich Paul said the Knicks have led for 24 minutes total.
Yeah.
And none of these games have gone to overtime. So you're talking about 48, 48, 48, and 48.
Yeah.
Well, that means that the Knicks have led for 1/2 out of 4 complete games, and that says something about the coaching in Boston with Mazzulla, like you said. That says something about that team being a roster of players and not playing as a team. A defending champion can't be blowing 20-plus point leads, but also can't be leading that much and then down 3-1. That's where you look and go, something's really wrong here, because those numbers tell a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Sometimes you lose a game. Sometimes you lose a game and sometimes you get beat.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah, I definitely I like Mazzulla. I think he's a good coach, but I look at him a little bit. When it happens 3 times out of 5, you got to look 3 times out of 4. You got to look at it a little bit and say, "Hey, man, we should have pulled the fire alarm a little bit quicker." Did some stuff. I saw the other night Carlisle with Pacers. Every time they went on a run, he called a timeout. He wasn't waiting for those TV timeouts, and I think that comes with experience. And again, I like Mazzulla, but I'm shocked. But let's talk about the draft last night with the conspiracy theories out already, and talk about the only thing I can think of with Dallas is, I mean, it's just like crazy how this guy Richardson was a bum. Everybody hated him. And I'm sure today the Dallas Maverick fans were calling for seats.
Getting excited about Cooper Flag experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen. So, again, let's just go mathematics on this. 1.8%.
Yeah.
1.8% isn't as crazy as it sounds. It does happen. It has happened.
It happened.
Many times. It happened. It happened with Chicago and Derrick Rose.
Yep.
It happened in Cleveland with Wiggins before LeBron came back. It does happen. When you got 14% likelihood, that's not 70%. It's still just 14%.
Yeah.
So let's not go crazy about how did they not get it. 1.8%. Now, me personally, I do believe that the NBA very much wanted something like Luka to the Lakers to happen. Remember, this was at a point at which ratings were tanking.
Yes.
Interest was tanking. Engagement was tanking. Advertising marketing partners said, this is not what we paid for. This is not what we invested in. So what did the NBA do? Well, the day that was a week before the Super Bowl, before Super Bowl week began, the trade with Luka to the Lakers with LeBron, and everything changed. Everything flipped. If you watch LeBron, I mean, if LeBron is the face of the league, right? He's the biggest star, arguably the best player, but he's the face of the NBA. LeBron makes pretty obvious and overt references to the fact that something is up with the draft. He went on the Pat McAfee show a month ago, and he talked about, come on, me, Cleveland, staying home. Derrick Rose, staying home, Chicago. Come on now. And you go back and watch that. LeBron last night, as soon as it happened, he tweeted out a bunch of crying, laughing emojis.
I saw that, yeah.
Right. Kevin Love tweets out, you got to be kidding me. Like, is this... So sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. People got to remember, it's the entertainment business.
Mm-hmm.
It is business. It's commercial business. For Dallas, that's a big market. You know, you get this kid from Duke. I get it. And the NBA, the best way the NBA could say is, come on now, seriously, we're going to, in the same year, we're going to make this trade happen, and then we're going to rig it for them. Like, it's so obvious that you could hide behind it, right? It's like plausible deniability, because you say, well, you can't be that obvious about it. Well, why would we do it then?
Yeah.
Wink. Why would we? I mean, you remember 40 years ago, Patrick Ewing, David Stern, New York Knicks. It was 40 years ago. And people said, hold on, it was a cold envelope, right? The one envelope They said the envelope, because back then it was envelopes, not ping pong ball.
Yeah.
The envelope, he felt it. It was in the freezer, so you could tell it was the one.
Yep.
Who knows, man?
It's crazy.
I think it's crazy. It's crazy. Do I think it's crazy? Yeah. Do I think it's very possible? Absolutely. Am I probably going to do a questionable call on it tomorrow on YouTube? Yeah, because there's enough stars and people that are saying, I'm telling you, this does happen. And I got to do it. I'll spend 4 minutes on it. Why not?
Oh, yeah, you definitely will. We're talking to Josh Cohen for Questionable Call. He just gave you a preview of his show tomorrow. Download it. You'll definitely enjoy it. It's entertaining, and you'll learn something like I do every time I download it. Yeah, I got to say, this guy Richardson went from having to get a police escort at his house and watch at his house to now being a hero. And you work at the Mavericks ticket place a couple months ago. You wanted to quit. I'm sure their phones were off the chain. Now, Dominic has a question, Josh. He's going to ask you. He asked me. I want to see your response. Go ahead, ask Josh.
All right. How do you feel about Dallas trading the first pick for Giannis?
What'd you do?
People are talking about that right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're talking. So that's like the old let's make a deal game show, where there's a beautiful prize, but you never know what's behind the door. So Giannis is a beautiful prize, but behind the door, the potential, the ceiling, Cooper Flag, who knows? Here's the thing, like. I'm a big fan of kind of like what I've got. If I know it's good, working with that as opposed to guessing on what might be. How many times have we seen a star, one of these Duke University Caucasian types?
Can't miss.
Keith Parks, Christian Leitner, Grayson Allen through the years. And I get it. He's a special player. But you know what you're getting with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, you know what you're getting as a human being, as a family man. You know what you're getting on the court. You know his potential. He's a champion. He's a league MVP. I know it's tempting for, like, the new shiny, exciting thing. But if you're telling me right now that I get one of those two players, I'm taking the guy that's been there, done that we know can do this 82 games a year.
Wow.
In a postseason, that's a professional.
Wow.
I'm taking Giannis Antetokounmpo every single time. The kid didn't even – a year ago, Flag didn't even graduate high school.
No, I know.
A year ago right now, he's sitting in study hall, drawing pictures on his notebook. Do they still have notebooks, or do they just use laptops now?
I think everything's laptops. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I might stay with. I get all your points, and I think they're valid. And I think it's one of those things. But him being so young, 2 years younger than the average college kid coming out, he could be a gem. And just what I seen of him, the other people you mentioned were good, but not at his level. I don't know. It's something to debate. Like you said, they'll probably go back and forth and kick the tires a bunch of times and say, hey, what is out there? What can we do? I also think he's going to be a very good pick for the fans. Like, I think the fans will rally around him. Yeah, Don.
What if he becomes like a JJ Redick type and he doesn't become the elite player?
Well, no. JJ Redick was.
I would take Giannis right away then.
Of course, yeah. But that's after the fact. JJ Redick was a good player. He was. He played for 10, 12 years. He wasn't a household name.
Yep.
So, I don't know. Yep. To me, all the problems they had, I don't know. I don't know how the fan base will react better, getting the Greek Freak or trading Cooper. I don't know.
Would they burn the place down?
I don't know.
Yeah, if they trade away that pick, they'll go crazy, right? If they trade away the pick that would be used on Flag, because in their mind, he will have been, it's that old thing about the most popular player in any NFL city is the backup quarterback. Even though, he's not playing, you never know but they'll manufacture in their minds what the kid would have been. So they can't trade away that pick. They absolutely positively can't trade away that pick. And let's be honest about it, okay? It is Dallas, right? It is Dallas, the Lone Star State for a reason. They told America, bleep you, we're going to be our own country, we're on our own. This is I said it before, a Caucasian boy from Duke University whose name is Cooper Flag, the Stars and Stripes, the Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
He's that golly gee shucks. Dallas basketball, the players they've loved and, embraced the most, Dirk Nowitzki, not American, but
and Luka.
Blue eye. Right? Luka, not American, but right, fair skin. Just saying. I'm just saying. It's not Derek Harper that they talk about historically. No. It's not Michael Finley. They talk about
Mark McGuire.
Right, it's not Mark McGuire. It's not right. It's these guys. So from a folks, racism is very real. Confirmation bias is very real. Preference is very. He just would sell suites and corporate partnerships And of course, season tickets without saying, for a number of reasons. It's going to be a lot of pressure on that kid.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure to go in there. And granted, it's a football town, and that's good news.
Yeah, he's good, though, because that team's stacked. I mean, they got Kyrie, they got AD. They'll take the pressure off him.
And it's an NFL town. It's a Cowboys town. It's New York City. Greek,
Yeah.
It's Knicks town. Knicks town. And then the Yankees are close.
Yeah.
And then, okay. But in Dallas, it's the Cowboys. So the pressure is off of him in that way. There's a lot of pressure, but not like there would be in some cities and some markets, because no matter what, it's still a Cowboys town.
Talking to Josh Cohn, he's nice enough to join the Greek Zone weekly and kick around a couple different hot topics. The host of Questionable Call on YouTube. Download it. It's 3 times a week, 4 minutes, and it is good. Now, let me ask you something else I was surprised to see, only because of who he is, and I never thought I would see this. Are you surprised at me that MJ is going to go on NBC? And the money he's got and what he makes, I just can't see him going out there, but he's going to do it. I'm shocked.
Right. So, again, look closely at the wording, because words matter. They say special correspondent.
Yeah.
That could mean
once a month.
Live shot. That could mean a live shot from his living room or from the golf cart. And I'm not joking when I say that. If you think he's going to be in studio for hours on hours as a studio analyst, you're high. Spray paint. Because Michael Jordan's not sitting in a studio in New York, for 6 and 7 hours where they, 2 games and half times, and he's not doing the Barkley thing. He's not doing the Shaq thing at TNT. No. Special correspondent. Correspondent, by its definition, means you are checking in, like writing a letter, your correspondence. So they didn't say studio host.
No, they didn't say play-by-play. No.
Right. They definitely didn't say play. Right. So they didn't say studio analyst. They said correspondent, which means you're not here. He's not going to be at the game checking in. Hey, guys, I'm here on an hour before tip-off. He's going to be in his living room. He's going to be on the boat. He's going to be on his plane. He's going to be on the golf cart. He's going to be on the golf course. He's going to be on the phone. Correspondent, guys. So pay attention. That doesn't surprise me in that aspect, because they probably said, listen, dude, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Your old nemesis Barkley did this and whatever over there. So for 2 minutes, you're going to join us. And it's not about the money.
No.
It's about the platform and the reach. Because Michael Jordan doesn't do social media. Doesn't have a YouTube channel.
Nope.
Doesn't have an Instagram presence. Not interested in that. No. I like it. I think it's great. I think it's great for all involved. Very 1990s. Very heyday of the NBA on NBC with Marv Albert and Matty Gukas and you at Madison Square Garden with the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase on the Jumbotron.
Yes.
Friday, June 17th, 1994. We talked about it Tuesday. Talked about it last Thursday. Yeah.
One thing about Josh, he's a good man and very talented, but has an unbelievable memory. Will bring up things all the time. Do you remember one time years ago, too, we were working, I went up for a Yankee game, and I was sitting behind home plate, and you were like, I saw you had the white hat on, and you didn't know what I had on, and I was sitting behind home plate.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, in the Legends Club, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Underneath, prime rib, of course. Yeah, we know.
Josh, let me ask you, Aaron Rodgers, do you think he comes back? Or do you think he just yanked Pittsburgh's chain?
Everything that Pittsburgh is doing tells us they know something that we don't, and that is that they have an agreement in place.
Okay.
Everything, let me put it to you this way. Everything that they're doing, but more even telling, is everything that they're not doing. So everything that they're not, you don't go and trade what you did and pay what you did to DK Metcalf thinking, well, you'll shove him for a year or two with Miles, or Mason Rudolph, and then we'll figure it out. Everything Pittsburgh's doing and also not doing, which is every bit as telling, if not more, tells us they do know something that we don't. I know there was a rumor this past weekend that Rodgers got a membership at a golf course in Pittsburgh, but then another TV reporter shot that down, checked with the club, and said that's not the case. It feels to me like Rodgers has told Pittsburgh, I'm leaning towards playing for you, but if I don't, I'm not doing anything at all. I mean, could the Saints situation change that? I mean, who knows? Aaron Rodgers doesn't like minicamp. We know that.
No.
But it's a new system. It's new terminology. It's a new everything. And one thing we know about Rodgers, he likes to do his homework. He likes to be prepared. So I would imagine that when the time is right, he'll show up. I don't think he likes dragging it out for the attention. I know we like that narrative and whatnot. I just think he doesn't want to deal with all the nonsense that comes with it. So just leave me alone, out of sight, out of mind. And then keep in mind this, too. When camp opens, guys go down all the time.
Oh, yeah. So you can just wait and see.
And then you got more leverage, and then you got more say, because maybe, just maybe, Pittsburgh isn't the ideal situation for him. Maybe, just maybe, it's not. But it feels to me like, look, if he didn't want to play, we would know by now, because he just would have said so and made it all go away.
Josh, you want to try to take a quick phone call?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead. Who do we got? No.
All right, we have Dan on the phone.
Dan, what's happening?
Good afternoon, gang.
What's happening?
Thanks for taking my call. Great, JC, good to hear you. It's been a long time since home team and Lexus and everything.
Appreciate you.
I sat with you at Jimmy Buffett one time years ago. I think MJ just joined NBC for the Olympics. Maybe it's coming up in LA.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a great point too. I mean, right? Because NBC, the Olympic Network, could have some presence. But like, if Michael wanted to be a media star, he's had the last 23 years to do it.
Yeah.
He just chose not to. You know what I'm saying? So there's something about
they
the
had to
moment
put some juice into it.
Yeah, I mean, there's something. He loves that era, the NBA and NBC, when his best man Ahmad Rashad was the anchor host.
Yeah,
you know, part of why Michael wound up in Jupiter, Ahmad Rashad in Jupiter. So, but yeah,
Right.
maybe there's something there with the Olympics. Maybe there is.
Well, we appreciate the call, brother. Thank you.
All right, guys, be good.
Peace.
Sir.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Special guest Josh Cohn joins us weekly. He is the host of Questionable Call. Josh, tell everybody if you need a ride to go anywhere, maybe down to New York Prime or to the Hard Rock, how do you get there?
That's right. Yeah, ride share, baby. But, you know, Uber kind of sucks, I'll be honest. Lyft, they don't treat you any better either. Revo Rideshare, the new revolution in rideshare. This is an American company. This is a local company that's all over the country. You can ride for less, drivers get paid more, and both riders and drivers get rewarded with every mile that they use. So download the app now from your app store, REVO, Revo Rideshare, or hit me up in the DM on Instagram, the former world champion, or on Twitter at Josh On Air, and I'll send you my link, and you can join my squad, and we'll partner up like that on Revo Rideshare, the new revolution in rideshare, Greek.
Thank you, Josh, as always. Thanks for a good segment. We appreciate your time. We'll talk Thursday, and let's try to get dinner sooner than later.
Sounds like a plan, my friend. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. That was Josh Cohn. We'll be back in a few minutes in the Greek Zone.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory. Samantha says, we have a man at work who keeps climaxing on the shared bathroom floor. It's been months that this is going on. All we know is that it is a second shift guy.
That's disgusting.
How would you ever figure that out?
Well, you could DNA test it.
Yeah.
That's going to be...
Jeffrey, would you and Charlie like to become the investigators? And maybe do a taste test or something? See if you can narrow down who it belongs to?
No, thanks. First, we're going to need a sample from everybody on second shift.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast. Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it.
Woo!
Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
After your car accident, we will put money in your pocket or you don't pay us. Call Steiger Green and Finer.
Steiger Green and Finer won $300,000 for my case.
800-561-1111. 800-561-1111.
Offices West Palm Beach.
Actual client testimonial.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Roadwork is slowing us down on the ride today. Look out for delays 441 south at Atlantic Avenue. That right turn lane is blocked. And we're slow North Lake Boulevard east at US 1 with a left turn lane block. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting FreshFromFlorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but it's also hard to deal with a cough that won't go away and thinking it's lung cancer, or feeling your heart race after a walk and wondering if it's a heart attack, or telling your family you may not be around to see your next birthday.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but the consequences are even harder. Tobacco-Free Florida has free resources to help you stay smoke-free. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine patches, gum, or lozenges. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor. Rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as they continue to move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures starting to increase out there for us. We're headed back into the mid to upper 80s later on in the afternoon. Skies are still mostly dry, although there's still a lingering shower or two off of our coastline. We'll be mostly sunny into the later portion of our day today. Temperatures are going to continue increasing as we go through the week.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Get big summer flavor in every bite with the new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Featuring new mixing bowl mashup, fan-voted s'mores, and more. For a limited time, right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. At participating locations.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
She's back. Khloe Kardashian returns to On Purpose with Jay Shetty, and she's getting real about healing and self-love. Plus, Caroline Levitt shares what it's like being the youngest White House press secretary in history on Post Run High. And Rob Lowe spills some of the funniest stories you'll hear with Chelsea Handler on the Dear Chelsea podcast.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Greek Zone is a gambling show. We talk about the odds on all the games, no matter what season it is. Could be basketball, football, baseball, hockey. We'll give you the odds. And also we get into where the money's at. We have a handicapper on every single day that gives us an opinion. And handicappers who do their homework. We have Teddy Covers who calls, Rob Vino, Drew Martin, Kelly from the Visa Network. Those guys are from WagerTalk.com. And these are guys that do this every day and sit there and study. So it's always good to get another insight of what's going on. Dominic's in the house.
What's up, G-Man?
When we look at the NBA lines tonight, you got the Pacers and Cavs, and the Cavaliers are minus 7.5. Over under is high at 230. When you look at player props too, Mitchell 26.5, Garland 18.5, Mobley 17.5, high. I don't know. I mean, I think the Cavs are going to come out rock and rolling. I do. But, yeah, and a lot of guys in Vegas like the Pacers tonight with the points. We'll see what happens with that. Over on the other side, Oklahoma City and Denver, you got Oklahoma City laying 10. The Joker is the one I'm looking at today because he has not played well, but it's 28.5 for him too. AG is 31.5. Williams is 21.5. Murray 19.5. Gordon 15.5. So those are your top 5 there. Joker has not played well as far as scoring goes, but he's still at 28.5. I think we have a call.
Yep, we have Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, boys. Hey, Greek, at casinos, are all the odds the same at roulette, blackjack at each casino, or they're all have different odds at each casino?
They're all different. I think just because of some of them have different rules for blackjack because of the hit on 17. I know that sometimes can be different.
Yeah, but for the most part, all the rules are the same. The only thing with roulette, like in Vegas, not here, there are some roulette wheels that have 3 zeros, which that changes the odds. But down here, it's 2, and all the odds I know are basically all the same.
They're all the same. So, like, you go to a Hard Rock, and then if you go to Vegas, they're going to be basically the same odds in all the table games.
Yeah. Now, sports betting, no. Sports betting is dictated about where they get the action. Like, so, for example, you can go bet the Dolphins -6 over Buffalo at Caesars, but the win might have it at 5 because they have more action on the other side.
Yeah, it fluctuates, you know.
Yep.
That fluctuates. Okay, I was just questioning about that. So I have a friend that's going to Vegas next weekend, and they're going on a family thing, and he's going to just try to sneak out for a little bit and do a little gambling and lose money. So
that'd be good. Tell him to go out early in the morning. Tell him to try and get out early, and he can bet then.
All right, man. All right. Peace.
Thank you, brother. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. Did you have something?
Real quick, G-Man, I had a listener call up and wanted any way to reach Andy Quinn if they wanted financial advising.
Andy will be back tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll ask him then.
Perfect.
He looks like he's coming back tomorrow for a little while, not as long as he was today because he's busy. But we'll ask him tomorrow, and he'll be able to give him out that. I can't give him out his number.
You give his personal.
Yeah, I'll give you a cell. Call him tonight.
That's like me giving out your number.
Oh, yeah, here's Greg's number. Thanks for calling. 877-927-6969. Diddy trial, it's not sports, but, man, it's going to definitely shake some heads. Some of the stuff that's come out. Pretty crazy. Craziness, that stuff. Such crazy stuff that you would have a hard time repeating in front of certain people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you really would. So tonight you got the Oklahoma City laying 10. I don't know. I just think they got too much for Denver, and they're too young, and they got young legs.
10's a lot.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure it's a lot, but it's 10 for a reason. And the Joker, I liked his over/under. It was 28.5. He hasn't been playing good. I think he's tired. I really do. They also played a lot of games.
They don't have depth this year. It seems like they small rotation.
Yeah. Denver traded away a lot of guys.
Like 8, 9 players they might use max.
If that. And they also, when they won the league 2 years ago, a lot of the role players flipped out and went to other teams for bigger markets and bigger money. And that's what happens with all sports. When teams win, your role players get money. They're like, all right, I want to go here, I want to go there. And then you have your team, and you got to protect your stars, but you can't protect everybody. So that definitely hurt them. There's no doubt about it. I think the thing with Oklahoma City is they're very young. AG's a star. He's got Williams. He's got a deep bench. I just think they have too much. But 10 is a lot of points. I mean, I would be a little leery with the 10. The over is 230.
That sounds a little high to me, too.
Yeah, that's high, too. It definitely is.
I mean, with the first quarter they had the other day, where it was like 17-8 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Like, everybody's going to be on that because the public remembers what they saw last and everything. And they're saying, and not what you're saying is bad. I'm just saying what you're just repeating is what the American public's right saying.
Oh, yeah.
First quarter is 25. This is a joke. And that's when you see the game tomorrow morning you wake up, 122 to 120. And you're like, what the hell happened?
They scored 45 each in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And you look at it. To bet unders in all sports, you have to have stones or don't watch the game because it is the most grueling thing you could do in all sports. But I'll rate it for you. Basketball's the worst. I mean, because it's every basket, every time they're going up and down, and then football and then baseball. But if you're betting over-unders, and the unders a lot of times are, like the other day we had the Royals and the Red Sox -7.5. Didn't watch the game, just got a final. Like I could have watched the game, but I'm not watching it because I don't want to deal with it. It's too much drama and anxiety.
I'll give you one I had. This past weekend I had Indiana Pacers first half, 78.5 points under.
And they went over?
They scored 880.
Yeah.
That one half. And it was with a 3-pointer at the last second is what made them go over 80.
Yeah, see, that makes you sick.
To 80. Yeah.
That gives you an aneurysm.
Then you're counting. Let's just say you're counting.
Oh, yeah. 14, 12.
Yep. You're just counting it down. All right. I might make it. They have a minute, and I have 6 points, and then those 6 points are gone in like 2 seconds. There goes the bet.
Yeah, and then when you need the other side, you might need 4 in like 2 minutes. They don't get it. And so, yeah, it's grueling to me. That's why overs are more popular in all sports. When you're betting an over, you just light a cigar, sit on your chair, and whoever scores, who cares? There's no anxiety in that. If you don't get it, okay, that's at the end of the game. But when you're betting an under, you could lose that bet in the second quarter.
And what if they go to overtime?
Oh, you're done.
There it goes.
Yeah, you're done. It could happen too. Yeah. That's why more people bet the overs. I mean, it's just that. And it's for that reason. The anxiety, the wanting, and the things that you do, a million people do. They count it. I've seen guys write it on coffee napkins, with the stick figures and, 5, 10. It's the same stuff. And I could use that other word, but I can't say it on the radio. But that is the truth. That's the way it is. And that's what gamblers do. You know what I mean? And a lot of times when you look at something, you say, man, this looks too good to be true. It usually is too good to be true. It's just like you feel like almost it's a suck in. And you're like, what's going on here? In Major League Baseball tonight, We got the Rockies. They ended up covering last night, but they didn't win. They are big underdogs tonight again. Cleveland and Milwaukee. Cleveland won last night. Baltimore and Minnesota. Baltimore's favorite there. Boston and Detroit. Get on the Tiger train. Not now if you didn't get on it yet, but make sure it happens sooner than later because the Tigers have a good team and they're having a good year. White Sox and Cincinnati. Cincinnati's big favorite. St. Louis and Philly. Philly's big favorites, but St. Louis has won 8 in a row. You got Tampa Bay and Toronto. Tampa Bay is the dog there. Washington, Atlanta. Atlanta, huge favorites over Washington. Miami taking on the Cubs, and Miami's not playing good lately. Cubs, huge favorite there. Huge. You got Colorado and Texas, and Colorado's big favorites there. I would still take them. Kansas City and Houston. You got Houston favorite there. San Diego and L.A. Yanks taking on Seattle. Yankees are favorite. They got one of their aces on the mound today. Arizona, San Fran. San Fran is dogs to Arizona. A's and Dodgers. Always a good series when those two play. They were right in the backyards of each other for a long time, and just like San Francisco. So those are your baseball odds. I would go definitely. I'd go against Texas again and Oklahoma and Chicago.
What about against the Rockies?
Yeah, I would. I'd go against the Rockies again. I just would. I mean, the Rockies are 7-34. They played it close last night. I don't see it again. I would probably take the Cubs and the Rockies. Joker's over because there's been so much said about him. It's high. It's 28.5. It's not, again, but I would take the Joker over.
What's his points, assists, rebounds total?
That I would check. I would guess someplace in the neighborhood of 50 because that's what it usually is. Where the hell is it? You got it. You would have to rebounds, assists, combos. Here you go. Joker, double, triple-double. I'm not seeing it. It's there. It is definitely there. Rebounds. His rebounds are 13.5 minus 140. His assists, 8.5. So you can get a combo and see what it is. It would probably be close to 50.
50.5. I see it.
You see it?
Yep, 50.5.
Okay, so there it is.
I mean, Shai Alexander is 45.5, which seems a little low for him.
Yeah, but he doesn't get as many rebounds.
Nope, but he scores.
Yeah. Well, the thing with those lines, like when you look at it, these are the best of the best. They're never off by more than a point. Last night I had DiVincenzo over 8.5. He scored 9. I mean, you look at it, you're like, what are you doing? The other day we had Caruso score over 7. He had 8. I'm talking about bench players. When you're picking scorers, my advice to everybody is to pick a guy who's going to have the ball in his hand a lot. Joker gets the ball in his hand a lot, number one. So, also, you go in the third quarter with Joker with 12, and he can do it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's like that. And he's got the capability of hitting threes. So that's why I do like Joker. The bench players, the number for over-unders on their points is always right there. Like I gave you 2 examples. White last night was a big one, but he's a starter. But he went well over. It was 17. He went over the first time. So to me, I want a guy who's got the ball, going to control it. For the Celtics, obviously Tatum, but he's going to be out right now. But also I would say Brown gets the ball a lot. White gets the ball a lot. And they're not easy. They never are.
Would you go on Porzingis getting the ball more since Tatum's going to be out? Could they switch the game plan?
Porzingis, I think, is hurt.
Yeah, he has that. I heard it. His illness is post-COVID illness.
Yeah. So he's been hurt for a while. So I don't know. He's going to have to score tomorrow night. I like Boston tomorrow night. I definitely do. I like them over the Knicks tomorrow night. And I think they lose in Game 6 when the Knicks are back home. But I do like him tomorrow night. Jaylen Brown, I think he'll step up. He's a little banged up, too. Injuries are a big part of it. All playoffs. All.
It seems like there's a lot more injuries this playoffs around. That's just what I'm looking at right now. It seems like there's more injuries this year.
Well, what you're seeing is you're seeing bigger names. So the injuries are there, but when you get guys like Steph Curry and Tatum, two icons who are the face of the NBA, it means so much more.
But these guys have been putting in a lot of minutes on the court.
Of course, they all do.
I mean, it's more and more, it seems like, every year.
Oh, yeah. Well, they put in a lot of time. Again, it's a long season. It's 4 or 5 months, and then they get into the playoffs, and it's 4 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to win 16 games. By the time the NBA playoffs will be over, it's mid-June.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mid-June when they done. I remember Mother's Day years ago was the NBA Finals. Mother's Day, and that was always like around the 12th, 15th. Now it's mid-June. Every season extended. Next year, the NFL. What they're so happy because it's going to be President's Day weekend.
Yep.
And everybody's going to be off that Monday. So, yeah, they all extend with expansion, with TV contracts, with more teams when you go back 20 years ago. And that's just what ends up happening. They extend the schedule, and they expand the bye week. Now there's 2 bye weeks in the NFL.
But is it taking its toll on the players, especially the lead player? Like
yes, no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
That's like how the Clippers wanted to rest Kawhi all the time until the playoffs.
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, these guys get burnt out. I mean, and the thing with the NBA, I think the biggest, hardest thing for them, and they never did this and they won't do it, they won't adopt what baseball has, is baseball plays a lot more games, but they're in 2 cities a week. You know, so you go 3 games. I was always surprised that they didn't but they don't want to do it this way. Have Boston play Miami 2 times in South Beach.
Yep.
And then have them 2 times in Orlando. But they feel that's an advantage to the home team too much more than the away team, but it cuts down on a lot of traveling. So the way they do it is you go to Miami and, the beginning of the season, the end of the season. You go out to the Lakers, beginning and the end. I always thought they should have did it that way because I think it would have been easier on them. The flying the NBA, I mean, they could be in 3 cities in a week.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a lot.
They're all over the place.
And guys who are big gamblers find out all that information. They find out when a plane's late. They find out if their plane was, delayed, stuck on a tarmac.
And these guys are sometimes gone, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Road trips?
Yeah, they can be 10 days, 12 days. I'm just saying. But I'm saying gamblers, they find out all this information.
Late flights, delays.
Oh, yeah. The Heat's supposed to leave, say, at 12 o'clock after their game to fly to L.A., and they didn't leave until the morning. I mean, they know stuff like that.
And then someone's calling the hotel and waking them up.
Yeah, the airline, and things like that. There's so many aspects to it because every gambler is looking for one thing, an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And it may mean something, it may not. Last night we saw Dallas Mavericks had a slim chance to win the first pick, and they got it. I mean, if you had to bet that before, you're betting the Utah Jazz, who were terrible, who tanked, Washington Wizards, who tanked and played terrible, but they didn't get it. So, like I said, I think the traveling aspect for the NBA is bad. I think even the colleges, it's all about money, but when you got teams that were in the West Coast playing on the East Coast, I mean, you're killing these kids.
Yep.
I know they're getting paid millions, and the colleges are getting paid hundreds of millions. But you got UCLA, traveling. Football's different. It's once a week.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. And it's still a lot on them, but it's only once a week. But you got UCLA, going to play Michigan, and then 2 days later playing Wisconsin or Rutgers. You're going across country. These kids never did that because they played within the realm of their conference. The Big East was the East Coast teams. The Big Ten, you know what I mean? Whatever it was, Pac-12. Now the way they do it, it's a toll on everybody. Mm-hmm. And traveling sucks. Traveling sucks for you as a person.
And nowadays,
Yeah, I mean, again, they're not flying commercial, but I'm just saying it wears and tears you.
But you can still have delays without flying commercial.
Of course you could. But I'm saying, when you get off a plane, you go to Vegas or L.A., you're tired, you're groggy, the time zone's different. I think any time you change the time zone, it's going to be a problem. And they do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when you're changing time zones, your sleep habit is turned different. You're not sleeping in your house. So many things. And then you got to get on the court and perform. Yes, you're a ball player. Yes, you're a gazillionaire. You should be fine. But every little thing affects it. Have a bad day sometimes. Usually a bad day is not one bad thing.
Oh, it's a bunch.
It's a combination.
Mm-hmm.
You wake up in the morning, spill your coffee. You walk into work, you're doing a job for somebody else's job. You got a phone call or a text for a bill, something that you didn't realize. I mean, it's a combination of a lot of things. It's the same thing with that. When these guys don't play well, it's a lot of different things. And also, you got when they're in big cities like Vegas and Miami. Vegas, not so much for the NBA, but the South Beach flu is true.
Mm-hmm.
These teams go out. They party. They go to strip clubs.
Atlanta. Houston.
Yeah, and there's spotters out everywhere. They'll text them. Hey, man, they're leaving 5 o'clock. So Any kind of edge you can get, you want an edge. We're going to go with Joker today. That's our edge, over 28.5. And the Cubs to win also. We think the Cubs are going to beat the Marlins again. And hopefully you guys have a good afternoon. You got another keyword from Rover. We appreciate you always listening. Dom, you get an A+ for today.
Oh, thanks, G-Man.
And a gold star.
Ooh,
I get
a sticker?
Yeah, you get a sticker. It is the Greek, and Dominic will be back. No, we're not coming back today, but we'll be back tomorrow morning. You guys have a great afternoon. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Roadwork is slowing us down on the ride today. Look out for delays 441 south at Atlantic Avenue. That right turn lane is blocked. And we're slow North Lake Boulevard East at US 1 with a left turn lane block. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Primatene Mist.
During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly, providing quick relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
The iHeart Sports Reports, sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's